which denomination was commonly applied to the priests of India, Persia, and Babylonia. The earliest mention of them is by the prophet Jeremiah, who enumerated among the retinue of King Nebuchadnezzar at his entry into Jerusalem, the chief of the were the P-ists of the Zoroastrian religion. 289 Magi, from which statement we may distinctly gather that the Magi exercised a great influence at the court of Babylonia. The Persians, however, whose priests the Magi appear to have been, are never spoken of as adherents to idolatry / King Cyrus professed the religion of the Magi. The Zoroastrian religion exhibits even a very close affinity to, or rather identifies with, several important doctrines of the Mosaic religion arid Christianity, such as the personality and attributes of the devil, and the resurrection of the dead, which are both ascribed to the religion of the Magi, and are really to be found in the present scriptures of the Parsis. The name Magi occurs even in the New Testament. In the Gospel, according to St. Matthew, the Magi, Greek magoi, translated in the English Bible by men wise came from the east to Jerusalem to worship the newborn child Jesus at Bethlehem. That these Magi were the priests of the Zoroastrian religion, we know from Greek writers. The books of all these writers being lost, save some fragments preserved by later authors, such as Plutarch, Diogenes of Laertes, and Pliny, we cannot judge how far they were acquainted with the religion of the Magi. The two chief sources whence the Greeks and Romans derived information about the religion of the Magi were Theopompos' 8th book of the history of King Philip of Macedonia, which was untitled miraculous things, and specially treated of the doctrine of the Magi, and Hermippos, who wrote a separate book on the we are left without information whether or not Theopompos Magi, derived his statements on the lore of the Magi from the intercourse with the Persian priests themselves, but Hermippos, who composed, besides his works on the Zoroastrian doctrine, biographies of lawgivers, the 7 sages of Greece, and is reported by Pliny to have made very laborious investigations in all the Zoroastrian books, which were said to comprise 2 millions of verses and to have stated the contents of each book separately. He therefore really seems to have had some knowledge of the sacred language and texts of the Magi, for which reason the loss of his work is greatly to be regretted. Lastly we shall quote from Mr. P. B. Desai's Ancient Parses some notable points about the Magi. 37 The Magi were Zoroastrians, and as priests they domineered over the Zoroastrian community not only in the Achaemenian and Sasanian periods but even long before these two periods. According to Adolf Rapp, Zoroaster himself was the chief of the Magi. He was the first magus, and hence the origin of the Magian sect implied the Athrivans. 290 Te Magi preserve original truths of the Magi were very intelligent, and besides being well versed in religious lore they were far advanced in many other branches of knowledge. It is a fact that the Magi were medical practitioner, and the Persian kings, having implicit faith in the Magian medicine, could not do without a Magian doctor in spite of the Greek cult of medicine. They were the teachers and preachers of the original Zoroastrian doctrines, and in later times they were known as scientists and men of learning and philosophers, so much so that when the Greeks and Macedonians came in contact with the Persians, the Greek writers merely referred to the name of Zoroaster, but have regarded all knowledge as proceeding from the Magi, and have recognized the Zoroastrian teachings as the Magian faith and Magian religion. These Magi held their own Zoroastrian rituals so sacred that they kept these from the knowledge of the aliens, and they did not let know even those co-religionists outside their fold. Hence the Greek writers have termed their recitals and mystic rituals art. Of course we must not fall into the error of believing that everything taught by the later Magi was purely Zoroastrian teaching. Although many changes and interpolations are liable with the passing of time to take place, the Magi had ably preserved all the original truths of Zoroastrian teachings. They did not allow anybody to enter their own inner circle, who were excellently versed in the knowledge of Zoroastrian law and philosophy. All people at random could not become Magi, but later on the Magi increased in number, or more properly speaking the priestly class of various other countries came to be known by the term Magi, and thus several undesirable usages, rituals, and customs which were quite unknown to the Persian Magi, and which were not inculcated in the Zoroastrian teachings, passed for Magian beliefs and practices. This was a very undesirable confusion, and several ignorant writers have in consequence done injustice to some extent to the original Magian Zoroastrian faith. By the spread of the glory of Iranian Magi in all directions, the term Magi was appended to the sacerdotal order of other countries as time went on, and according to Pliny the Magi lived in Arabia, Egypt, and Ethiopia as in Persia, but the former were quite distinct from the latter Magi. The Persian Magi were divided into several classes, each class having its own proper functions to perform. Then again Vend. 447 evinces, that the Magavan sect against whom no feeling of dislike is shown was a Zoroastrian circle, but in the Vendidad reference above mentioned there is a contrast between the Magavan or unmarried person and a married person. From this we have reasons to believe that all the Magi cannot be classed as the Ithravans of the Vendidad. Perhaps it is likely that the Greek and other foreign writers may have recognized all the Zoroastrian priests by the name Magi later on from the name already occurring in the form Magov. In the Vendidad above referred Zarathustra, a Magov according to Gata XXXM, 7. 291 to Herodotus has simply informed us of there being only two classes of the Magi, the expounders of dreams and practitioners of chants. But it is seen from the Avesta that there /vero more classes of Zoroastrian priests besides these two. The Magi who used to perform ceremonials in secret must be the same as the priests officiating the Bershnum and Yachna ceremonies, although from the mere hearsay reports of the Greek writers considerable difference is seen between the rituals performed by the Magi and the Zoroastrian Bershnum ceremonies. Hence it is proved that all the Magian priests who preserved the fire, killed noxious creatures, performed religious rituals, practiced strict purity are only the Ithravans depicted in the Avesta. It will not be proper to multiply such references to Magi from more books here. The more we go to other writers for getting some light on the subject of Magi, the greater is the confusion caused to us on account of the absence of authentic facts. The subject of Magi is one requiring patient investigation, and in the absence of intrinsic evidence which could have been gathered from the 21 isks, it is very illogical and unscholarly to arrive at hasty inferences from a mass of debris of Greek and other foreign writers. At least we are able to see that some reference to the Magi is to be found in the Avesta, although the writer of Zoroastrian theology wants the reader to believe that the Magi did not receive any recognition in the Avesta. To our surprise we find that the Magavan or Magus is referred to in the Gathas, the Yagna, and the Vendidad, and yet the writer of Zoroastrian theology does not accept these references. Mam 1. A Adam Vahisht, a Ahura Mazda, Der Shachfeet, Asli, and Veumanangti, Y and Sri Per Magano. 1 Gatha Ha 33:7. Mazda, come unto me, and indicate the best laws, to me who am known as thine among the Magavans owing to holiness and God mind. Number Hayat. Misdom Zarathustro Magavavia Clioism Parat Garodum Fahiro Majchio Jasaporio Tav and Volumanangha Ash, Andika, Savadi, Chavisky. Gatha Ha 51:15. 292 Mega Ob Spiritual Beatness of Kavish Taspa. The reward Holdly Zarathustra had fixed primarily for the Magovs, viz. The diode of Sonis where Ahura Mazda first entered will be awarded unto you also with the blessings on account cf holiness and good mind. 3. Tarn. Kaivish Taspo Maga Hyakshathra Nast Vang Hushpadevish Manang Ho, Yakistam Ash and Mans, Spenlo Majdo Aliuro, Adalti Nd Sazda Ushfa. Gatha Ha 51:16. Kyanian Gush Taspa attained by means of power of Mega or greatness, and in J means of the rhythms of the good mind, that wisdom which the beneficent Ahura Mazda meant by means of holiness, thus to teach us about immortal bliss. 4. K Ervatho Spidum and I Zarathustra I N Amsta, Mkva Asha Afrishta, Spenta Arma Eilish, Kva Vang Hush Manang Ho A Kista Magai Erishvo and quote, Gath Ha 5111. Asterisk Mazda. What man is the friend for Spidum Zarathustra, who has either inquired by means of holiness or by means of beneficent armady or is known as right man for greatness of the good mind. End quote. 5. Asterisk Zarathustra has Teus Lyre and Ervatho Mazoimagai, Jace v 5 Faras Ruidi and Ivashti et Havokav and Visht and Spoy and Hai Yanks to Majb, Hadma Uminash Ahurd Tengzi Bait Vang Haish Ukdish Manang Ho. End quote. Gatha Ha 46:14. End quote. Zarathustra Ibi had holy person is thy friend for the he majestic greatness, or who desires to declare it. Is indeed blessed Kayanian Vishtaspa. O Ahura Mazda, I invoke by means of words O J good mind those whom thou hast determined for vicinity Ma Yavan recognized in Gatha 33:7 and 51:15. 293:6. Cut and end quote. Hashem vohacha manok shathrim chet m demished, yuzam majd frukshne namazo imagai d patis nat, third nd and duavare, m dratwashish and t and m end quote, Gatha ha 29:11. End quote. When will holiness, good mind, and power hasten unto me? Ahura Mazda, grant unto us now help in perfection for the majestic greatness out of your own gifts unto 11 us. 7 Ach and end quote. Ve Misdom and Gata Haya Magahaya Yabat Fsush Zakritish to Buno Ihakte and O Paracha, Mrak, and Nsa Orakamuthrasi Maniash Dregvatoan and Satpara, Ivaze Yath Formajam turn at Ve Veoyong Hadi Ape Mem Vacho. End quote. Gatha Ha 53:7. And Amp, Lt. See then unto you there would be the reward of this greatness, when the desire which has stuck to the innermost bottom of the heart is killed out and out, when the spirit of wickedness is totally destroyed hence go on with that greatness, otherwise unto you there would be words 11 of 50 in the end. These 7 references from the Gathas indicate that the Magavan Maya concrete end quote, and the abstract end quote, spoken end quote, are of in the Gathas. The writer of Zoroastrian theology may object to this our saying on the linguistic basis of his. But we can say emphatically that no Avesta philologist can dare to challenge Magavan the use at least of the concrete end quote, Gatha in end quote, 51:15 in, the dative plural, and in the Gatha 33:7 in the accusative plural, to which the writer of Zoroastrian theology has not at all drawn the reader's attention. There may be some difference mega of opinion as to the meaning of the abstract end quote, in the end quote, remaining stanzas above referred to, but we are at a loss to understand why the writer of Zoroastrian theology has artfully 294 Magavan T and E highest grade of Zobost Kinpje Riasthud. Passed over these 2 concrete forms which imply the existence of the idea of Magavan or Magus. In the first reference given above i.e. in Gatha 33:7, Zarathustra himself is regarded as one of the Magavans or Magi, and this fact proves that the Magus is the highest designation for a person advanced in purity and spiritual development. Such is the first and original meaning of Magavan occurring in the Avesta. The Ithravan is the general designation for the priestly class in Zoroastrianism, and the term Magavan implies Ithravan, though, every Ithravan is not necessarily a Magavan. We cannot here write at some length upon the sacerdotal class in the Zoroastrian teachings, as we have simply to refer to the Magi. The Magavan is the highest grade of Zoroastrian priesthood. There are in all 8 grades through which a Zoroastrian priest has to pass or to one of which the Ithravan may belong. The general term Ithravan has these 8 classes in the order of their merits. 1. Frabaritarlit, producer or bringer, whose function it is to keep ready and to fetch all the requirements in the higher rituals in accordance with the canons of Zoroastrian teachings. He has to manage about the preparations and requisites of the ritual apparatus. 2. Yabertarlit, water bringer who has to be / versed about all the rules of keeping water ready for rituals, which play a very important part in all the higher rituals on account of its hydroelectric forces called Hifradhoyu end quote, in the Avesta. Knows the procedure of drawing out pure water in the different gas of the day, he understands why water should not be drawn out of the well in the Ibis Ruth Ramga, and he knows Pavdi about all rules and amp, lt, c and quote, or purification of a thing. 3 Asimtar lit. The ablutionist who knows everything about the various kinds of purification ceremonies and ablutions, some of which are to be found in the extant portions of the Vendidad. He understands the 8 grades of Atjiraban in the Avesta. 295 process of Bershnum ceremony, Karsha, or the magnetic circles in that ceremony, and the purification of a polluted person. He understands why only Jomaza or bull's urine should be applied to the body of a person in the Bershnum and why water is not allowed for application. 4 Natiwisiakar lit. The arranger whose function it is to put in order and in their proper places all the apparatus required for the higher rituals, e.g. the Maharui on the left, the Havanim on the right, the ring with the varas or sacred hair when covered and when exposed, etc., etc. 5. Hvan and N lit. The squeezer whose chief function is to know all about the Hauma ceremony, how to prepare Hauma, what are the various kinds, e.g. Para Hauma, Jaokarana Hauma, Hauma Frashmai, etc., what is the efficacy of Hauma drinking. 6 Atarvaklisla lit, the fire continuer whose duty it is to supervise the fire which plays the central part in Zoroastrian rituals. He is well versed in all the knowledge about the various grades of fire, viz., the Daja, the Adaran, and the Varharan, how to consecrate these fires while making new fire temples, what incenses should be placed on each of these and in what quantities. 7 Zaotar lit. The invoker or attuner, the chief officiator in the Zoroastrian rituals. He is the master of Zoroastrian ceremonies and the first-rate practical performer thereof. He has to recite the major portion in all the ceremonies, and it is through him that the efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals is passed on to the unseen planes of the universe towards the soul for whom the rituals are performed. 8 Sraasli Avirza lit. The co-worker of Sraash. He is the grand worshipful master of Zoroastrian priesthood who has passed through all the 7 stages with a practical knowledge of the entire ritualism and law of Zoroastrian. 296 Sraasha Variza, the holiest archmag of religion, and on account of his purity par excellence he becomes the supervisor of the Zoroastrian priesthood, Itwals, and of the entire Zoroastrian fold. He is the consulting Daster or grand priest, and all difficult questions of emergency are referred to him, and he is quite able to solve any of such questions since he is in tune with Sraasha or a co-worker with the greatest of all angels on account of the spiritual development within him through his extra standard of Ashoy or purity. He is the highest priest in the entire Zoroastrian sacerdotal order, and falls under the class of Magavan or Magus. Thus in one sense the Magavan is the holiest and highest personality in the Zoroastrian priesthood, one who is known by the name Sraasha Variza, and who has passed through all the 7 grades of Zoroastrian priesthood. All these 8 classes enumerated above are known by the general term Athravan, and hence we can say that there are 8 grades or degrees of Athravan or priest, taught in the Zoroastrian teachings. Can quote authorities even from the extant Avesta writings for these 8 grades of Athravan. These names are to be found in more than one section of the Vendidad, especially V Vend 57, 58, and 817, 18, in Visparad Card 31, 2, and in the Uziran Ga 1. We need not enlarge upon the subject of Zoroastrian priesthood here, nor upon the classes of Magavans, their principles of life etc. Have to simply point out that the Magav or Magus is a purely Gathic idea and of the time of Zoroaster. The Magav being the highest development of the soul, Zoroaster is said to have fixed the Surnmum Bonum of Garon Mana, the highest heaven for the Magavs in Gatha 51, 15, the second of the above quoted references. It is our view that the abstract quality or Mega in its various grammatical forms is referred to in the remaining 5 quotations given above. The Pahlavi translators have rendered the T Mazoa Magi Masavesta by of the end quote, phrase the end quote, Magi end quote, i.e. great Magavship or condition or qualification of a Magav, thus retaining the technical term end quote, Magi abstract principle of a Magav. It refers to the inner spiritual greatness of a soul which has ko mokblaj for the Kitvadatha attaining Magav. 297. Attained perfect spiritual unfoldment, which has deserved the grand boon or the ultimate eward of entering Garanmana, which is the highest ideal for all born in this world. Every one of us has to pass on to that stage of greatness of spiritual foldment, the Mas Magi or Mazoa Magi or Mega, the condition of a Magavan or Magus or Grand Master of the soul. Just as we have in the present century masterminds in the realms of science and intellect, so there are taught in Zoroastrian teachings master souls in the realms of religion or spiritual knowledge and the heart. Such a soul or Magavan is perfect in the knowledge of the law of the universe, perfect therefore in the law Zoroastrian and Mazdayasnian. Such a soul has to live the simplest, noblest, and the most ideal life on earth, the life of perfect spirituality with perfect mentality, and such a soul is past the institution of marriage in accordance with the mystic law of spiritual masculinity and spiritual femininity, the law which explains the fundamental law of sexes in all the three kingdoms, mineral, vegetable, and animal including man. This grand law of the union of the two sexes spiritually, when a soul attains perfect unfoldment, is termed Kitvadatha in the Avesta, which no Avesta student has been able to explain properly. We cannot digress upon the principle of Kitvadatha, or as is rendered in Pallavi Kitaktas, which implies the spiritual attunement of spiritual masculinity and spiritual femininity, but we shall bear in mind that the Magavan who has attained the highest spiritual development, having undergone the Kitvadatha, has not to observe the marriage institution. The marriage institution ordered for observance by the Zoroastrian law is meant as the wicket gate to that ideal spiritual event of Kitvadatha, and hence all the followers of the Zoroastrian religion have to live a married life on earth as one of the mandates of their prophet, except the few Magavans who have passed that stage. It is for this reason that we find in the Vendidad reference to 4 Magavan some idea about the institution of marriage, which ha perplexed almost all students of Avesta, and which we have already given in above, where it is said that in Vend 47, 38 298 Vendidad 4, 47 distinguishes Mgav from a married person. No feeling of his like is shown against the Magavan, which was a Zoroastrian circle, but there is a contrast between the Magavan or unmarried person and a married person. We shall quote both the Avesta and Pallavi texts of Vend 4, 47 to get some clear idea about the Magavan, the Avesta running thus, Ad hecha iti enderivite zite amd poirum framraomi, spidama Zarathustra, yatha Magavo frabkshoit, vistni amd yatha evisti, puthroden amd shayatabito amd yatha ashayati, yatha apathrti, Vend 447. And then also indeed I speak unto thee. Spidama Zarathustra first, for the one having wife rather than for one who has been advanced as a Magav, for one having family rather than for one without Jamali, for one having male descendants rather than for one without sons, for one having a settled condition rather than for one without a dwelling. The Flavi rendering also runs thus. Band 4 an amp, lt, han chaitan, ak valman, Narik homand loj akman hand val lavin frdz yamalanam, lavin fair jamal lunam, spit and m and anzartosht, val lavin and v and yet yabuntan, shine, maven, pavan magi fr and zs and tuntaya k6me.net, ak nishman luif, zak I nishman homand, ak ioket, menzai chigun, sh and yat maven a, avis, maven in it, zak pus homan menzak chigun aben man, Zak kastak homand min zakshin. But even this is thus, that is, about him, about one. Having a wife, spidama Zarthusht, I speak to thee first, I speak first, rather than for one, Iko, has proceeded for Majidi asterisk or mastership, that is, has no wife, about one who has wife, that is has one only, rather than for one. Possibly he may be, without family, who has not, about one having sons rather than for the sonless, about one having property rather than for one without property. Magov recognized in Yachna 65:6. 299. This is one of the very obscure sections of the Vendidad, the whole of which is not at all intelligible from the mere verbal translations, as the entire Avesta is composed on the basis of the laws of Stauda, which alone can elucidate the spirit and underlying essence of any Avesta passage. It is seen from the above passage that there is a contrast between Magavan, or one without a wife, without a family, without sons, and without a social environment, and one who has a wife and social surroundings, and in this respect, i.e. in showing the point of contrast, both the Avesta and Pahlavi versions agree. At least the meaning of Avesta Magava is made clear in the Pahlavi paraphrase as one, having no wife, because that is the central idea underlying the life of a Magav. Whereas no ordinary Zoroastrian can lead a life without a wife according to the strict teaching of the principle of 41 Kitvadatha, in the Zoroastrian religion, the Magava is the PNLY exception made in accordance with the same ideal law of Kitvadatha which, the Magava has already attained for himself by a spiritual attunement of the male and female spiritual counterparts. Majathis is the ideal of or spiritual mastership, the characteristic Pahlavi rendering for the concrete or abstract Avestic word. Hence we are able to see from the Gathas and even this one very important section of the Vendidad that the institution of Magus or Magavship is originally Zoroastrian, and it is the ideal of spiritual perfection or the grand spiritual unit of a completely unfolded soul. Lastly, even the Yajna has a solitary reference to this Zoroastrian institution of Magavan, which runs as under a/ano and po dush manang he, ma no and po does vachanyat, na no and po dush shayothan ni, m and does de n and ria hashi t bishk, m and mogu/wsae, m and vresno t bishi, md and phiotoi $h end. Yajna 65:6. May not our waters be for one of evil thought, may not our waters be for one of evil word, may not our waters be for one of evil deed, for one of evil conscience, for the harasser of friend, for the annoyer of Magav, for the annoyer of workers, may not, our waters 6, for the afflicter oft and near ones *300 Magav, the Zoroastrian ideal of man. Here we notice that one who afflicts a Magava or one who does not aspire after Magavship or mastership of soul is kept out from the blissful efficacy of waters. This paragraph is regarded as a later interpolation by the writer of Zoroastrian theology according to his queer belief of all later Avesta except a considerable portion of the Gathas, being not strictly Zoroastrian. But to those who believe that all Avesta now extant are descended from the 21 Nasks of Zoroaster, this section of the Na suggests the original institution of Magavan as being purely Zoroastrian, and in this the people of evil thought, evil word, evil deed, of evil conscience, suppressing the higher friendship, killing the natural propensity of the soul for higher mastership or magia, and those who obstruct the relationship of the angels with their soul, all such people are put in one category of prohibited ones from the efficacy of waters, for they are people who hinder the process of spiritual progress or unfoldment. Hence Moab, the word in Avesta implies the state of higher spiritual development, and this meaning we have been enabled to learn from the various re-references to it from the Gathas, the Vendidad, and the Na. All these 9 references to Magav from the extant Avesta, 7 Gathic, 1 from Vendidad and 1 from the Yajna are quite enough, compared with the meager state of the extant Avesta, for proving to us that the Magavship is the ideal Zoroastrian institution of a perfectly advanced soul. Now then the question arises whether the Avestic Magavan is the same as the English or Latin terms magus and magi in common use. The answer would be or according to yes no the different points of view, and we shall therefore collect the various inferences possible for us to be deduced as under 1. The Magavan is the original Zoroastrian highest stage of development of soul, recognized in the Gathas, Vendidad, and Yajna. 2. It is the highest grade in the Ithravan or priestly class in the Zoroastrian sacerdotal order, and of the same who order as the Sraash and Variza. The highest priest is the CO operator of Sraasha. 9 Infebences T6 Magavan and Magi. 301-3. Zoroaster himself is one of the Magavans and as evinced from the Gathas, and the Magavans are those who are deserving of the greatest reward of Garonmana, the highest heaven. For the Magavan is the master soul, perfect in the performance of rituals, and master of the knowledge of the entire Zoroastrian law, which implies the entire law of the universe in all its departments. Magus Magi, which 5. In the singular, the in plural, are the terms for the Magavan or Maga in Avesta and Magi in Pahlavi, originally implied the highest sense Magavan, when of e.g. and amp, lt. Zoroaster is styled a Magus and his immediate disciples the Magi by other writers. The terms designate the original sense of the highly advanced soul or master soul. 6. Later on, the terms Magus and Magi came to be applied improperly to all the Zoroastrian priests without any distinction of their grades by other writers, especially the Greek historians. 7. Then again the Persian term Magus was in the same way wrongly applied to all the Zoroastrian priests, and this application was extended to the entire fold of the Zoroastrian religion. 8. The terms Magus and Magi still later on came to be indiscriminately applied to all the followers of Zoroastrianism in various parts of Persia. 9. The original Magavan or Magus of the Avesta had to lead a celibate life with a pure milk diet and certain strictures of abstinence. From these 9 inferences we learn that the foreign writers have made a good deal of confusion to such an extent that the reader cannot follow what is said. If the writer of Zoroastrian theology were to say at one time that the Magi did not receive 302 writer s hodgepodge Magi leaves reader in the lurch. Any recognition in the Avesta, and at another time that they were Zoroastrian priests of Western Iran, if he were to say at one time that the Magi were the priests of the Medes, and at another time that the practices and beliefs of the Magi comprised a part of the Magian religion, if he were to say that the Magi borrowed the religious practices and beliefs from the Ithavans at some remote period, and that the Magi foisted some of the characteristic features of the Magian faith upon Zoroastrianism, if he were to say that the recognized priest of the Avestan texts is the Ithavan, and that it is yet to be proved that the forms derived from Maga grade occurring in the Gathas and in the Avesta designate this priestly class, nothing can be made out of this jumble of perplexing incongruous ideas, collected from the foreign writers, and a queer hodgepodge produced out of these, by the reader who is left in a whirl of dizziness after reading about the Magi from the book of Zoroastrian theology. Such is the scholarly attitude of independent inquiry which leaves the reader in the lurch, and shatters all his beliefs, most of which are rightly based upon original truths coming to him as traditions. 303 Chapter 8. The writer's prophecy of there being various writers of the different Avesta scriptures. In the first chapter the writer's division of Avesta scripture into different periods of their birth-iod existence has been dealt with, where it is clearly pointed out that all the Avesta scriptures now extant, viz. the Vendidad, the Gathas, the Yajna, Visparad, Yashts, and some fragments form a very small fraction of the entire bulk of the original Zoroastrian scriptures, which comprise 21 nasks or volumes treating all the laws of the enfoldment of the soul into matter and of its unfoldment from matter, the laws being respectively termed the Da'an and I Mazdayasna and the Da'answi I Zarathustra. Have seen in that chapter that the Ahura Mazda is the fundamental keynote to the entire edifice of Zoroastrian scriptures, of which we are at present very unfortunate to possess even less than 1/2 portion, and that too in a very disjointed and disconnected condition. Even this meager portion now extant has been regarded as quite sufficient by the Parsi community settled in India, for 50 years ago the community implicitly believed that all these Avesta scriptures in their possession were after all relics of the inestimable treasure bequeathed to them by the holy prophet Zoroaster. So long as this belief prevailed, all the traditional rules of Ashoy, i.e. righteousness, piety, and holiness in everyday life were put into practice with solemn sincerity, and all the canons of grand rituals were seriously followed by the whole community. All these traditional rules of piety and canons of rituals they believed were not a mere conjectural guesswork, but that they were portions of ancient teachings of the prophet from the nasks which were unfortunately not in their possession when they entered India. Nevertheless the religious leaders and dasters of the time Hunarm possess the qualification of NASJCTE all the Avesta 304 the faith-killing false theory of some philologists. By heart had such a strong memory that they could have reproduced in writing much of the lost Nasks if they had wished so to do. For one reason or another these pilgrim fathers have left with us only the portions now extant which they must have considered sufficient for the coming generation to make them observe the Zoroastrian religion in practice with the continuation of the rituals for the departed souls. Then 50 years ago there began the systematic philological study of all the Avesta writings with the help of Western scholars, and among many speculative theories resulting from this study there was the one which they considered all important, viz. That only the Gathas now extant or most probably only one Gatha and 45 constituted the original writing given by Zoroaster, and that all the other portions viz. The Vendidad, the Yagna, the Yashts etc., were given and composed by the priests of times much later than the time of Zoroaster. Such a theory has been proved of late to be very destructive, since it has destroyed the faith of the community in the Avesta writings now extant. A portion of the community has learned to look at these so-called later Avesta writings with a feeling of disrespect amounting at times to a spirit of base ridicule. Hence followed the disbelief in all the strict observances of holiness and rituals which were in vogue for more than 1,200 years in India from the early times, for these observances and rituals were not to be found in the Gathas which were according to their speculation the only genuine writings of the Prophet himself. This theory of the philological school has been believed blindly by all the students following a philological line of Avestan studies, and the writer of Zoroastrian theology is one of such students. In Chapter I we have tried to show how far this belief has been logically invalid, having neither internal nor external evidence for the support thereof. The subject has been treated at some length, and the present chapter therefore requires a very little say on it. Absence of the chronology of Avesta scriptures. 305 In the present chapter we have to deal with a different aspect of the subject treated in Chapter I. The writer of Zoroastrian theology has referred to various Avesta writings as composed by different authors, and we shall try to see how far such statements should be regarded as unwarranted on the part of a scholar. On p3 under the heading "Cleavage in the Aryan Group," the writer says what little information we get comes from Avestan works written long after the death of Zarathustra, and these record religious beliefs that are closely akin to those of the Vedas. Very little is known with certitude, and in all probability more will never be known. The Avestan texts preserve some relics of the common worship and common legends of the two sister peoples, as well as allow us to judge some strong points of difference that arose among them. The parallels in religious thought which the Avestan documents offer to the Vedic concepts are many, but equally so are the contrasts. The resemblance is great indeed, but the difference is still greater. Then on page 4 he proceeds with the words the Vestan writers record traditions of their predecessors still current in their time, and enable us to form some idea of what doctrines and cults prevailed in Iran long before Zarathustra preached his religion. These traditions are of great value to us because they are nearer to the pre-Zoroastrian period by well nigh 3,000 years than we are. Much of what they say, it is true, belongs to the post-Zoroastrian period in form, but is pre-Zoroastrian in substance, even though a good deal of what they repeat regarding the remote past could not be free from the bias of the sentiment and beliefs that might have been prevailing among them. In the first place, the date of the advent and departure of the prophet Zoroaster has not with any credible authority been fixed by any known writer, and in the second place there is no chronology found out by any Avesta student with different dates of the various Avesta compositions. In the absence of these two things, viz., the date of Zoroaster and the chronology of Avesta script 306 Avesta Nethek post Zokostralan notures, it is not at all logical for the writer to say Avestan works written long after the death of Zarathustra, or that the Avestan scriptures are post-Zoroastrian in form and pre-Zoroastrian in substance and such other nonsense based on speculative bombardment or pyrology. 5. The science of speaking, opining and writing according to the whims and fancies of the inventor. What purpose does the writer of the book intend to serve by speculating upon speculated ideas of other people like him except that of dwindling the community from its right belief and faith and practice? To say that the Avestan writings are post-Zoroastrian in form implies that they were written by some unknown writers very long after the death of the prophet, and to say that the Avestan texts are pre-Zoroastrian in substance implies that the teachings in all Avesta are not given by the prophet himself. In short, the writer means to say that all Avesta texts are Zoroastrian neither in form nor in substance, but are written by some writers as ignorant of the Zoroastrian canons as the writer of Zoroastrian theology himself. Then in the second place the Avestan phrase writers betrays the writer's total ignorance of the structure of the Avesta mantra. Avesta is no ordinary language of everyday communication and intercourse, and as we have already seen, the Avesta mantra has been composed on the basic laws yajna stauda of for its sound effect and word effect in prayers and rituals. Hence Avesta compositions necessitate a previous knowledge of all the grand laws of stauda yajna, or the science of attunement, in accordance with the colors produced by the friction of the atmosphere we made by articulate sounds. Have therefore to remember that all the Avesta which is at present extant is but derived from the 21 nasks given by Zoroaster, and it is simply a presumption on the part of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to use the phrase one Avestan writers, which implies more than one person as the original composer of the Avesta. Moreover, the writer has not given any one name out of these many Avesta writers of his imagining. There is neither internal nor external evidence to indicate the name of any one composer of the Avesta and to prove the theory of more than one writer of the Avesta. The holy Zarathustra, the only name as author of all Avesta 307 prophet, alone has propounded these canons of life brought from Ahura Mazda as evinced from Gatha 29:8. Yo and amp, lt, see no evos tsndok dishit, Zarathustro spitten i.e. Spitama Zarathustra, who alone heard our teachings. The and amp, lt, phrases Mazdo phrasensta, Mazda, and Zarathuslatro frokata taught or imparted by and declared by Zarathustra repeatedly found in the Yajna prove the absurdity of there being other originators of the Avesta besides Zoroaster. If we take for granted the criterion of knowing the name of the writer from the occurrence of the name in any writing, we can say emphatically that Zoroaster is the sole originator of the entire Avesta, for there is not a single piece or part of the extant Avestan scriptures in which the name of Zarathustra is not found to exist. If we take any Fargard in the Vendidad, Ha in the Yajna, Karde in the Visparad, Ashts, Nash etc., we find therein the name of the holy prophet Zarathustra repeated more than once, just as we find in the Gathas. In the Gathas we find the name of Zarathustra used in the first, second, or third person, and in the other Avesta also we find Zarathustra speaking of himself in the first, second, or third person. Again, the comparison made by the writer between the Yedas and the later Avesta is not very happy. The Avestan texts do not at all preserve some relics of the common worship and common legends of the two sister peoples. In the great brotherhood of all the great religions of the world, the religion of the Yedas, in accordance with a grand law of the gradations of religions, stands next in rank to the Zoroastrian law. Hence it is possible that there may be certain points of resemblance between these two great religions, but these resemblances are not identicals but mere correspondences. The Soma ceremony of the Vedas is not the same or identical with the Zoroastrian Layamas ceremony, and yet the writer sees 308 Zoroastrian rituals not at all borrowed from Vedas. Now we can say that Soma ceremony occupies the same rank in the religion of Yedas as the Hauma ceremony in the Zoroastrian law. The Yajna of the Vedas is not exactly the same as the Anci of Zarathustra, but it can be said that Yajna is as great a ceremony for He followers of Vedas as the Yajna is for the Zoroastrians. This is a common mistake committed by all Avesta students who have followed the comparative study of the Vedas, and they have committed the fallacy of regarding the corresponding resemblances as identical ones. If we say that John is as strong as a lion, it does not imply that therefore John is the same as the lion. In the same way, if it is seen from a comparative study that Yajna is as great as Yajna, it can never be meant that Yajna is identical with Yapna. It is thus as a result of a very wrong line of study that the writer of Zoroastrian theology believes that the later Avesta preserved relics of Vedic writings, whereas in fact the entire Avesta has directly descended from the 21 Nasks of Zoroaster, which have nothing to do with the language or the idea of the Vedas, and in fact the Zoroastrian ceremonies and ideas have not at all been borrowed from the Vedic ideas, but have been purely Zoroastrian in origin. The Avesta students who do not believe in the Zoroastrian authorship of all Avesta have fabricated a dangerous belief of their own that the Gathas never gave any rituals and that therefore Zoroaster never instructed the performance of any higher ceremonials, which have merely been borrowed by the later priests who have composed the later Avesta from their Vedic neighbors. It is with this impression that on p. 304 the writer says the Pars Mabad performed the Yajna ceremony and squeezed the Hauma plant, as his Hindu Brahmin neighbor practiced his Yajna rites and pounded Soma, meaning thereby that the Zoroastrian Yajna and Hauma have been merely imitations from the Vedic Yajna and Soma, an idea which must be termed anything but the truth. It is not at all truthful to say that the so-called later Avestan works record beliefs that are closely akin to those of the Vedas. 21 Nasalks of Zoroaster. The origin of all Avesta 309. There are some correspondences as already pointed out, but from these correspondences it does not follow that the later Avesta is a mere composition of Vedic or early Aryan ideas, for the origin of all Avesta, as we have so often seen, is the aggregate bulk of the 21 Nasks given by Zoroaster himself, and this fact supersedes all the speculative theories imaginably got up by those who are bent upon excluding all Avesta except the Gathas, or except even a considerable portion of the Gathas. See therefore that the practice of ascribing the Avestan scriptures to more than one writer must be looked upon as an undesirable thesis invented for some ulterior object by a very small portion of the Avesta students, and unless the names, dates, and other particulars of these original writers of the Avestan scriptures are proved directly or indirectly but reasonably, it is wrong to quote or support such theories which reduce extant Zoroastrian scriptures to a mere zero. On p. 155 again the writer of Zoroastrian theology repeats the same destructive idea of his when he says, the original Gathic conception of the reality of evil is more emphasized by the theologians of the later Avestan period, and the personality of the Prince of Evil becomes at the same time more pronounced. We are at a loss to understand the writer's meaning given to the word, theologians, here. Does the writer of Zoroastrian theology imply by the word persons like the writer's own self, or persons more enlightened or more illiterate than his own self? It is very doubtful to make out whom the word theologians of the later Avesta refers to. If there were different individual writers of each of the Has of Yajna, of each of the Yashts, of each of the Fargards of the Vendidad, of each of the Kardis of Visparad, of each of the various other Avesta texts, we must have at least one name of any one writer out of so many, we existing for our guidance. Find not a single name of any one as the writer of Avesta texts, and on the contrary, we are told by Pahlavi authority that the Avesta in entirety is derived from the 21 Nasks of the Prophet himself. Even personalities like Kavishtaspa, Frashayashtra, Jamaspa, Madhyomangha, who are re 310 Gathic id 3a of evil spirit not differing from Aveslk Gard as the first disciples of the Prophet in the Gathas are not made out anywhere as writers of the Avestan texts or as persons delegated with the power of composing Avesta texts. The dream of there being the possibility of many writers of the Avesta can never be held as a fact by those who have made conscience their guide in Avestan studies, and only those who are prone to be slaves to the fire-offs of the ill-trained imaginative intellect can dream such dreams which have proved to be very baneful in the study of a sacred, revered, ancient, mystic, prophetic and revealed literature like the Avesta. Now as to the separation between the Gathic conception of the idea of evil and the later Avestic conception we have not to say much, for this split between the Gathas and the later Avesta has been treated already in the first chapter. The principle of J-polarity, or the law of two opposite poles in nature irrespective of Ahura Mazda the creator, has been as clearly explained in the Gathas as in the rest of the Avesta, and the personification of the Prince of Evil is to be found not only in the later Avesta but also in the Gathas. As for instance in Gatha 45:2, we find the Spenta Manu or the bountiful spirit addressing the Angra Manu or the retarding spirit on the heterogeneity of their thoughts, their principles, their sense, their words, their beliefs, their actions, their conscience, and their souls, and there we thus make out that both the spirits are personified as in the later Avesta. In fact the later Avesta as we have already seen have been derived from Nasks which contain subjects not falling under the Nask of the Gathas, and it is therefore not proper for the student of Avesta to try to find whether the Avestic ideas and subjects are to be found in the Gathas, and the Gathic ideas in the rest of the Avesta. There are some parallelisms on the main principles of Zoroastrianism in both the Gathas and the Avesta, but there are certain subjects in the later Avesta derived from some of the 2-1 Nasks, which have not been touched at all in the Gathas. It is therefore not correct for anyone to imagine that because all the Avestic ideas do not find place in the Gathas, the foremeasure must have been invented by some other persons, and the latter only must have proceeded from the prophet writer Al-Tifis of CRTLKG down all Avesta scriptures. 311 The skepticism re-authorship of all the Avesta on the part of the writer of Zoroastrian theology is at the root of all evil which has influenced for worse the belief and practice of the Zoroastrian FCLD for many years past. There are certain expressions used in the book of Zoroastrian theology which it seems are given with the implied motive of running down and crying down the entire Avesta scriptures with the exception of the Gathas, while referring to the angel and quote, Yehu and quote, on p. 133 he says and quote, the poet gives a long list of the names of Vehu, and is very prolific in ascribing high attributes to him. In this the ancient composer follows the Yasht dedicated to Ahura Mazda. In fact Vehu is the only angel who is known, like Ahura Mazda, by names. 2. On pages 103, 104 while speaking about Mithra he says and quote, Mithra is most conspicuous angel of the younger Avestan period. One of the longest Yashts celebrates his greatness. The description of him in the Yasht that is dedicated in his honor gives a vivid picture of the character of the pre-Zarathustrian divinities that were worshipped in Iran. The writer who consecrated Yasht 10 in his honor was conversant with the past greatness of this divinity, whose cult had struck so deep a root in the popular mind. He certainly was unsparing in eulogizing the work of this genius in the universe. The composer of the Yasht who sings to his favorite divinity applies to him the same honorific epithets as are applied to the Godhead. 3. Then while referring to the composition of the Zamayat Yasht he says on p. 142:11 the poet who composed the Yasht in honor of Zamayat does not sing the glory of his heroine, but occupies herself rather with a description of the mountains of the world, and with the celebration of the divine glory that descends upon the Aryan race, symbolizing the greatness of the kings, and the consecrated piety of the sainted souls. 4. On p. 120 he has to use the same expression about the authorship of the Hauma Yasht, and says Hauma is anxious that his cult, which has been in vogue for centuries, be given a due place in the new faith and receive the sanction of the prophet. The poet depicts him as approaching Zarathustra for this particular purpose. One morning, we are informed, Hauma came 312 Abaider's nonsense recomposition of the Yashts to the prophet as he was chanting the sacred Gathas before the fire altar, and asked him to seek his favor by consecrating the Hauma juice for libations and to praise him as the other sages had praised him. In reply to Zarathustra's inquiry Hauma proceeds to give instances of some of the greatest of his celebrants. V. While giving a description of Varakshayata on p. 126 he says 11 The writer of the hymn in honor of Varakshayata is more interested in depicting the movements of the sun itself as the orb of the day than in giving any account of the Yazida, or presiding genius. We of the Sunday have a vivid picture of the sun's movements, its rising and setting, its power to rout the fiends of uncleanness and impurity, but we have hardly anything which treats of the spiritual personality behind this great luminary of nature. The worship of the brilliant sun must have preceded the period of its deification, and the poet cannot quite rid himself of the fascination of the primitive form of nature worship. The physical phenomenon of the sun is always present before the mind of the writer, and there is very little attempt to address the presiding genius through his visible image, the concrete representative being the direct object of praise and glorification. 6. With reference to the composition of the yashts he says on p. 78, in the absence of sufficient data, it is not possible for us to determine what particular Indo-Iranian beliefs and practices were discountenanced by the Prophet, and yet admitted into the Zoroastrian theology as a concession to the unbending will of the populace by the Prophet ** successors. Some of the longest yashts or sacrificial hymns are composed in their honor. Yet the archangels, who are higher in the spiritual hierarchy, who occupied a unique position in the Kathas, and whose glory the Prophet ever sang with his clarion voice to the people of Iran, have now either to content themselves with short laudatory compositions or go entirely without any special dedication. Some of the attributes that are the prerogative of Ahura Mazda alone are applied to the leading angels. Authors are sparing even to parsimony when they confer honorific epithets on the Amicius Pentas. Speculation Reseveal at Jathab's ships of Avesta. 313, 7. Similarly ODP 80 while distinguishing the Gathic monologues from the Avestic dialogues he says 14 in the Gathas the Prophet addressed several questions to Ahura Mazda, but the replies were left to be inferred from the context. An advance is made upon this method, and now we have Zoroaster depicted as putting questions, and Ahura Mazda himself as answering them categorically. To invest their compositions with divine sanction and prophetic authority, the later sages wrote in the form of a dialogue between Ahura Mazda and his prophet. The greater part of the Vendidad and some of the yashts are composed in this style. 8. In the introduction while boasting an impartiality of a scholar not resorting to XXXIX arguments etc. On pp. He says about the sophistical decay soon begins in the language in which Zoroaster composed his immortal hymns, and his stickissers now write in the Avestan dialect which replaces the Gathic. The Avestan works, in the form in which they were written in Avestan period, no longer exist. The form in which the Avestan texts have reached us is that which was given them during the Pahlavi period. The artists employed to restore the broken edifice belong to the Pahlavi period, but the materials used come down from the Avestan sources. 9. On p. 71 while distinguishing the Athrivans from the Magi he says hence the probable conclusion that the Avestan texts are the productions of the Athrivans, the legitimate guardians of the Zoroastrian canon. In all these 9 references given above from the book of Zoroastrian theology, we find certain peculiar words and phrases used to denote the different authorships of the different Avesta texts. The ancient poet, composer, the prophet the composer, writer, 7 the authors, s success the 51 source, the later sages, Athrivans, etc. These terms which are used quite indiscriminately and irresponsibly by the writer of Zoroastrian theology naturally raise a question from the reader as to who the writer or the writers of the 4,314 beauties of the Avesta Yasjid literature. Different Avesta scriptures are and what names they are known by. This attitude of ascribing the so-called later Avesta to writers other than the Prophet evinces total ignorance or ignoring of the fact of the existence of 21 tasks of the Prophet as the root source of all Avesta texts. Such an attitude is not at all based on any scholarly invention or study, but is a result of pure and simple guesswork of almost all the philological students and mere translation rememberers and grammar crammers of the Avesta who fail to get at the inner, deep, underlying spirit of the law of Zarathustra, which teaches all the grand unseen laws of the universe. It is not at all logical to guess that the various Avesta texts have been written by different authors after the time of Zoroaster only because the styles of these are various and we inexplicable, and incomprehensible, have already seen that all the yashts are derived from the Naskh called Baghan Yasht and we have at present very few yashts extant, some of which are again in a mutilated form. The yasht literature is very difficult to understand, for it contains the various functions of angels and archangels presiding over the various departments of the creation, and the style of the yashts is very involved, metaphysical and allegorical. This is not a proper occasion in this book to give instances of the beauties of the Avesta Yasht literature and of the grand laws of the universe which are taught therein, but if God wills it, and if circumstances permit, such books in future will see the light of the day, throwing once more the original light given by the prophet over the few Avesta fragments that are left as the choicest treasure now in the possession of the Parsi community, the functions of Vayu, presiding angel over the atmosphere and the scientific work of chemistry or electric ram force of 81 generic kinds, with the angels and Gvat, 2, the functions of Mayor who co-operates with Ki-Shed the sun, and the power of Mayor inherited by a truthful speaker by means of the subtle changes in the unseen center of the tongue, the relation of Mayor with the thought power or thought energy, and with Ashtana or vital principle in man, Hai, the functions of the angels Amayat presiding over earth, the various kinds of the Earth's magnetism and their relation to the various kinds of the functions of Yazatas inculcated in the Yashts. 315 human aura, one of which is termed the Kian Kora, the various invisible centers in the human constitution which help the development of the auras, the mountains and valleys and their various functions in the economy of nature, the fire Spinishta of the mineral kingdom, etc., etc. 4. The functions of Hauma as angel and plant, the efficacy of Hauma ceremony and Hauma drink in the advancement of the soul, Hauma as the basis of all other ceremonials, the physical and spiritual healing powers of Hauma, the relation of Zarathustra with Hauma and the special emphasis laid by Zarathustra on the Hauma cult, etc., etc. v. The functions of Varakshayata or the shining sun in the universe at large, the sun as the ruler of the universal sojourn, absence of any physical matter in the sun, the relation of the sun's magnetism with the Ashtana or vital principle in the human, animal, vegetable and mineral kingdoms, the great efficacy of the recital of the Avesta vibrations meant for the angel of the sun, the worship of the sun as equivalent to the attunement with Ahura Mazda and Amishaspentas who are the co-operators, Havar of the sun, etc., etc. All these and many more useful points of knowledge have been propounded in the Yashts when properly deciphered, which the bare philologist is unable to comprehend merely with the help of imperfect and sometimes absurd translations of the venerable Avesta texts. It is a matter of deep regret that the avis a philological student presumes to know the pristine and simple religion taught by Zoroaster and then distinguishes this so-called pristine Zoroastrian truth from the ideas which he dreams to have been developed by the later poets or writers or sages and such others. In the absence of some knowledge of the contents of the 21 Nasks, it is quite an unscholarly attitude of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to imagine merely from the various kinds of style of Avesta texts that here should be or were different writers thereof. The writer of Zoroastrian theology seems to regard these Avestan scriptures as ordinary pieces of poetic or prosaic composition exercises attempted by some illiterate, crude writers, and thus with this speculative belief goes on saying critically whatsoever comes home to his educated intellect. 816 Ubiteb est announcement of Avestus Spiptubes of the present century. He has no basic principles to support his arguments, and even the imaginary ideas about there being various authors have no logical reasoning. It seems that the sole idea of the writer of Zoroastrian theology is to depreciate the Yasht literature, since it is so very difficult to understand reasonably for the student philological of the Avesta, and since it contains ideas of deep philosophy which find no entrance into the shallow and narrow materialistic minds of such students. When we remember the two great divisions of Avesta, viz. Mantra Spenta and Pshusho Mantra, we find that a very considerable portion of the Yashts and Vendidat having been composed in the Pshusho Mantra are incapable of a correct grammatical rendering and clear translation. These Avesta compositions are based entirely on the laws of Stauda or colors produced by vibrations of the sound, and can be elucidated only by the application of Stauda laws. The philologist denounces all other Avesta texts as not having been composed by Zoroaster simply because he is unable to account for the various styles adopted in these Avestan scriptures. The writer speaks of the Igathic mono and logs Avestic dialogues, of the Gathic questions without answer etc., and thus distinguishing the Gathas from the other Avesta concludes that the latter ought to have been originally given by some later writers who are to us anonymous. In the first place, we have already seen that there are dialogues in the Gathas also, and in the second place the later Avesta give answers to many points left unexplained in the Gathas. As for instance in Gatha 11:31-13 a reference is made to the eyes of Ahura Mazda ja asterisk shashmen rothwas rabi ashtabi vina hevisp i.e. 0. Protector, thou seest all through Asha or order divine by means of thy two sharp 11 eyes. Now the student who excludes all other Avesta from Zoroastrian scriptures will conjecture whatever he likes as to what the eyes of Ahura Mazda spoken of in the Gathas should auth Avesta supplementary to and explanatory of Gathas. 317b. The student who reveres all Avesta as originally derived from 21 nasks of the prophet Zoroaster will regard all Avesta as supplementary to and explanatory of the Gathas, and such a student finds in the Na has 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 what the eyes of Ahura Mazda are regarded to be Mong hecha geokithra hva eshak shayata he orbata spahe doithta he almrake i.e. the seed-bearing moon and the speedful shining sun are the two eyes of Ahura Mazda, in this way a patient study of all the extant Avesta texts shows supplementary, explanatory, commentary, and parallel ideas to be found in the Vendidad, Yana, Gathas, Visparad, Yashts, etc., and the theory of later sages and later poets as composers of the so-called later Avesta is exploded if all the principles of Zoroastrian law expounded in the 21 nasks are collected together even from the meager extant fragments. Instead of showing that the entire Avesta scriptures are remnants very miserably detached no doubt of the original harmonious whole of 21 nasks, the writer of Zoroastrian theology lays a gratuitous charge on the imaginary later writers of investing the compositions with divine sanction and prophetic authority. By giving a form of dialogue thereto, this is an insulting remark passed on the Avestan scriptures which are regarded by the writer of Zoroastrian theology as matter-of-fact compositions by men of ordinary mental caliber, but which have put on a wee disguise of prophetic authority. Should say that even the Gathas evince the style of dialogue, and that therefore so much portion of the Gathas as is written in the dialogue style ought not to be regarded as composition by Zoroaster but by these Pseudo-Zoroasters or later sages who invested the Gathas with mere prophetic authority. 318 Wider s belief of Estes Spipchubs not Zoroastbian. Then again the writer denounces further the Avestan scriptures to the best of his ability when he says that the Avestan works in the form in which they were written in the Avestan period no longer exist, We do not understand what date the writer has in his mind for the Avestan period, and what form the writer means to speak of. Can the writer describe exactly the form of Avestan scriptures in the Avestan period? What does the writer mean when he says that the materials used come down from the Avestan sources? What were those Avestan sources? By whom were they taught and in what form did they exist? The only motive of such speculative dogmatic assertions from the fire-off of the imagination of the writer of Zoroastrian theology seems to be that of anyhow derogating and denouncing all the Avestan scriptures by means of sophistical meaningless phrases and stereotyped ideas. Lastly, we shall refer to the cumulative idea of the writer about the different authorships of the various Avesta scriptures. Presumably he wants to show his aloofness from what he says about this, but in fact he brings out his own inner views re the belief that all the Avesta scriptures did not originate from the prophet Zoroaster. Under chap XLII on pages 335, 336 he says under the heading textual criticism brings startling revelations for the Parsis the first outcome of the critical study of the Avitan literature was the discovery made by the Western scholars that the grammar, style, and internal evidence of the extant Avestan texts show that they were not composed at a single period and by one person, but that they were the products of many persons who worked at various times. Schular's such a writer's heretical opinion re Avesta scriptures. These undertook to determine the approximate dates of the component parts of the Avesta. The Gathas were shown to be the oldest in time of composition, and the authorship of a considerable portion, if not all, of these hymns was ascribed to Zoroaster himself. The prophet's work, it was said, was continued by his immediate disciples and must have extended over a very long period after him, even though the immediate impression made by Zoroaster himself may be acknowledged to have become fainter in succeeding generations. The religion of the younger Avesta had departed in certain respects from the religion of the Gathas, and the subsequent composition showed signs of degeneration both in substance and style. The simple and abstract spirit of the Gathas was blurred, if not lost, and the development of the later texts tended to become more complex and concrete. Startling indeed, were these new ideas that philological researches brought to the Parsis, who had been accustomed to attribute indiscriminately all Avestan compositions to Zoroaster himself and who never approached their own sacred books with a historical perspective. This critical estimate of their scriptures by the Iranian scholars of the West greatly influenced the young Parsi scholars in India. They now hailed the Gathas as providing a self-sufficient religious system in themselves. They claimed to have discovered the only true mirror in which the genuine teachings of Zoroaster were reflected. The later Avitan texts were declared to render nugatory the pristine purity. An exuberant outgrowth of dogmatic theology and ceremonial observances, they asserted, had supplanted the buoyant simplicity of the Gathic teachings, and simply represented a decline from the pure teachings of Zoroaster. All this was highly sacrilegious to orthodox ears. More sober opinion intervened to modify the sweeping assertions, and declared that while the Gathas, of course, should be taken as the norm, there should also be admitted into the Zoroastrian canon such parts of the later scriptures as were in accord with the Gathic spirit, but whatever could not be traced to the Gathas was adventitious, and there or not deserving of acceptance. 320 Indian student's blind belief in Western fascination. When we carefully examine the words quoted above, we find that the idea of the different authorships of all Avesta scriptures was first invented by the Western scholars, whose belief of the authorship merely of some of the Gathas by Zoroaster and of all other Avesta scriptures by later priests was hailed as gospel truth, without any internal or external evidence to corroborate it, by the as ignorant students in India. The Western scholars, when they began their philological barebone study of the Avesta, did not know that Avesta was Zeng mystic Guzara and Ungho hidden words the words as depicted in the Gathas. Being totally ignorant of the laws of Styoda, according to which the entire Avesta scriptures have been composed from the 21 nasks of Zoroaster, these Western scholars paid heed only to grammar and style, as in the case of any modern ordinary language. Regret to see that no student of Avesta in India has shown moral courage to point out where the scholars of the West have erred, even after a study of the Pahlavi, which serves as a key to most of the extant Avesta. On the contrary, we find that the same belief of Western scholars has been followed blindly in any work written by any student of Avesta in India. Although a very wrong and pernicious belief, it has become very deep-rooted among the philological school of Avesta students. They are at a loss to make out that they commit the logical fallacy of petitio principii when they say that the Gathas merely provide a self-sufficient system in themselves. Reasonable consideration of what we have said about the 21 nask origin of the entire Avesta scriptures will bring the thinker to the conclusion that the so-called later Avesta do not supplant but very considerably supplement the Gathas. To declare the ceremonial observances taught explicitly in the so-called later Avesta as an exuberant outgrowth, to say that whatever could not be traced to the Gathas was adventitious and therefore not deserving of acceptance. Etereticalvut 6 at jthokship of Avestans Spiptues. To say that there were many pseudo-Zoroasters as authors and originators of the various Avestan teachings, to say that the 21 nasks were not given by one and the same prophet Zoroaster, to say that the Gathic religion is the only pure and original form of Zoroastrianism, to say that Sutra and Kusti, being non-Gathic, are Zoroastrian, to teach that the recital of Yajna, Yashts, Nish and other Avesta fragments is never meant by Zoroaster, who has never composed anything except one or two Gathas. To say that the holy ceremonials have been purely invented by the later priests is, to say the least, downright preaching of heresy and apostasy. It is a great misfortune of the Parsi community that not a single Avesta technical term has been properly explained by any student, nor a single Avesta passage either in the Gathas or in the other Avesta properly elucidated and deciphered according to the laws of Stauda. With a very shallow and imperfect study of the husks in a shattered and broken condition, it is very unscholarly on the part of those who have given very dangerous and pernicious opinions about the kernel * contained in the Avesta scripture and about the authorship thereof, the iconoclastic method and destructive policy followed indiscriminately by most of the so-called students of Avesta in India of speculating upon the subject of authorship of the fragmentary extant Avesta scriptures, of regarding only one or two Gathas as given by Zoroaster himself, and of dreaming all other Avesta to have been composed and originally given by some poets, authors, priests, and other later sages, of depreciating all other Avestan texts which are incapable of intelligible explanation merely by means of the efforts of philological translations, must not be allowed to pass unnoticed by the reading public who believe themselves to be educated. In fact, no encouragement should be given to such speculators who attempt to kill out the religious devotion of the community by imaginarily preaching such nonsensical and dangerous views regarding the authorship of Avestan scriptures which are as old as nearly 9,000 years. It would have been entirely in keeping with the 41,322 deployable inability of students to understand Ista scholarship of these students to have openly expressed their inability to understand in the first place the inner deep underlying meanings of these ancient sacred scriptures in the peculiar cipher symbol language, and in the second place the reasons of the different styles adopted in these different types of Avestan writings. In the absence of a considerable portion of these sacred scriptures now lost to us for a very long time past, it would have been creditable for these Avestan students to have stopped with wonder and amazement as to who the author of such mystic and surprising inexplicable ancient scriptures could be. On the contrary, the writer of Zoroastrian theology thinks himself to be a seer and is so sure of the various authorships of different Avesta scriptures that he has the audacity to say the Parsis, who had been accustomed to attribute indiscriminately all Avestan compositions to Zoroaster himself, words used very unwisely and very indiscriminately by a writer in the absence of any evidence to support his own blind belief. The writer seems to forget the noble maxim here, viz., where we ignorance is bliss, 'tis faulty to be wise. Must say that it is entirely a blind belief of those who say that all the other Avestaji except one or two Athas were not taught by Zoroaster, since that belief is not at all supported by any reasonable proof. Indiscrimination lies in the adoption of foolish and unwise speculative beliefs and in the preaching thereof. Those who ascribe all Avesta writings to Zoroaster are not blindly following their belief, for they have on their side the strong argument of the 21 Nasks as the origin of all Avesta scriptures, given by the prophet himself. In the presence of such a valid proof given by the Pahlavi Dinkard of there being 21 Nasks for the origin of all Avesta writings, it is no indiscrimination on the part of the community to believe on that ground that all the Avesta scriptures have originated from the prophet himself. Are at a loss to understand why the writer of Zoroastrian theology tries throughout to win his own point by taking advantage of the ignorance of the community about the original Avesta Aud Pahlavi writings. What ulterior blind doubt of the authorship of Avesta no scholarship? 323 motives have led him to speak of the poets, and composers, and later sages and other writers of the various Avesta scriptures. It has been admitted by some students very often that it is very difficult in the first instance to ascertain the exact period wherein the prophet Zoroaster himself lived. Speculative scholars have tried their best to determine the date of Zoroaster, but none have arrived at any satisfactory result. It is still more difficult to wean all the Avesta writings from the date of Zoroaster and to dream of some later dates differently to be given to them. In fact, if only one or two Gathas are allowed to remain to be of Zoroastrian origin, and if though other Gathas and the rest of the Avesta are stripped off their Zoroastrian stamp, the writer of Zoroastrian theology teaches thus that the Zoroastrian religion now no longer exists. Thus the writer, when he ascribes indiscriminately the Yashts, the Vudidad, the Ya9Na, etc., to various other original composers, does not make out that B is treading a very dangerous path and rushes in where angels fear to tread. In the absence of a systematic and consistent knowledge of the entire Zoroastrian law, it is very difficult for the intellect to grasp even the fragmentary Avesta texts of Vendidad, Visparad, Yana, and Yashts, all of which are so very abstruse and full of meanings unheard of till now. It is not good scholarship to doubt the authorship of the Avesta scriptures when the student is unable to follow consistently the inner meanings thereof. Hence to conclude it must be remembered that 1. The extant portions of Avesta scriptures form a very insignificant part of the entire 21 nasks given by Zoroaster. 2. Even these have never been properly elucidated in the right sense and spirit which the prophet Zoroaster wanted to convey. 3. The grammatical structures, style, and subject matter are different in each of the extant Avesta texts only because each has a different naskangia. 324, 9 Important points T6 Authorship of Avesta. 4. All the Avesta scriptures fall under Vispsrav and O Zarathustra he all the teachings of Zarathustra. 5. Avesta is no ordinary language and requires a knowledge of Stauda laws for its composition, and therefore the so-called later Avesta which display a profound knowledge of the Stauda laws could not have been composed by poets and other writers. 6. It is only a blind belief first invented by the scholars of the West, and then blindly followed by the students in India that only 1 or 2 Gathas could have been composed by Zoroaster and that the rest of the Avesta were invented by people of later times. 7. It is a very dangerous doctrine to teach the ignorant public that the holy ceremonials and other rules of Ashoy, etc., of daily observance, are mere exuberant outgrowths upon the simple religion of the Gathas. 8. It is quite an unwarranted statement to prophesy that all the other Avesta scriptures were written and taught by various other writers in the absence of any reasonable evidence in support thereof. 9. It is quite unscholarly on the part of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to have concurred in the opinion that whatever in the other Avesta is not capable of being traced the Gathas is not to be accepted as of Zoroastrian origin. Shall we then accept the speculative ideas of the writer of Zoroastrian theology as bearing the original stamp of genuine Zoroastrian spirit? 325 Chapter 9. The writer's ignorant ridicule of the observance of menses by women that Zoroastrianism is but another name of the aggregate laws of nature exhaustively in all its various departments, is an undoubted fact to those who try to understand what a vast amount of knowledge was covered by the 21 nasks given by the prophet. All the fundamental laws of nature, e.g. the laws of motion, vibration, sound, color, light, heat, magnetism, electricity working on the physical and ultraphysical states of existence, have been very wonderfully propounded by the greatest of the world prophets, Zoroaster. Zoroastrianism will ever shine out with the advance of modern science in all its spheres, and the truths respecting the laws of nature propounded in Zoroastrianism will be verified by everyday scientific inventions. The prophet has taught in the chapter on Kh and Stra laws of 81 main types of electricity working throughout in nature, of which the modern physical electricity generated by means of chemical apparatus is but one type. In the same way all above magnetism, human, animal, vegetable and mineral magnetism, the good and evil types of magnetism, helping and retarding the spiritual progress, is very beautifully propounded by Zoroaster. It is a misfortune that the community in India have not got in their possession the complete 21 nasks of Zoroaster, but we find even in the meager extant portions thereof some traces of all this vast knowledge of the laws of nature imparted by the prophet. Almost the whole of the Vendidad is based on the laws of magnetism, and the Yendidad forms one individual nask called Jabit Shid and D, or the anti-demoniac law. The Yendidad inculcates laws of daily observance in order to save oneself from the evil magnetic influences arising naturally in the course of living the physical life on earth. Zoroastrian has to observe these laws of purity taught by the prophet, and by means of such observance has to set right the moral order of the universe, transmuting constantly all the evil influences into good ones. 326 Laws of Hamistra Hazaosha, i.e. polarity duality. In order to explain clearly all the various activities going on in this world, the prophet has propounded two fundamental laws, the law of duality and the law of polarity, which are technically termed Anjatas Jaft. Just law of foot or polarity or law of opposites and contraries implies the working of two things or forces in opposition to each other and bringing a certain result. Juft, or law of duality or cooperation refers to the working of two things or forces in cooperation with each other and bringing its own result. Nothing under the sun is single or absolute except the unspeakable, the unknowable, the unthinkable one who is all absolute. Hence everything in the universe falls under the sway of the laws of both and one, Juz Juft, the laws of polarity and duality. These laws are repeatedly found in the Avesta, the law of Juz law being termed Hamistra and Amp, Lt. Or opposition, and the of Juft being termed Hazaosha, or cooperation. Both these fundamental laws of Hazaosha, and Hamist and Ra, of and contravention are at the root of all cooperation activities, physical, mental, moral, spiritual and economic. The effects resulting from the working of these two laws are classified in Pahlavi as Asari or beneficent forces and effects Asari or maleficent forces effects. The Asari Roshni or beneficent forces always help the spiritual progress and unfoldment onward, whereas the Asari T and Riki or maleficent effects retard the advancement of the soul and enhance the enfoldment of the soul into matter. The Angramenu Arman Avesta or Pahlavi or Gan and Kamino is the spirit presiding over Adaritarajsi and is the archdemon personified, for it leads a soul into the narrow path of enfoldment. The Manu Avesta Spenta Pahlavi or SPCN and Kamino the is arch-good spirit that presides over Asari Rashnasi and Amp, Lt, and it guides the soul onto the widening path of unfoldment. The rules of Zoroastrian law meant for creating the Asari Roshni or for siding with Spenta Manu are collectively termed Ashoy and the ways of life Kant ravening Ashoy 7 and producing the Asari Taraka, thus taking the Su onto the side of Angra Manu, are known by the Yuwami invisible function of the Tarakat Ibdj Ikurashan. 327 Druhit known Avesta and Ashoy is in as Asha Druhit is termed Aor Drukshir in the Avesta. Follower of Druj Zoroastrian law has always to fight Druj by means of the rows of Asha and thus help in the grand work of the unfoldment of his soul every moment of his life on Irfsh on account of the inherent law of Ilamist and Ra or Juz or law of opposites. The appearance of Druj is inevitable in every walk of life, but the Druj is to be annihilated or transmuted into Asari Roshna by the application of the rules of Asha. All the Avestana Shehi meant or path no tarikats or canons of Ashoy are for this invisible and spiritual transmutation of Asari Taraki into Asari Roshna by the practical observance of Zoroastrian rules of purity in daily life. As for instance, food is essential for the sustenance of the vital heat of physical life, but when food is taken into the mouth and the action of saliva and the process of mastication are going on, there is given rise to a number of subtle invisible microbes which collect round about the head of the man taking the food, and pollute the aura of the man. The production of microbes is a necessary evil result or Asari Taraki on account of the law of Harnestara or opposites when the process of eating takes place, and it is also necessary that food must be taken. Hence a remedy is prescribed by the prophet Zoroaster, the remedy which is based on the law of stauda or colors produced by vibrations of sound and on the laws of breath, and Zoroastrian bacteriology. The Zoroastrian mandate for Sayuri grace at the time of every meal is very effective in this respect. The Avesta words recited in the beginning produce a staudic wall round about the aura of the person, and he has to remain silent throughout the period of eating, thus the microbes that happen to come out of the mouth during the process of mastication cannot enter the aura on account of the Avesta manthric vibrationary wall, and being repelled by the wall the microbes fall down on the ground. The extra or electric force of Armati, the genius of earth, at once grabs these microbes and changes them into kvastric manure or electric sustenance it were, which increases the four forces of the earth termed in the 328 fulcrum of Kora in all the levers of Ashoi Tarikats. Avesta visparad growth, Payangha, or i.e. an amp, lt, 7asm, fastro, n and me and dina, or 9 ie increase, tf hayaya, or musavaravt, and muvaladaya ie formation, fratravishtra, or ie kernel bearing. Hence by means of the Tarakat I 5% 4-7v7 Islam, i.e. the canon of saying grace at meal, the Asari Taraka or Druhi, i.e. germs are prevented from destroying the unseen colors of the aura of the person, and are transmuted into the four magnetic forces of the soil, i.e. into Asari Ishna. Thus a follower of Zoroastrian rules of Ashoi always works as a co-worker in the law of economy of nature, transmuting the naturally arising evil forces into beneficent ones by the observance of the grand precepts of Zoroaster. Also by the observance of silence while eating, the germs are not allowed to come out of the mouth in very large numbers, and the breath is kept under proper control, which helps to preserve the vital magnetism of the person and thus strengthens the power of digestion. The principles of breath and of vital fluid are very much attended to in the Zoroastrian rules of holiness, for there is an inseparable constant mutual relation of mithra, or thought, mantra, or word vibration, kora, or aura, usht and na, or breath energy, and tl erv and n, or soul, etc. The prophet Zoroaster has not omitted a single item of all the various intricate forces and principles working in man, when he propounded the law of unfoldment of the soul. The physical body must be well cared for, the mental condition must be well attended to, the magnetic and vital principles must be fitly preserved in their purity and subtlety, for all these are helpmates in the grand URU goal of or spiritual unfoldment. In all the tarikats of Ashoi or rules of holiness in everyday life of a Zoroastrian, the prophet has taken the fulcrum of Pahlavi Kora, or Avesta, Karinang, and has based all this mandates on the pivot of a Kora. Zoroastrian can never progress in the path of unfoldment of soul, unless he pays practical attention to all the tarikats for the preservation of the between Tanu and Kora, Axe, meant on the one hand, and Kirpa purity of Kora, or physical teen or subtle magnetic counter-tenement on the other, and the urban or soul depends the efficacy of the Tarakat Bajai NT 329 for its unfoldment on the fitness and subtlety of Kirpa, which in its turn is acted upon by the subtle or gross nature Kora. Of it is the an amp, lt, or personal magnetism that helps a person to keep his mithra, or thoughts on the lines of a sarirashna, and the soul is derailed from the line of unfoldment if it ceases to observe the purity of Kora by means of all the Ashoi tarikats. Another instance of Ashoi tarikat may be noticed which relates to the Bajai Hajat, i.e. observance of silence at the time of the natural necessity of passing excretions from the body. Person has to recite certain words before entering a privy, and has to keep his mouth closed in the privy. He cannot pass the excreta, standing on his feet, and after coming out he has to recite further Avesta words and thereafter has to wash his hands and face, and untie and retie the sacred girdle. This canon of the Bajai Hajat is again meant for a preventive measure against the ill effects of the druid or microbes arising from the process of passing the excreta. These germs are not allowed to penetrate into the aura of the person on account of the wall made by the Avesta stiota or vibration colors. These microbes are on the contrary given in charge of the earth, where they are utilized by Castra the the as of soil for magnetic forces of the earth resulting therefrom. Thus this tariqat of observing silence and reciting a certain formula before and after the hajat or process of passing excretions helps one to preserve the Korah in its original best state of subtlety. It is necessary that excretions must be passed out, and it is natural by the law of Hamastera that germs and microbes must be produced during this process. But the prophet Zoroaster has given a preventive measure against the destruction of Korah in this way, for it is the Korah which is the main hinge of the grand work of spiritual unfoldment. A third instance of the transmutation of the Asari Taraki Druhit or Asari Roshni into or Ashoy is that of the observance of certain rules while paring nails and 330 canons of removing hair and nails in Vendidad XVN 5 and 7. Cropping the hair of the head. The hair and nails are also excretions of the body, and when they are separated from the life of the body, they become injurious putrefying objects full of worst currents of magnetism and microbes. Hence the use of the bull Sjo urine or as it is termed in the Avesta is recommended for application to nails and hair when they are to be removed from the body, and certain special Avestic formulae are to be recited which are taught in Vendidad 17.5 and 7.1 for the paring of nails and the other for cropping the hair. The hair and nails are not to be thrown about, but are to be buried underground, and after some time these also are transmuted into the four powers of the soil: growth, increase, formation, and kernel-bearing Gazia, Namia, Musavaria and Muvaladaya. In the same way the rules to be observed by males, at the time of seminal discharges, and by females during the period of menstrual discharge serve as a further instance of fighting the Asari Taraka by the help of the Asari Ishna. What we have to bear in mind throughout this chapter is, that the tarikats of Ashoy, or canons of holiness expounded in the Zoroastrian teachings, are based on the natural laws relating to unseen microbes as well as physical germs and the laws relating to magnetic purity, and, 2, that the unfoldment of the soul depends in the first place upon the observance of purity and subtlety of the physical body and its Korah or personal magnetism, and in the second place upon the fitness of the Kirpa to respond to higher vibrations constantly pouring from the spiritual planes of existence. We shall now refer to the passages in the extant Avesta text which in an Druj explicit order to is given by the prophet Zoroaster. All these references will enable the reader to make out the inner deep meaning of the term Asha which is the diametrically opposite of Druha in the Avesta. Shall take up references from the Gathas, Vendidad, Yashts, etc., separately, plus Uru necessitates protection of Irvan against Druvja. 331 Igathas. Kaid Ashrafi Drujem Diam Zasteo, N I Himmerdens Diethwa Heiden Verdish Senhaya, Famavidim Sheenam Dvoidrem Sug. 1 Aish Dvafshen Majd and She DNSTDNSCHD. Haxlv, 14. 0. Mazda, how shall I deliver Druj or the aggregate force of evil into both the hands of Asha or aggregate force of goodness, in order to annihilate the same by means of the mantra of thy words, in order to give a smart blow to the practitioners of Drudij, so that their delusion and fascinate nining fraud may cease to spread. We see here that the prophet wants to learn the tariqat or rule by which to transmute all sorts of druha into ashoy, and thus to annul the deluding and alluring fascination of the attractions of this world which are strengthened by the force of druha. Unless the soul is saved from the fangs of this serpentine druha, and unless it is protected by the stronghold of ashoy, it cannot be said to have been marching along the rails of the uru or unfoldment. Another exactly similar teaching is to be found in Gatpa 30. 8. 2. Echyadishtan kainajamadi enangm, at Mazda tabiakshathram vod manang voivodidi, 5 Ayabhyasasta hura yoi ashi dadan jasti jo drujara. Ha triple X, 8. And when the revenge of these jealous goes out, then Mazda intimates them of Kshathra through Valmanangha, and Ahura teaches those who deliver up Druj into both the hands of Asha. Here also the same idea of delivering Druj into the hands of Asha, or fighting all evil forces or Asaritarika by means of the good ones or Asarikoshna is illustrated, and it is further declared that spiritual knowledge comes to those alchemists who have already vanquished Druj out of themselves by means of 332 Urbanic * powers resulting from the practice of Ashoy, Hai, Yud Ashem Zavim Anghen Majdiska Ahurdong Ho, Ashik Dramati Vahisht Ishist. Manangd. Mabik Kshatramaya Hangbat Yehide Verdvanam Drujem. Ha 31, 4. When Mazda and the Lords are propitiated with Ashoy, I desire to have for me Ashi or piety, Armati or gentle perfection of mind and the best mind with vigorous power by means of which we must smite the Druj. When a soul puts all the rules of Ashoy into practice, the natural result is the attainment of Ashi and Armati or perfect wisdom, and these are accompanied by that right will power which alone can vanquish the collective force of evil, i.e., the Druj. In this paragraph also we notice that the desire to overcome Druj should be the ideal aim of all aspiring souls, and the spiritual development resulting in the qualifications of Ashi power, Armati power, Vohumanangha power, and Kshatraviryapoivar can be achieved only by a perfect sway over Druj by means of Asha. 4. Fardonghain Srabang Vahisht Shiothn Meritno, Ayabia Majdo Ahamra at Yoajish Moranklen Ervd Ksharuktijidam, Y and Ishurimd Asht Varat Karapak Shathrimd Ishindm Drujem. Ha 32, 12. Ahura Mazda has declared those to be evil persons who by their advice deviate men from best evis of life, who kill the life of the animal with happy ejaculations, on account of whom the corrupt or one deaf to spiritual progress who is of a grasping nature turns away from Asha with desire for the Druj hour. This paragraph informs us that those teachers who make others deviate from the path of Ashoy or holiness, and make them incline towards Druj or unseen E/2 force in its various capacities, which ultimately leads the soul onto the side of Asaritarika, are branded as evil even by Ahura Mazda. V. Tat Thwa, Parist Kresh Moy Veokta Ahura, Katha Drujem Nish Amat D Nishencht Mateng Davd Yoi Ashrusht Wash Parendong Ho, Noita Shahid Adavyinti Hashemna, D Vang, and Udollar Kate Nair Manang Ho. Ha 44, renovation implies ultimate triumph of Asha. Over 333. Druj. 44 Ahuras speak unto me the truth for what one question unto Tikek. How are we to dispel Druj from this entirely, along with those who are full of discountenances, who are dupes but not followers of Ashoy, why who do not love the dissertations O good mind? Those who do not pay attention to religious teachings and even those who do not practice Ashoy are looked upon as professors of Druha, and a desire is entertained in this paragraph to remove this Druha in order to effect a spiritual transmutation of the wicked followers of Druha. The idea contained in the Gatha Ha 44, 13 and 14 is generally the same, that of removing or repelling Druha in order to re-establish the jurisdiction of order divine or Asha. Ad ziavd drujo avu bavadi skendo spayakrahide, at asisht yayent hushitoit vanilla ushmanani ho, majdo ashukich yoazazanti vang dusravahi. Ha 3010. Power the of destructive Druha becomes shattered when those who are born in good glory attune themselves immediately with the good abode of Vohumanangha, Mazda, and Asha. Here we notice the ultimate triumph of good over evil. Druha at last becomes vanquished when the soul with its powers unfolded enters the ecstatic beatitude of the highest heaven. This is the grand achievement to be performed by every soul on whatever plane of existence, smiting the Druha and transmuting the same into Asha everywhere and at all times. Individual or aggregate renovation consists only in this triumph of Asha over Druha, and constant application of oneself in this great fight as a volunteer of Ashoy or Pantamenu. 7. Jait Shathrayash Yojan Karapano Kabayist, Akish Chiothndishahum Merengiadi D Mashim, Yankee Erb Kek Krodat de Enfi, Hayat Abi Gemanya Thro Chinvalo Pertush, Yavoy Vispti Drujodum Ne Asteo. 334 A life of Druid leads to reincarnation on this earth. Karups the or the deaf to spiritual knowledge and the Kavis or the blind to religion's precepts unite together in order to ruin the human voice of conscience by means of deeds of evil authority, who have materialized their own soul and conscience. These when they arrive at the Chinvat bridge take up their existence for all time in the abode of Druha. The spiritual wrecks or those who have willingly gone astray from the path of conscience and unfoldment of the soul, who have lived a life of Druhit and thus suppressed the development of Ahu or right conscience, have to be incarnated in this world which is the permanent abode of Druha. This paragraph teaches us that such souls as are unable to cross the Chinvad bridge on account of their Druha life after their death, have to be reincarnated on this earth which is really a hell or abode of Druhit. 8. Yzi Adish Ashadrujem Venhiji, lit / at Dean Sashut Yd David Frogt, Amirat Didi Devayasham Ashidish Shah, at Toy Savdish Vamem Vakshat Ahura. // One vanquishes Druha by means of Ashoy and wreaked charity deeds at the time when what is termed deception by the devilish people is known to be tg immortal bliss, then at that time, Ahura, thy propitiation will increase along with its beneficent results. The same central idea of vanquishing Druha by means of Ashoy and deeds of Asarayashna is reiterated here. As long as immortal bliss is termed illusion by devil-like people, Druha will prevail, but as soon as the immortality of the soul and its bliss in Garotman is cognized by a person, he turns over a new leaf in his life and begins a life of fight with Druha by means of Ashoy Tarakat or canons of holiness taught by the Prophet. 9. Echt amdi varandi majnidum, Hashem suidadai tjaka eshdi rod sheang he druk share, td vang hush ser izad manang ho, and ter vispan dregvito hakameng and ter mru 3. Druhi results in spiritual destruction of all 335. Mazda then for the sake of this benefit-giving law Ashoy has been fixed, and Druj has been fixed as the law of destruction. In order that I may long for the leadership of good mind I denounce all the friends of the evict ones. The two poles Tarikt and Roshni are rules respectively for two potentates Druhit and Ashoy. For the sake of the benefit of spiritual unfoldment Zoroaster has declared Ashoy to be the guiding rule, for Druhit is meant for annihilating spiritual progress. Hence it is seen from this that the cardinal teaching of Zoroastrianism for the sake of unfoldment of the soul is the duty of overpowering the Druhit every moment by means of the observance of the principles of Ashoy. Similar idea is found in Gatha 51:9 where it is stated that R and Shane Dravantum Saveo Ashavanum i.e., the wicked is for destruction, the Holy One is for the benefit. And this implies that Dregvant or practitioner of Druha brings spiritual destruction unto himself and others, whereas a shavan or professor of Ashoy does good to his own soul as well as to the souls of others. X. At ya mdn and merik shat enyuth ahm and t Mazda, havod moish drujo hunath, t deedsto yoi henti, maybe zebeta shem vang huya ashi gat te. Ha 51:10. Mazda, he who destroys my law in any other way than this, he is the malformation of the creation of Druj, and such are ill-informed. As for me I aspire after Ashoy, may it come in good blissful reward from thee. Those who go against the law of holiness, as taught by Zarathustra are regarded as malformations and parents of Druha and are always on the side of the ill-formed Angra Mainyu. A genuine follower of Zarathustra aspires only after Ashoy in order to enable himself to fight the Druj successfully for the sake of spiritual unfoldment. 336 And Druha full soul reincarnated according to Gathas 46, 49 51, 11, At Dush Kshathrang, Dush Shiothninj T Does Vachang Ho, Does Danang Dush Manang Ho, Dregvalo and Amp, GT. Akdish J Sharathish Pati Irvno Patyinti, Drujodumni Hathya Anghen Asteo Ha 49, 11. The souls with abuse of power and evil deeds and of evil word, with evil consciences and of wicked evil mind are visitedly bad auras and have their existence indeed in the abode of Druha. The same idea of reincarnation of souls on this earth which is regarded as the abode of Druha is found in Gatha 49, 11 as in Gatha 46, 11. The souls not observing canons of Ashoy during their short sojourn in this world and following the innumerable lines of Druhi resulting in evil thought, evil word, evil deed, evil power, evil conscience, and bad magnetic aura, are by the natural law of attraction of thought vibration, attracted spontaneously towards the earth which is the abode of Druha or place of the origin of Druha. Similar idea is found also in Gatha 51:14. 12. Noit dolbiask karapano vdstrdt aram, gavoidroisht sendiktist shioindist sengheisht, teish sengho ape memdrujo demand addt. Ha 51:14. An amp, lt, the raripans i.e., those deaf to religious teachings do not propagate by means of their deeds and precepts, the friendship of Ikorthi gifts and the humble working for the cow, spirituality, in perfection. The end of these precepts is fixed in the abode of Druha. The phrase Drujodaman or abode of Druha as opposed to Garonman or the abode of song celestial, occurs in three different sections of Gatha, 46, 11, 49, 11, and 51, 14. Druha or aggregate visible and invisible magnetic influences which gravitate the soul towards enfoldment and materialism, is peculiar to this world of physical dense matter, where the soul descends with its physical tabernacle. The object of the soul's existence here is to cognize this Druha, and it is the duty of the destructive influence of Drujl Nosu. 337 The not be soul to live in world, to of the world. If the soul follows a trend of life which is full of Druj influences, it is kept attracted to this earth by a spontaneous law of attraction, and hence it has to be reborn in this world. Follower of the law of Zoroaster has to achieve the spiritual unfoldment as fast best as he can, and hence in order to avoid reincarnation he is always ordered by religious mandates to observe Ashoy and cancel Druhi, and to transmute the Asarai Taraki every moment of his life into Asarai Roshni by living a life in strict accordance with Ashoy. 2 Vendidad. I. Aatl and Amp, Lt. Yzashidbard Evo Yat Iristem Upai, Ane Sushreth Naong Hanat Hacha, Shushmanat Hacha, Hizumat Hacha, Padish Karayanadh Frabokshat Hacha Frashtamakat Hacha, Extam Padistru Yishadrukcharia Ne Sush Upa Nseti. Fargard 3, 14. If verily the dead body is carried by a single person, the nasu or destructive magnetism pollutes him through the nose, the eye, the mouth, through the holes of sexual organs, and in this way the druj of nasu rushes over him. In this section the function of druj I nasu is described. This contamination of nasu or bad magnetism issuing from any disintegrating body or substance pollutes the living persons under many circumstances, and one of these is the occasion of carrying singly a dead body. The law of units and tens is very minutely considered in the Zoroastrian religion, and hence however small the dead body may be, it is strictly enjoined that at least 2 persons in magnetic connection by means of a piece of cotton tape or handkerchief should carry a dead body or touch the same. The Druj nasu also harasses those who partake of flesh food. When life departs from any animal, the atoms and molecules of the dead body begin to disintegrate, producing a very injurious magnetic force termed Druj nasu in the seclusion of menstruous women according to Vendidad. Avesta. Persons constantly polluted by this Druj cannot be said to lead a life of ashoy or purity, and hence it is incumbent on all followers of Zoroastrianism to avoid the ill effects of this Druj nasu. The whole of the 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th Fargards is teeming with the description of Druj nasu. 2. Yat awi man yat Mazdayasna washnarika dokhtavati any hat, yat vd skendo ap jado pishtro, ap irato yatush. Actada ia he as sterisha orzisha ham varanaont vispem d amat yat ham shazasto frine visbarad. End quote, Fargard 5, 59. When in the house of a Mazdayapian a woman becomes menstruated, her ivy orc becomes broken and mutilated, and she must occupy a secluded spot. She may put on and utilize her own clothes and cushions until the time when she is able to clean her hands for 9 prayer work. In this paragraph is given the mandate for the seclusion of menstruous women. The drujibg or bad magnetic force issuing from the body of menstruous women should be always guarded against, and the order for eremd or seclusion of such women is based on the higher laws of personal magnetism. Her bed and clothes are to be kept separate and these cannot be used by her or anybody else under ordinary circumstances. A detailed account of the way of keeping a menstruous woman apart from others is given in Fargard 16 which we shall see later on. Hi, I am for eat vacha yoihenti angra mainyush snathem, I am eat vacha yoihenti ishma kravim drash snathem, I am eat vacha yoihenti mazinyanam divinam snathem, I am eat vacha yoihenti vispinam divinam snathem. I am eat vacha yoelienti avang how drajo avang how nasavo hamistrem yo hacha irista upaj vantum upad vanzate. End quote, J. Fargard 10, 16, 17. These words are meant for a weapon against Angra Mainyu, against Ishma of cruel spirit against the creators of Mazayani Druhit, and against all devas or producers of all kinds of Druhit. These words are also meant an weapon against the Druji Nasu that rushes from the dead onto the living. End quote. Vendidat enjoins magnetic purity against Druhit. 339. Here we are taught the law of the efficacy of Avesta mantra based on the rals of styoda or vibration colors. Remembering that all sorts of Druhit are but various forms of evil magnetic influences with varied intensities, we can easily understand why the charm or mantric effect of Avesta recital is looked upon as the best weapon against the attacks of all kinds of Druhis. Angra Mainyu is the archfiend, the leader of all those who create Druhit in any form and who are therefore termed devas. Isham is the archdruhit, the parent of all the species of Druhit, e.g., Hashi, Gashi, Sarai, Buji, Nasu, Pazish, etc. The Mzani or thought-destroying magnetic influence is produced by the evil currents emanating from the detached hair and nail, which are termed Druhit I hair or hair. Those who influenced by means of the use of hair and nail in black magic, the thought energy of other people in order to harass them were therefore Tate Manzayanidava or devilish people who employed this thought-destroying Druhit obtained from detached hair and nail. The Nasu is the evil magnetism issuing from a dead disintegrating animal body, and the Vendidat enjoins strict order of remaining far from this Druji Nasu, and this order is quite in keeping with the modern principle of science, of avoiding all bacteria and microbes or of destroying them. In the Zoroastrian science of Druhit, it is taught that there are innumerable bacteria and microbes termed Hariri, which are unseen and beyond the power of any microscope. The bacteria which give rise to any kind of Druhit are microbes or incubi of magnetism which are produced from ultraphysical matter. Thus we learn why so much importance is given to magnetic purity in the Vendidat in special and in all other Avesta scriptures, for without magnetic purity, the aura, Kora, cannot be maintained in its required high level of efficiency, and in the absence of efficient and holy halo of the aura, the Kirpa or invisible subtle body in the human constitution cannot accelerate the response capacity of the soul. Magnetic purity is the mainspring of spiritual unfoldment, and hence we are taught in the Gatha 48, 5 and Vendidat v. 21 that the maintenance of purity is the best thing for mankind from the very birth. Asterisk 340 Albanensi causes of Janibik Isham in Vendidat 4, Srasho Ashia Druhim of Krezat, Apayuk Padi Vajd, Drukshir Akadra Avrazik, Turn Zi Eva Vispahang Hushist Vito Anawi Y and Stohinahi. Fargard 18, 30. MACE 0. Holy Srosh inquired of Druge with the wielding of the thou lusterless inactive Druj, thou indeed art the only one in the entire material world who conceivest without contact. End quote. This paragraph informs us that Srosh is the opponent of the aggregate Druj named Isham. Those who live a life of strict ashoy or holiness increase the rate of response of their soul to the higher planes, i.e. they attune themselves with Srosh, the greatest of angelic forces. Those who live a life devoid of holiness, a life of Druhi, side themselves vrith the greatest Druj of Isham, which is the center of all species of Druhi. Druhi is always lusterless and destroyer of Koret or aura, and is the personification of spiritual inertia and enfoldment. This generic Druj of Isham multiplies itself inordinately, and the hariri or microbes constituting this Druhi assume various forms of species of Druhi, wz nasu, hashi, gashi, seni, hair, pazish, etc., etc. The extent of inner scientific rules of nature inculcated in the Zoroastrian scriptures can be intelligible to those who care to see and understand it. Various occasions on which the Druid Isham becomes pregnant, as it were, are then described in the same Fargard, viz., when one makes water on feet and without the saying of Baj prescribed for the removal of excreta, 40. When one emits semen in sleep on his own thighs in sleep, i.e. in nocturnal discharge, when one avoids the instant bath and recital A of certain Vesta words immediately after waking in such a condition, 46. When a young man of the age of 15 takes to adultery and inordinate sexual intercourse with strange women, 54. All these teachings in the Vendidad make clear to us the meaning of DN, G as taught in the Zoroastrian scriptures, and the importance of strict magnetic purity enjoined on the followers of Zoroastrianism. Mzani 5 Varani Druhi annulled by Mantra of Holiness 341 / Yashts, I, Imau and quote, Vis and Anstacha name Nishparsh Taska Peri Vitiraskaviskt, Peri Manyayati Druhat Varanyaya Dravant Yat Sitsa Yashatchakayat and T Vispomarke and Acha Peri Dravadat Yat Angrat Manyayat, Mane and Ahayatha Hazangrem Naram Oyam Naram Iwiak Shayoit. End quote, Hormuzd Yash 19. Just end quote, as 1,000 men can hold against one man, in the same way these names serve as precept, defense, and support against the invisible Druj, the wicked destroyer belonging to Varani Druhi, against any wicked person full of plague and belonging to Angra Mainyu. End quote. The charming vibration color effect of the names of Ahura Mazda is sufficient to avert the ill effects of any species of Druha or evil magnetism trying to attack a holy person from outside. One more Druhiv is. The Varani Druhi is spoken of here, and very often in the Avesta the Varani and Manzani Druhi AC company each other. Both are species of evil magnetism employed by practitioners of black magic. Just as Manzani is instrumental in killing the healthy thought energy of the good people, the Varani is itself an accumulation of very hideous bad thoughts of magicians which work like actual spears in the world of thought atmosphere. The Druid itself is always invisible to the naked eye, and only the persons or things instrumental in producing any species of Druid are always palpably visible. 2. Ashava and quote, Vanat Druhim, Ashava Vanat Dravantam. Hormuzd Yash 28. The practitioner of Ashoy vanquishes Druhi, the practitioner of Ashoy vanquishes the two Irodusar of Dranjit. End quote. This is the most elementary and at the same time the most essential rule of practice of Zoroastrianism. For the sake of spiritual unfoldment, Druhi must be annihilated or transmuted into Ashoy, and this can be achieved only by a person professing 342 fight between Ashoy and Duji, offensive and defensive. A strict practice of Ashoy as taught in the Zoroastrian religion. Such a professor of Ashoy and vanquisher of Druhi has the power of producing the genuine efficacy of Avesta mantra, by means of which he is able to overpower the magical operations of any practitioner of Druhi who is termed end quote, Dravant end quote, or one who runs away or deviates from the path of Ashoy. Hi, et yatuzi I Zarathustra vanat devo mashiakonm and nahabi and despidama Zarathustrad, vispadruk share janfi it. Vispadruk share nnsh and it ayathahanayati acs memvach nm end quote, Hoftan Yasht, supersection. Charm end quote, the Yadi Zi Zarathustra vanquishes devilish people. Spitama Zarathustra, who is he verily who when he chants these words smites all druj and annihilates all druj from the abode. End quote. In the fight between Ashoy and Druid taught in the Zoroastrian scriptures, a dual function is to be borne in mind. There are two aspects of the fight, the offensive and the defensive. Person has to practice Ashoy and thus vanquish all species of Druid or transmute any sort of Druid into a Zoroastrian, and besides this offensive operation, he has to constantly defend himself by the practice of Avesta mantric charms against the attacks of any druj coming from the surrounding atmosphere. Druid in toto can be best overpowered and destroyed by a holy person who is proficient in the practice of Avesta incantation, and this is taught in the most powerful word charm above quoted, for, and quote, Garo nm and nem nursia asti ash and vaio, Nichish dravatam iani tu iadish garo nm and nem, ravohu ash, and yaanam chithram ahuram mazdam. End quote, ardibish dyasht 4. End quote, the highest heaven oro nmdn is the goal for holy men, none of the orpmermamerst of Dikkan and wd two words, tw, number, and amp, lt. In ti mitro I asterisk a Zoroastrian mustunti be driven, i.e. practitioner of Druid 343. The ultimate goal of all souls after their unfoldment is the permanent peace in the Garo Enranana, i.e. the house of eternal Stauda or music celestial, where Ahura Mazda himself dwells as the source of all joy. This ecstasy can be attained only by the holy ones, for spiritual unfoldment is possible only with the professors of strict Ashoy, and no practitioner of Druid can go to this ultimate goal in the absence of unfoldment restrained on account of the gross vibrations of Druid. This paragraph tells us in a nutshell why Ashoy is essential and why a follower of Zoroastrianism should not put himself in the class of Druvant or practitioner of slightest druj. V. End quote, Apa Nasiat Drukshare, Dvard Drukshare, Vanasit, Md Apak Drapia Nasia Nkranchanish Gaktheo Astavadisha Shehi. End quote, Ardibish Kyos 17. May druj. End quote, le vanquished. May druj perish. May drvj run away. May druj le annihilated. Perish thou far towards the northern direction, so that all the physical departments of Ashoy may not undergo destruction. End quote. This is the imprecation cast by a practitioner of Ashoy on druj, so that by the vibration effect of these words he keeps himself guarded against all attacks of Druid atmosphere. It is similar in sense to the charm contained in the Mazda Kern Na. End quote, 7 prayer recited by a Zoroastrian every time of his untying the sacred girdle. This charm is as under, end quote, Patanoti Vishyanlat Peri, Mazdayasna Armadisha Spniaska. Nask Devi Druk Share. Nastevo Chithra. Nastevo Frakarst. Nastevo Fradate. Ca Druk Bshnes. Apa Druk Share Dvara. A Druk Share Vanes. Ma Apak Drapia Nasia he. Marenka Enish, Jaktheo Astavadisha Shehi. End quote, Mazdagi and Esuda Armadi, complete protection against asterisk and amp, lt, and amp, gt, asterisk affliction. Penslo asterisk thou devil druj. Perish toi the seed of devil. Perish thou soibeen of the devil. Perish thou of devil formation. Be annihilated druj. Run away druj. Be null and void druj. Perish thou in the northerly quarter so that the physical departments of Ashoy may not undergo destruction. 344 Destruction of some species of Dvija by name of Kordad. Learn. End quote, we from such paragraphs of very deep underlying import how much importance is attached in the Zoroastrian scriptures to the total destruction of druj or unseen evil magnetic influence which hinders the progress or unfoldment of the soul. Ashoy is the only path for unfoldment, and a Zoroastrian must lead all his energy under the banner of Ashoy against any species of Druid, defying the druj as in the extant very few Avestic scriptures. Ivi, end quote, to Isliam divinum liazangre hazangro padish, bakver, and ibivano, and nkhsht and ngshtia padish, and mini amishan and m spenton and m orvat and to z baoit, nasum janat, Hashi Janat, Gashi Janat, Seni Janat, Buji Janat. Kordad Yash 2. Julio invokes the name of Cord and D out of Ameshaspens in order to loithstand the thousandfold, 10,000-fold, and immeasurable opposition of these div, smites the Druj of Nasu, Hashi, Gashi, Seni, and Buji. This paragraph clearly points out the vibration efficacy of Avesta mantra, and that too of the repetition of the name of one Ameshaspend viz, of Kordad. Such a repetition results in the destruction of all evil influences coming from various species of Druid enumerated above, viz. Dead matter, Nasu, ignominious illicit intercourse and sodomy etc., Hashi, Gashi, destructive thought energy, Seni, and seminal and menstrual discharges, Buji. Zoroastrian must not produce any kind of Druid himself and has to protect his own aura from the attacks of such Druid produced by other base persons wallowing in the mire of abject depravity. Point 7. KNGITHWM Shadinajam Chahathia INNM Hentim, HWM Chit Apyaknan Hentim, Ibn Chit Vzirathwansam, LN Chithwm Shadrujm Shah Avrimyopstayib Ho Jandni, Tiku, and Shadrujm Shalansni, Thursday and Msha Drujm Shanini, Tifavaka Drujem Shanisbarum Drujm Shah. Cord D Yasht 5. Conquest over all Druid badge of Azokostkin. 345 /smite thce out of the area places any species of druj of the essence of open proceeding, of the essence of concealed proceeding, any species of polluting druj. I bind thee druj, and I expel and annihilate thee druj. There can be no stronger words against the ill effects of Druha than those in the Kordad Yasht quoted above. This is as it were a stock formula which must be repeated by every Zoroastrian in order to remember the goal of his birth on this earth, viz., the spiritual unfoldment by means of constant successful fight with any species of druj whatever. The words in the above formula are forcible enough, producing their best vibration ** effect against any evil magnetic influence issuing from any practitioner of Druid. Conquest over Druid should be a qualification of every Zoroastrian and especially of the priest. Hence in 9 of the same Yasht it is said that the one qualified to learn the mysteries of Vesta Mantra must be good of conscience, holy, overpowering, and the vanquisher of all Druid 3 Toto. Yohudno, Asheva, Orvo, Vispodrujem Ramayahi unless a Zoroastrian has become il Vispodrujem R and Mayahi *, he cannot be termed Druid proof, and therefore he cannot be said to have fulfilled the goal of spiritual unfoldment required of him from his very existence. Kordad Yash 9 thus teaches us that we have to be Asheva * or practical professors of Ashoy and at the same time Vispodrujem Ramaya fet subjugators of entire species of Druid, Tyin, Srasho Askyo Dragunthradotima, Hoverkthraja Drujern Jaknishto, Naashava Afravachistmo, Hoverethra Verkthravastima, Nidnthrospto Manyavim Drujem Nishbarishto Srash Yasht Hadak 3. Holy Srash is the greatest nourisher of a poor person, he is the most man-victorious smiter of druj, the holy is the best blessing * giver, he is the most successful in success, Manthraspta is the best explorer of unseen Druha 346 Ashoy Phi Srash Visas Druid and Ishma. The section teaches the cardinal doctrine of Zoroastrianism viz., that Srash the angel, and the charm of Manthraspenta can vanquish Druha successfully. Ashoy or holiness leads to the attunement of the holy person with Srasha, and the holy person with the power of Srasha attuned and with the power of aura charged with the best manthric vibrations within itself, is therefore successful in causing total annihilation of druj. Ashoy and Druid are the two opposite poles, as are Srasha and Ishma. Ashoy raises a man to the high level of Srasha, and Druid tumbles him down into the bottomless abyss of Ishma. Srash is the culminating point of spiritual unfoldment by means of the practice of Ashoy, Ishma is the narrowest point of enfoldment of the soul on account of the recurring folds of all species of Druid. Here again the law of polarity, juz, is very clearly defined in the two opposites Srasha and Ishma Ashoy and Druhit. 9. Yo venano kayata he, yo venano kadidyesi yo jantadabe o drujo, ashaya hang ho ahum marenko yo visplash yan chakshaf naska yuavyadi rname jasna ibia hada de viabia. Srash yasht hadak 10, 12, asterisk who is the smiter of the sinner, who is the smiter of those belonging to sinners, who smites the intensely powerful Ahu destroying devil Druj who continues fighting all day and all night long with the wicked ones who practice and Anzani Druhit. Yo Akshdish Shah Urvadisha Drujo Spagio. Srash Yasht Hadak 14. Who watches against the Druj one in peace and friendship with him. Yem dathata Ahura Mazda and Oashava Ishma Kravidrash Hama Estdrem. Srash Yasht Hadak 15. Whom Holy Hormuzd created as the opponent of Ishma of cruel spear. These three sections again repeat the same cardinal doctrine explained above, and hence it is the duty of a Zoroastrian to avoid all species of Druhit, if he at all has in mind the ultimate attunement with Srasha Yajning of Mazdayasnians. 347 Goal of spiritual unfoldment through attunement with Srasha by means of strict piety and Ashoy Tariqat as preached in the Zoroastrian scriptures. It is on account of the need of spiritual unfoldment through attunement with Srash that in Srash Yasht the major 13 it is expressly enjoined on all Mazdayasnians to yearn for attunement with holy Srasha Padashada, Mazdayasna Srashehi Ashihi Yaknam. Even the extant meager fraction of Avesta scriptures is too much for those who really care to understand the inner signification thereof. In yem thwnm turim y and nem halmajadid yemi duraosha, yathaisho amaveotham fedo, frochtains emapadi tbisho torv no drujemvano. Hornyash the major 20. From / beseech thee death removing halma this fourth boon viz, that I may move about on the my earth, Lord of will, courageous, satisfied, removing all worries, as a vanquisher of Druha. Here again Halma who leads the soul onto the spiritual path of unfoldment is besought to grant the boon of vanquishing Druha, for we have already learned from the same Hornyasht Mana Halma Aat that the of with joy leads to Ashoy, Ho yo ho anahi madho asha. Hashate Ervasmana. Hence we learn that all the tarikats of Ashoy lead to the annihilation of Druha, and hence Ashoy is the only line of living a purely Zoroastrian life for the sake of Urvatam Urunam i.e. the unfoldment of the soul. 11. Merenkate Visp and M Dangham Mario mi Aerodruk Share. Mayeryash 2. The damned practitioner of Mithra Druhi destroys the entire region. Razishtam Pant and M Dad and Iti Tarsh Mazdao Ahura He Yoimithrem Noit Ash and Anam and Amp, Lt. Mindruzinti, Vanghuish Sertio Spent and O Fravisheo Dad and Itiasn and M Frazintum Yoimithrem Noit Iwi Druzinti. Mayeryash 3. The fire of Ahura Mazda gives the most righteous path to those who do not commit the Mithra Druhit, the good, brave, beneficent Ashim Mfravishis give issue of innate wisdom to those who do not commit the Mithra Druhit. 348 Destruction Kesselting Feom Mithra Druhit. Ahm and I Num and I us jas and iti me through granto upat vishto, yamshi I na man and m mithro druk share, nadamanyad pdp and it4. Mayeryash 19. Wherever there exists the practitioner of Mithra Druha there comes Tip the angel Mayer vexed and grieved, and does not give unseen protection. Turn. Anna Mithra Druham Mashi and N and M Aviki Pathiaos Tanvo Thwy and M Ava Barahi, Apaish and M Eles Vaeaho Turn Grantok Sadno Barahi, AP, Teep Day and Ozavare, Apa Shashman and Osukam, Apa Jase and Osram, Mayeryash 23. Also Toit bringest terror onto the bodies of the men themselves who commit the Mithra Druhit, thou takest away, vexed and ruling, the strength of both their sides, the power of both their feet, the luster of both their eyes, the audible power of both their ears Para kamered and o spaiatai mithrodruham mashudm, para kamered and o vasite mithrodruham mashi and m Mayr 37. Mayr separates the heads of men committing mithradruhit, he removes the heads of men who commit mithradruhit Yoi Porvarithram druzinti, Avayasham shapatho pronto yem isenti en mithrodrajo hathim ashava geniska dravanto Mayr 45. And, the friends of Mayr, are the protectors of the paths desired by the actual committer of mithradruhit, out of those wicked smiters of pious persons who have first committed mithradruhit Yamai Swar mithrodrujo api vithashi jata porva mashi and k and ungho Mayr 80. In whose jurisdiction are there witnessed many men in abject condition who have committed mithradruhit even privately Kadno for our vsa and iti ashehi padi pant and drujo vis mendazem and Mayr 85. When will he take us back onto the path of Aslioi, out of the deviated routine of Druhit? Emphasis on truthfulness in Iranian primary education. 349. These are a few of the references from the longest Mayr-Wiyash to Mithradruhit. Have learnt the meaning of the term Druha the opposite of Asha and Druha implies the most obnoxious evil magnetic influence produced by any the slightest breach of the laws of Asha. Means Druha literally deviation or running away run to equals away. Dru equals like all other various species of Druhit Mithradruhit also hinders the path of spiritual unfoldment. Truth-speaking is the first step in the edifice of the Ashoi mandate of Zoroastrianism. Since righty, and respect to one's own developed conscience and right-speaking parallelism of the thought, the tongue, and the heart is the most essential rule of Ashoi. Falsehood and breach of promise result in Druhit termed Mithradruhit, which like all other Druhit preys upon the aura of the person committing Mithradruhit. Truth-speaking leads to the development of certain desirable spirit centers termed chakra in the Avesta, which ultimately lead to the unfoldment of Dana Con and knowledge science or FC and Amp, LT, Ahu of what is in nature or eight intuition. Mithradruhi resulting from falsehood and breach of promise and insincerity, checks the development of such chakra and as a result the soul is drawn more and more towards enfoldment on account of the sect of Druhit. In the references given above there are to be found advantages to those who do not commit Mithradruhit, and the disadvantages to those who commit *. Karinangha or aura, Ushtand or vital life energy, Mithra or thought energy, and Mantra or word energy are all interrelated and mutually affect one another on account of the subtle working of Stauda or vibration color in each ot these. Hence in order to preserve the main pivot of spiritual unfoldment the fulcrum of Karinangha or aura a Zoroastrian has to learn from his very childhood total abstinence from Mithradruhit, and has to be truthful in all dealings at any risk. Horsemanship, archery, and truthfulness were the three elementary points of the primary education of an Iranian Zoroastrian, and truthfulness saves the man from falling into any other kind of Druhit. Thus we are able to get some idea of the term Druha as explained in the Zoroastrian scriptures. 350 Druhit Ibuji and sins of sexual causes. We shall now take up the subject of menstruation which falls within this chapter. The Druhit Ibuji mentioned in the Kordad Yasht results if proper precaution is not taken at the period of menstrual discharge of a woman, hence all sins of sexual intercourse e.g. Ja Marza, or sin of adultery with a prostitute, dashed and N Marzi, or sin of intercourse with a menstruous woman, C. Kunmavza, or sodomy, AV and Run Martzis Linai, or improper sexual excesses, Shoithragun and H, or masturbation or onanism, Raspi and, Rospibarji, or all kinds of illicit inter-women, course with other and for Kavapati Gavavanadai and or all kinds of sodomy. All these enumerated in the Pasend Padat or expiatory prayer of Dast Ura and Dastura Darbad Marspan fall under Druhit Ibuji. A right knowledge of Druhit Ibuji and of the ill effects thereof will save the boys of the age of puberty from the fangs of masturbation, will prevent the young ladies from impairing their private organs during the period of menses, and will stop infant mortality and miscarriage etc. by teaching restraint of sexual excesses to the married couple. Cohabiting after some time 15 of the conception of a child is according to Vendidad 8, regarded as an act of Druhit Ibuji. Thus a genuine knowledge of all the rules of Ashoy taught in the Zoroastrian religion puts a stop to many social evils arising out of loose morality which can be controlled only by imparting original knowledge of Ashoy and Druhit. The mandate for seclusion of menstruated women is based on the Zoroastrian precaution against Druhit Ibuji. The word Dalchtavati in the Avesta literally means having some mark or indication, and hence the word came to mean menstruous. When a young girl comes to the age of puberty, this monthly discharge is natural as the seminal discharges in males. During this period the physical body of the woman has extraordinary sham heat, and the evil magnetism flowing from her at this time is sufficient to annul the power of magnetic era of a pious man within a certain distance of her. The magnetic flow from a Bull's fob the seclusion of menstruous women. 351 Menstruous woman deadens the essential energy of seeds placed before her, and renders them sterile. This fact is expressly stated by Pliny thus, on the approach of a woman in the state of menstruation, seeds which are touched by her become sterile, grafts wither away, garden plants are withered up. In the same way the germs spread in the surrounding atmosphere by the extraordinary evil magnetic condition of a menstruous woman when taken into the breath of healthy persons, cause the weakness of mind by a dispersion of their thought power and various diseases also. Such a woman cannot repeat the Avesta mantra and is not allowed even to hear anybody else reciting the mantra, for the magnetic current issuing from her body is sufficient to nullify the stoic effect of Avasvka vibrations. She has to cleanse her hands and feet and face only with the bull's urine, avjomaza, and during the period of menstruous seclusion she cannot touch water for external application. The magnetic current in the bull's urine is powerful in overpowering the microbes in the aura of the menstruous woman, and the kshayato in the water multiplies these microbes if water is applied for wash to her physical body. She has to take her food in a lead or iron utensil, and all these simple rules are based on the subtle laws of magnetism. The menstrual discharge is a necessary condition and a natural one, for the function of bearing children which the woman is entrusted with, necessitates this periodic flow. This is a spontaneous a sarwantaraki arising naturally, as in the case of taking food and removing excreta from the body. But as Zoroastrians we have to transmute this asaritaraki into asarikoshna by observing certain rules of seclusion, prescribed in the Vendidad, of women in menses uzanirika vohunish iwemen and tiyati t/myo mishafk sachdanti klrime %fc hichithviro jashshafna sa and 16. 8. 352 quabtes for menstruous women according to Vendidad 16. Woman when if 3 nigfits have passed, the sea's menstrual flow, she must occupy a secluded spot till 4 nights have passed It is only for a scientist well versed in all the subtle laws of magnetism working in nature to account for this simple rule of seclusion preached in the Vendidad. It should be remembered always that Zoroastrianism is but another name of universal 91 science or universal knowledge of the laws of 9 nature. In Persia when all the tarikats of Ashoy were being observed, there were special separate quarters built called $ij, and shtdng and h quarters for menstruous women, and there was no chance of infection or of contagion of the evil microbeful magnetism of menstruous women. Meals were supplied to these women according to a certain system, and the rules of keeping at a certain specified distance from such women were strictly observed. Asterisk these rules are termed Avesta GFDM the rules of in G and I'm or in Kadam Pahlavi. The Vendidad prescribes as under Der Gakthanam Astavayuanamishom, Yat Mayam Yat Masdayo and Irika Chithravedi Dalchtavadi Vohunavadi Nishhid Nt, Jakuthatisi Varazayan Yoa Mazdayagna. Aat Mrata Huro Yoast and O Edita Ahait Mazdayagna Pantavishi Wita Peri Urvarabiaska Vadaviaska Isma Asteriskubia Hislikupans Nogatu Nidayita Fratera Hacha NM and Na Varazi and ND and Tirga Ethan M Atavaim Ash and Chvatra Jo Hacha Thrat, Vatra Ho Hacha Apat, Chvatra Jo Hacha Bears Mana Frosteriditi, Chvatra Jo Hacha Nerbia Ashavalio. Aat Mrata Huro Mazdayo. Puncha dasaji and I'm hacha athrat, puncha asterisk dasaji and I'm hacha apat, puncha dasaji and I'm hacha bears mana frosta irik / tt3g and I'm hacha nerbia ashavabia. Fargard xvl, 1, 2, 3, 4. End quote. Holy Creator of the physical world, how should the Mazdayaknians act when a woman in a Mazdakanian house shows signs of menses and men asterisk strul flow? Hormizd replied Tliarito that Tg Mazdayagnians should take up a roadside far from Ug trees and small plants and wood for fuel, and should spread dry sand thereon. Creator holy of the physical world. How far from fire, water, spread bearsmen, and holy persons? Hormizd replied that the place should be 15 steps from fire, water and spread bearsmen and 8 steps from holy persons. End quote. A menstruous woman must not occupy herself upstairs. 353 Here we notice clearly that a secluded spot far from inhabited places is to be selected and dry sand is to be scattered all round, and the place should be at a specified distance from fire, water etc. If the menstruated woman is kept according to this prescribed rule, the Druid Ibuji is kept in abeyance to the desirable extent, for the agencies in nature and especially the magnetic power of Armadi or Mother Earth begin to work upon any Druid arising at the time. When the menstruated woman is kept in touch with dry solid earth, the evil magnetism from her body is overpowered by the magnetic force of the earth, and thus the microbes instead of spreading in the surrounding atmosphere are drawn into the earth and are transmuted into the 4 currents necessary for the earth in agriculture, viz. Payangha or growth, Vastrodatina or increase, Hayaya or form, and Frorvishtra or kernel bearing enumerated in the Avesta Visparad. Hence it is that by all the necessary precautions prescribed under the rules of Ashoy, taken during the menstrual period, help the agencies of nature to spontaneously transform the Asarai Taraki into Asarai Roshna. If the menstruated woman moves about on any one of the floors of a storied building, the microbes from the evil magnetic current issuing out of her body cannot easily be overpowered by the Earth's magnetism and are therefore left flying in the surrounding atmosphere, thus injuring all persons breathing the air within the compass, including the woman in menses herself. When these microbes resulting from Druid Ibuji are merged into the Ashtana or life energy of any person, his mental atmosphere is infected and evil thoughts of lust, anger, passion etc. begin to grow spontaneously within himself. Moreover, all diseases of heat, such as plague, typhoid, malaria, even consumption etc., which make their appearance in civilized places also break out when the air becomes full of these microbes from Druid Ibuji sufficient to hatch themselves into various disease germs. Hence we learn that the Zoroastrian mandate for seclusion of a menstruous woman on dry solid earth far removed from inhabited locality, and that for the use of bull's urine at the time as the most efficacious magnetic disinfectant are based on the laws of magnetism preached in the Vendidad. 45 354 A menstrual jace woman can debs the house unfit for rituals. Another main principle learned from the above mandate of Vendidad and the keeping the of Isana bearsman at specified distance from the menstruous woman is the one relating to the rituals. No rituals can have their efficacy based on the subtle laws whereof castra staota mithra etc. Menstruous woman is moving about without observing the rules of seclusion. For this reason that branch of rituals which ought to be performed in the AP or the thought circle of relations and friends, in the abode of the departed ones, viz., the rituals of offering and en, baj, fravashi, etc., has to be put a stop to, because a menstruous woman moving about in a house renders the magnetism of the atmosphere quite impure and unfit for higher ritualistic purposes. Thus where the strict rules of Ashoy such as of seclusion of menstruous women are not observed, rituals are necessarily dispensed with, and the simple, religion void of magnetic purity remains for the so-called handful of reform ers. But to those who believe Zoroastrian rituals to be the life spring of their religion, the forgetfulness of performance of rituals and of the observance of Ashoy principles in all respects becomes as it were a shocking non-Zoroastrian idea. That the injunction of seclusion of menstruous women in the Zoroastrian scriptures is founded on the rules of avoiding the clutches of Druid Ibg informs us of the lines of progress indicated in the march for spiritual unfoldment. It is from Varshta or practice of Ashoy principles and from Hukta or practice of truthfulness, that one can arrive at or humata the original good thought or intuition of what really is in nature the natural influx of right-minded thought. Annihilation of Brajay from within and without ourselves, an institution of Ashoy within and around ourselves will enable us ultimately to Shato Maneo, Vahish Tourvano, Kithra 3 Vedish Tanvo, with beatific minds, with best unfolded souls and with haloful bodies in order to see clearly the depth of the knowledge of the laws of magnetism propounded in the Zoroastrian religion, we what shall try to understand one or step or end. Game Kadam implies asterisk it is not an ordinary pace or stride taken in walking. Mathematical calculation of one game or xidam i.e. pace 355 this or step game is a technical scientific term, and is to be calculated in a certain way, and is to be reckoned in relation with the height of the individual and the intensity of the sun's the rays in a particular degree of latitude. Or step gairn for different persons of different heights in the same place is different, and for the same person in different places also it is different. The following is the rule for finding the average for a game person for the year in a certain place, on the 21st of March when the sun has entered the sign of Aries, Bird's Eye Hamal, let the person stand out in an open place about 40 minutes before 12 noon. The length of the shadow cast by his body is 1 amp, lt, see game average for that person and in that place. Hence near the equator 1 the for game same person will be the shortest, and as he recedes further away from the equator the steps will be longer and longer. Measuring this law of one or every game for step individual is based on the working of the sun's rays both visible and invisible, and the function of the air in every activity going on the earth. Whereas at the equator the intensity of the sun's rays is greater, the game measured becomes shorter, and as the intensity nearer the temperate zones becomes smaller the is naturally greater. Hence the rule to be remembered is step kadam this of the length 1 or game or step mentioned in the Vendidad varies inversely with the intensity of the sun's rays, i.e. the product of the length of one game and the intensity of the sun's rays is always a constant. According to the Aspandi or intensity power of every species of Druid and the circuit of the divergence of its in 5 fluents, different numbers of such ftim or steps are given in the Vendidad. And other lost distance of aloofness from the source of nasks for observing the Druid. Thus we notice that Vesta is full of technical terms, and the word game rendered philologically as a is step quite incomplete in sense, unless the term game is technically defined as above. It appears therefore that the so-called later Avesta were not composed by some ignorant priests, but that they are derived from the 21 nasks of the prophet himself and cover the best science of the unseen laws of nature. 356 Bodily purity indispensable to purity of mind-soul. Having attempted to get some superficial idea of druha and if species, and of the basic laws of the preservation of the aura by total refraining from producing any druha, shall now try to give some references from the book of Zoroastrian theology about the same subject. The writer believes that bodily purity is the first requisite for spiritual progress under the heading bodily purity contributes to righteousness. He says on pages 92, 93. Next to life the second best good for man is purity. This is the dictum of the Gathas, and it is most consistently developed throughout the entire subsequent literature. It is the favorite theme on which the Zoroastrian theologians are never tired of expatiating. Purity of body is the most salient feature in the life of a Zoroastrian. It is rated higher than anything else. The problem of cleanness and uncleanness, purity and impurity, has evoked an extensive literature. The tenets of the faith in this respect have been worked out into a science of health. Bodily purity is indispensable to purity of mind. Cleanliness of body is an essential requisite for saintliness. The clean in body find it easy to be pure in mind, and the pure in heart have just a step to take to be holy in spirit. The same idea is collaborated by IHE writer on p. 165. Purity of body, mind, and spirit go together to constitute a righteous man. The Gathas preeminently speak of the ethical virtues and purity of soul. Asha presides over covetousness, and Druj acts as the evil genius of wickedness. The greater portion of the Vendidad, however, contains priestly legislation for purity of body, as well as of the soul, and gives elaborate rules for the cleansing of those defiled by dead matter. Further, in a very long paragraph mainly based on gleanings from the Pahlavi book of the Dinkard, the writer speaks volumes on behalf of bodily purity on pages 212-21*4. Zarathustra legislates for the material as well as the spiritual side of our nature. Healthy body alone can nurture a healthy mind, and it is through the agency of these two prime factors that the spirit can work out her destiny. Man can act righteousness and assail wickedness only with a sound body. The body is an indispensable vehicle of the soul, and the saintly soul drives it on the path of righteousness. The wicked conducts his soul after bodily desires, but the righteous man should regulate his body in conformity with the higher desires of the soul. Man may a woman in menses never looked upon as physically pure. 357 Work with the body, yet he may live for the soul. Discipline rather than austerity is the Zoroastrian watchword. Purity of body contributes to purity of spirit. Bodily uncleanliness means spiritual pollution, and wantonly weakening the body is a sin. Anyone who happens to read so much in the book of Zoroastrian theology about bodily purity is prone to believe that the writer of the book cannot ridicule the Zoroastrian mandate of isolation of menstruous women. The writer of Zoroastrian theology, we are sure, will not regard a woman in menses to be clean in her physical condition. If he regards a woman in menses as physically pure, then we have nothing to say about the writer's derision of the rule of isolation. Have already seen that in the Vendidad various kinds of druhas are pointed out, and the various hygienic and magnetic precautions under such conditions of druhit are also prescribed. Taking the brief of some so-called handful of reformers, the writer on p. 349 under the heading "The reformers inveigh against holding women impure during her menses," says a woman during this period is supposed to be possessed of demons. She is made to retire to a secluded part of the house, staying away from every object that might be polluted by her touch, lest she should defile them by contact. Her food is served to her from a distance so that she may not touch the utensils. Even her look defile a consecrated object, just as her touch pollutes it. Her glance that might chance to fall upon one engaged in prayers nullifies his devotional utterances. Her approach to a holy place of worship desecrates it. The Avestan and Pahlavi works are full of rigorous prescriptions on this subject. The new school assailed this practice as an outcome of rank superstition. They declared that the periodical flow of blood during the menses was a normal monthly sickness of woman. It was no more than a periodical disease. At the most, woman needed rest during this period, and the elders, with the hygienic principles in mind, it was pointed out, had framed such rigorous rules, and put them under a religious guise, in order to ensure implicit obedience from an ignorant people who neither understood the rules for the preservation of bodily health, nor cared for them. Modern society, they said, with its profounder knowledge of hygiene, no longer needed such archaic injunctions. It was debasing woman to taboo her as unclean and impure at such a time. It was ruthless to prevent her, according to the custom that obtained, from having even a last look at anyone who happened. 358 The writer, mouthpiece of a handful of so-called reformers, to die in her house during her menses. It was bad theology, they vehemently argued, which deprived an unfortunate woman even of the opportunity of resting her loving eyes on the remains of her dead husband or child, on the ground of a superstitious plea that a look would exercise an unwholesome influence on the soul of the dead, and seriously disturb it during the time of severing its final connection with the body. We do not understand what the writer of Zoroastrian theology intends to teach his reader from this sort of style of writing about a very important subject. Being one of the so-called reformers, and this he does not openly aver, he puts his own ideas in the mouth of reformers, and himself seems to remain as it were above from entertaining such views. Although he admits that the Avesta and Pahlavi works are full of rigorous prescriptions on the subject of precautions necessary to be observed in the case of a menstruated woman, he inserts the rotten views of some so-called reformers which are not at all based on any branch of knowledge except on the cynical attitude of the mind. We shall try to point out from Avesta and Pahlavi the looseness of the words of the writer quoted above. As for retirement of a woman in the menses to a secluded part, we have already seen in Vendidad 16, 1, 2, 3, 4 that in strict conformity with the preservation of Koret or magnetic halo of the followers of Zoroastrianism, it is enjoined in the Naskijavachitadad that a dry place full of sand should be selected, which is removed at a certain distance from the sacred objects of fire, water, trees, etc., and from the inhabitation of people. The benefit of this mandate of seclusion will be properly understood by the educated who have studied even the elements of magnetism. 2. Regarding her food served K and amp, LT, to her from a distance, we have the following injunction from the Vendidad. Aat, Mrat Ahura Mazda no Tlirigi and I'm Avash Tatisha Yonariki no Chitravati no Dakshtavati no Vali Unavati no Karale Ramprabar nt, C unam Karethramprabar nt Chinam Yampralar nt, Ayangliahan va Srum v and Nidam Chitravarya Vendidad $dinkard re the evil look of a menstruate Jace woman. 359 Then Hormizd replied, the person who carries meals for a menstruated woman should stand at a distance of 3 from Kadam her. Whatever food or grain in carried to her should be taken in the basest metal such as 9 iron or lead. Vendidad 16:6. This is a well-known fact that giving a thing to a person or taking a thing from a person establishes magnetic connection between the two, and there is actual magnetic transmission from one person to another. For a menstruated woman, an old woman carries her food to the C-tanga or menstruation quarters from the entrance, and putting it in a certain spot, goes out from the exit, and when she has gone away the woman in the menses goes to the spot and takes hold of the food utensil placed there. All this seems to be ridiculous and having a false religious guise to the educated, men like the writer of Zoroastrian theology. He ought to have laughed at his own ignorance of the most elementary principles of magnetic science. Hi! The writer does not seem to understand how the look of a menstruated woman defile a consecrated object just as her touch pollutes it. The mandate of the Vendidad ordering the menstruated woman to remain far from fire, bearsmen etc., is the best direct evidence to prove that magnetic current flowing from the eyes of a woman in her menses is sufficient to magnetically pollute any object on which the current is cast from her eyes. We have a very fine passage from the Pahlavi Dinkard as under Hamanat Anshufa va Kalb and Nasti Iger and Antar Ramani I-N Nishman Paid and K Framin Sig and M, Pavan Vinashans Anashanadisht Nishman Val Padiavi Kemzinik Shiharik Dab and Restanine Sush Madam Dasht and N Nishman, Pavan Ne Sush Homan Vinashanai Zak Nishman, Frera I Enfton I Val Padi and 6. Zesh Didar Ak and Rihi Potted V Avish Shi Jun Levatman Dam Podaraka VAT asterisk IKHB and AMP, GT, RM and D Igand SA / CHT asterisk Tar Val Vinik Fgara I Enfton I Min Podarak VA Kund DT and Ishakaptorich 360 Isolation or asterisk Menstruous Woman and the Vibration Law of Stoda, no end quote. That it is evident that the pollution of the nasu of a dead man or a dog is greater in intensity than the pollution of a woman menstruous from 30 the increase of end quote, Kadam. End quote. The sight of a menstruous woman falling upon consecrated objects impairs them, and the reason is this, that the Dujai nasu rushes forcibly upon a menstruous woman, and so the look of the woman full of Druji nasu mixes with the consecrated object. Just as the most obnoxious stench of the atmosphere of Ct Kunmarzi end quote, or sodomy injects any person or thing coming into contact with it, in the same for and Wicon SEC rated holy things are rendered useless by the mere look of a menstruous woman falling upon them. 1. This passage explains how ether organ very rare atmosphere works in the transmission of magnetic currents from one person or thing to another. The higher vibrations received by a consecrated object in the ritual or process of consecration are nullified by the one stroke of coarse and polluted magnetic current falling from the eyes of a menstruous woman on account of the catabolism of the atoms of her body during this period owing to intense false heat issuing therefrom. In the same way a person offering Avesta prayers loses the efficacy thereof if a menstruous woman happens to cast a glance at him. Have learned very well that the efficacy of Avesta recital consists in the production of stoda or vibration colors which are collected in the kora or aura of the person reciting the Avesta mantra. If during the process of recital the look of a menstruous woman happens to fall on the person, all the stoda are rapidly nullified or cut off just as the light of a lamp is instantly extinguished on a person's blowing out the light. Hence the stoda are not allowed to be saturated in the kora. If a menstruous woman happens to see a person in the act of reciting holy Avesta mantra, and the prayers are therefore rendered nugatory. The same reasons may be adduced for not allowing a menstruous woman to be present at a holy place. When it is understood that vibration is at the bottom of the universe, and that no object in the universe is free from the laws of stoda, it is quite clear that all the rules of Ashoy and of Sikla woman's ion of menstruous etc., are based on the subtle laws and amp, LT, RF propriety of seclusion FKOM hygienic point of Reen. 361 Nature working in the ultra-physical planes of matter. The holy A places like the fire temples where Vesta recitals and holy rituals are taking place, are teeming with the manthan effects of stoda and holy castra or magnetic electricity, and the presence of a menstruous woman in such places pollutes the atmosphere by erasing all the higher stoda by means of the foul magnetic currents oozing out of her body. Sincerity and earnest desire for right knowledge and not cynicism must be the motto of the Zoroastrian priest who comes forward as a teacher ecclesiastical of the community. 4. 46 With reference to the end quote, profounder knowledge of hygiene of the modern society, end quote, we must say that a majority of the Parsis despite their boast of higher education are pitifully ignorant of even the most rudimentary rules of hygiene or any other modern science. In the first place the science of Western hygiene is at its present stage very imperfect, and in the second place very few of the Parsis care to study the various branches of modern science. We are asked to bum saliva in the fire by modern science so that consumption germs may not disseminate. The Zoroastrian science forbids the contact of any excreta with fire *. Modern science seems to be ignorant of the fact that heat instead of destroying germs and microbes in certain cases, helps to multiply them by millions and crores. It will require many years for modern science to come up to the level of understanding the laws of ultraphysical and ultramicroscopic germs and the laws of subtle magnetic currents propounded in the Zoroastrian religion, and especially, in the Vendidad. Witness the silly argument of the writer of Zoroastrian theology. He argues on the ground of profound knowledge of hygiene of the modern society that there is no need of end quote, such archaic injunctions end quote, as those of seclusion of menstruous women. Why are persons suffering from consumption, typhoid, pneumonia, smallpox and other infectious or contagious diseases kept in a secluded con 362 druj and the look of a menstruous woman on a dead body. Dition from healthy persons. Are there no germs in the discharge of menses? Has not the menstruous blood a very offensive stench? Cannot the germs spreading over the whole body of a menstruous woman infect healthy persons coming into contact with her, and be the source of various unnamable diseases? Even from a physical point of view, the Zoroastrian mandate of seclusion of menstruous women proves to be a scientific principle, and more so from the ultraphysical magnetic point of view. Thus the writer of Zoroastrian theology evinces his utter ignorance of any branch of elementary science, v. Lastly, in the above quotation the writer refers to the cruelty inflicted upon a menstruous woman by depriving her of the opportunity of resting her loving eyes on the remains of her dead husband or child. This is merely a sentimental view based on no scientific argument. The dead body of a person is not a holy thing but is regarded as nasu or disintegrating object, and the look of a menstruous woman on a dead body augments the intensity of nasu by the numerical law of tens. The magnetic current from the eyes of a menstruous woman is full of fine unseen microbes, and germs are caused to be produced in seeds, grain, fruits etc., under sight of such a woman, for the microbes in her rays take rise owing to her condition of hence druhit ibg. If her sight happens to fall upon the corpse, an amp, lt, druj nasu of the corpse and woman the drujibg of the menstruous multiply together and result in the product of very powerful druhit which is very injurious to all the people around. The religious dressing of the corpse, the avesta recital before it and the rituals that are performed for reducing the intensity of druj nasu are rendered useless and ineffective by the look of a menstruous woman who cuts off all the higher stauda and castra * writer's sarcasm of the belief in human aura. 363 The living relations and friends care much for not letting the intensity of druj nasu attack the dead body, and with this idea they are scrupulous in performing all the ritualistic arrangements for the dead body. What should the unfortunate woman gain, if only out of a false sentiment to have a look on the dear departed one she is allowed to augment the intensity of druhit or the number of unseen microbes by the polluted glands in her menstruous condition? Moreover, how is the unfortunate woman profited if she harasses the urvan of the dead person lying under its own kirpa near the head of the corpse for 3 nights after death, simply out of sentiment to have a last look? The condition of menstruation is not an ordinary disease, but involves grave results from the subtle point of view of magnetism, if the rules for seclusion propounded in the Zoroastrian religion are not properly and wisely observed. Thus we see that the words of the writer on p. 349 are meaningless and meant to delude the readers who are ignorant of the original Avesta and Pahlavi writings. It is now clearly seen that throughout his book the writer has the underlying motive of satirizing the rules of Ashoy taught in the Avesta and Pahlavi writings, because he dreams that the Gathas alone and only some portion of them should be stamped as genuine Zoroastrian teachings. Again on p. 362 under the heading evil magnetic aura, or malign halo, believed to radiate from a woman during the time of menses, hence her isolation most essential. The writer of Zoroastrian theology satirizes the belief in human aura as not taught by Zoroaster. He says the Orthodox had zealously maintained that woman during her periods carried with her spiritual contagion wherever she went. The Theosophists came to the help of the staunch followers of the ancient texts to show that this does happen. They say that the scriptures speak in express terms of the 364 Kurum, and Auea. Kra, Korah, Gadman, / kingly and Aryan glory, which scholars in general take to mean the symbolic aggregate of the royal and national greatness of Iran. This glory, it is claimed, in the case of an individual, is his aura, and every human being is surrounded by it. Anyone who has developed his inherent clairvoyant powers can see other people's auras, and from their white or black hue, gray or yellow color, can discern where the individual stands in the realm of spiritual progress. Every individual's aura influences those of all others with whom he comes in contact, and is in turn affected through theirs. The aura of a woman in her menses, according to such a view, is spiritually diseased, and a person gifted with clairvoyant vision can detect evil intelligence clustered about her, equally ready to pounce upon those near her and cause havoc to their spiritual growth. It was for this reason that the elders had wisely legislated absolute quiet for isolating woman during her menses, and it is the pious duty of every faithful believer to observe the rules most scrupulously. A peculiar sort of sarcasm of the belief in human aura is to be noticed in these words. The writer of the book seems to be utterly ignorant of the fact that the ultraphysical is the foundation of the physical, and that aura or magnetic emanation flows from every kingdom on the earth: mineral, vegetable, animal, and human. The auras of all objects individually differ from one another according to the different order or grade of the soul consciousness of each object. All yazits and einshespens have their own respective auras, and the Creator Hormizd has his own sublime aura. Aura is the luster or magnetic sheen which is very rarely visible to the physical eye. All the various species of flowers, fruits, birds, and animals have their own auras, and all the species of mankind have theirs. Even mountains, rivers, seas, the sun, the moon, and the stars have their own individual auras or halos, the // ords Karinang and Avesta and the Kathra in Kora Gadman in we Pahlavi mean halo, aura, luster, or magnetic sheen. Shall refer to a few kinds of halos or auras met with in the meager extant Avesta, so that the reader may be able to judge properly of the most abominable attitude adopted by the writer of Zoroastrian theology, of ridiculing the religious belief of the followers of Zoroastrianism. Aura /x and amp, lt, Kora i.e. original Zoroastrian teaching in Avesta. 365, I. Akurem Mazd and Reventum Karinang Handern Yazamade we attune ourselves with Ahura Mazda full of spiritual light and aura. Hormizd Yasht. 2. Ugharam Kavayam Kareno Mazda D and Tem Yazamade, Ask Vandram, Tam Nang Quantum. Varekane Huantum, Yeokshtiwankran, Taradatum Eni and Ish D and M and N, Yat Asfi Atirehi Mazd and O Yat Asti Amishanam Spentan and M, Yat Asti Maniavan and M Yazutansam Gaethian and MCH and, Yat Asti Aryan and M Dalchiun and MZ and Ten and M Ozayan Osia, Yachayashe Ono Zarathush, Rasi Yadupang Hakjiat Kabayam Hoaban Gemayadupani Hachata Shavanam Zarathush Trem Yadupan Gachat Sayashian and M Baretlum Janam we attune ourselves with the lofty Mazda created Kian Korat. Success procuring, working in ascendancy, health giving, glorious, nimble, superior to other created objects which belongs to Ahura Mazda, which belongs to Amishspens, which belongs to the spiritual and corporeal Yazitas, Lahich belongs to the born and the unborn of area countries, which belongs to holy Zarathustra, which devolved upon Kakosra, which descended upon holy Zarathustra, which came upon Kavish Taspa, which devolved upon the victorious Sayashians. Hi, Jamayad Yash 10. 15, 22, 56, 74, 79, 84, 89. JW Yat Verreo Jachni Teed Payatai, Dad Yat Verreo Ko Teed Payatai Hishtanti Renanyaf and Ungho Yazit and Ungho Sodom Chahazang Remcha, Tat Kareno H and MB and Rayanti, Tat Kareno Nip and Rayanti T Tat Kareno Bakshenti Zampadia Hura D and Tom. Then when the light of the sun and the luster of the sun shine forth, the spiritual angels stand up and collect, carry, and distribute that aura over the Ahura Kriyatekl earth. Kiershed Yasht 1. 4. Ashambanghuim Yazamade, Kshoithnim, Barazidim, Amavidim, Huradm, Kapar, and M, Kareno Mazdad and Tem Yazamade, Savo Mazdatum Yazamade, Parendim Rayaratham Yazamade, Arianum Kareno Mazda D and Temyam 366 FBOM affected by Kirpa Kirch East J Elting Ashoy Okadbwe, MAID 6, Ugharem, Kavyam Kareno Mazda D and TCM Yazamade, Ugharem Akaretum Kareno Mazda D and Tem Yazamade, Zarathustra he. Kareno Mazdad and Tem Yazamade. Sarahayash 225. We want to tune ourselves with the good Ashi, shining, lofty, courageous, beautiful, beneficent. We attune ourselves with the Mazda created aura. We attune ourselves with the speedy Parendi. We attune ourselves with the Majkreet area aura, with Tin bold Mazda created KYNN aura, with the overpowering Mazda created Akareta aura, with the Mazda created aura of Zarathustra. All these Avestic references and many more prove that the idea of Koret or aura or halo or magnetic emanation is not taught by the so-called Theosophists, but is originally a right Zoroastrian teaching. This glory or aura is unseen light of various degrees of luminosity and colors, and the higher the degree of a soul in its unfoldment, the greater is the luster of this Ahura. The Poyariotaka or advanced souls who are generally designated by the term Kyanian were fortunate to possess this Kiankora Av, K, and Vyakarinang, which is a kind of Kora developing with the spiritually advanced souls on the Ukora of mankind emanates from the Tanu or physical tenement, through the Kirpa or invisible counterpart, and hence in proportion as the Tanu and Ukirpa are rendered subtle and pure, the Kora rises higher up in luster, intensity, and area of its radiation power. If the life leading is not in strict accordance with the principles of Ashoy, which are all taught for Nish and Shidruj i.e. annulling the Druj as taught in Gatha 44:13, the reverse process begins to work upon the Namp, Lt, Kora on account of the gross nature of the Kirpa within. The Kora loses its luster and fineness of colors and is full of unmicroscopic germs, in proportion as the life leading is wallowed in the pool of all kinds of druhit. It is with the fundamental object of preserving the intensity of the luster and fineness of Koreb and its concomitant spiritual powers that Zoroastrians Koreb and Amp, Lt, preserved by injunctions of strict magnetic purity. 367 are strictly warned against all kinds of druhit, and are advised to transmute druhit into a sarirashna by the observance of Ashoy principles. During the menstrual period of a woman or the night discharge of a man, the Namp, Lt, Kora is impaired on account of the catabolism in the Tanu or physical body, the Kirpa, and the Ushtfana. If any pure person happens to come in contact with such a woman or such a man, he gets also polluted and his Kora is impaired in turn. Hence isolation during the period of mesas, and instantaneous bath with a certain formula for a person with night discharge are enjoined upon all the followers of Zoroastrianism. To those who understand even a little of magnetism, all this is science pure and simple, and a serious study with patient reflection in the line of research of all these principles of spiritual unfoldment is the only necessity felt among the so-called educated co-religionists. It is with the same noble motive of preserving one's Kora * or magnetic aura that the rules of magnetic circles termed 11 Karsha in the Avesta are specially given, and the rules for drawing 3, 6, or 9 magnetic circles in various emergencies of various rituals are also prescribed, just like the rules of game or kadam noticed above. If the writer of Zoroastrian theology had studied even the extant Avesta and Pahlavi literature in its entirety, he would not have laughed out the idea of *Kora/ spiritual contagion woman of a menstruous mutual influence of different auras woman and isolation of during menses as Theosophic teach weings. have already seen in the summary of the 21 nasks given above in the first chapter on P9. That the sickness owing to the look of an evil eye or the vicinity of a menstruous husparam woman is a subject treated in the that nask. Isolation for many valid reasons, of a menstruous woman is a Zoroastrian teaching is also proved from the strict prohibition of cohabiting with a menstruous woman in Vendidad 1867-68. Considering the advantages of isolation either from a purely physical point of view or from an ultra-physical 368 te virtue or aura befirkt io in Bible, or even spiritual point of view, the Zoroastrian mandate of isolation is beneficial under any circumstances to any species of mankind. Even the Bible has referred to this subject indirectly thus, when she had heard of Jesus, came in the press behind, and touched his garment, for she said, If I may touch but his clothes, I shall be whole, and straightway the fountain of her blood was dried up, and she felt in her body that she was healed of that plague. And Jesus immediately knowing in himself that virtue had gone out of him, turned him about in the press, and said Who touched clothes? And he looked round to see her that had done this thing. The Holy Bible, the New Testament St. Mark chapter 27-32. We learn therefore that virtue or aura or magnetic emanation undergoes a considerable change for the worse when a menstruous woman touches another person. The system of isolation of menstruous women may strike as new to some, but with the advance of the knowledge of the laws of personal and human magnetism and aura, this scientific mandate of Zoroastrian origin will prove to be ordinary common sense truth of everyday observance. Any more details about this Zoroastrian mandate of seclusion of women in menses can be given in order to explain clearly the disadvantages of the present efforts of the civilized countries to put woman on the same material level of man. The Parsis require a religion of absolute physical convenience, and the girls must be regular in attendance in schools or colleges. A school or college-going girl cannot stay away at home, and therefore the mandate of seclusion during menses ha4 better be foregone. In spite of all the boast of modern civilization, we must say that very few can have a clear conception of the proper place filled by man and woman respectively in nature. Ignoring of nature and educated Parsis of today ignorant of canons of religion. 369 Nature's laws is not civilization but utter barbarism wrongly stamped as education. Both man and woman must be educated physically, mentally, morally, and spiritually, and both sexes must be at home with all the unseen laws of nature working incessantly in all the activities around us. Education of the intellect is not the goal, but a means to the higher education or unfoldment of the soul, and that sort of university education or reading of a certain number of books which results in the narrowness of brain faculties, and teaches cynicism and ridicule of all the laws of nature such as are taught in the most ancient universal religion of Zarathustra instead of patient inquiry into all these laws accompanied with a reverential observance thereof in everyday life, does not at all deserve the name of education. The modern cry of infant mortality, obstetric diseases and deaths, premature deaths of both the sexes of the Parsi community have their root in the so-called school and college education which does not in the least include any item of religious training in its curricula. The present-day educated Zoroastrians of both sexes have not the slightest idea of the principles of Ashoy taught in the Zoroastrian scriptures, they never dream of what Druid implies and how to avoid it. They are absolutely unaware of the object of their birth in this world, the responsibility of their soul, the state of the soul after death, and the necessity and efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals and prayers as a result by procure men like the writer of Zoroastrian theology preaching proselytism as a panacea for all the social, moral, and spiritual evils of the community. This is the most critical time of the community when all the Ashoy principles are deliberately ignored and laughed out even by some of the Parsi journalists, and if the community is drifted on by the same wave of yuan Zoroastrian life leading for some years more, it will not be wrong to say that the community will be nearer the point of extinction in spite of a number of proselytes added thereto or some illegitimate children of kept alien mistresses invested with Sudra and Kusti. We shall conclude this chapter with very striking workya from A. the Vendidad, Long essay may be written on these words for 370 Dravand 1. See Evil Ones Reincarnate at Coedding to Vendidad. They convey a considerable amount of meaning. It is left to the reader to judge whom these words are properly applicable to. Vice Dravanto Tanu Drajo Yoi Adarido Tika Esha, Vice Adarido Tika Esho Yoi Ashra Asho J Vice Ashra Asho Yoi Anashavano, Vice Anashavano Yoi Tanu Pertug. All. The Dravants, i.e., those who commit a breach of the laws of Ashoy and Iviho, keep their body vibrating with drogily or evil magnetic influence, who are not observers of religious canons. All the non-observers of religious canons who are far from Srash, i.e. the collective Yazadic force, all those who are far from Srash who are not holy or non-practitioners of Ashoy, all the unholy are recurring to the physical tenement or are reincarnating. Vendidad XVI, 18. This idea of the Vendidad had also been noticed by us in the Gathas XLVI, 11 and XLIX 11 above. It reminds us that there is no second physical birth or reincarnation for a Zoroastrian who follows all the rules of Ashoy and lives a life genuinely Zoroastrian. The Zoroastrian religion, being the universal law of unfoldment as taught by the holy prophet Zoroaster, enables the strict follower thereof to live a life of foldment, which does not necessitate the soul's return to this earth again. But for those who are nominally called Zoroastrians, Dravans are really in their everyday life, run away from the tenets of Ashoy in all the walks of life, who live only for the sake of the enjoyment of the material existence, who keep their body constantly in touch with %drnj or seen evil magnetic currents, who never care to practically uphold all the Ashoy tarikats or canons of holiness, who never to care acquire a knowledge of the laws of their religion, who are spiritually dead and materially living, who are against the goal of nature physically, mentally, morally, and spiritually *, who have not made their physical existence * tanipasm or final shkij existence by living a life of spiritual, refined Zoroastrian law and freeing from fight from weapon. 371 and unfoldrenant, such pseudo-Zoroastrians cannot free themselves from the physical attractions, and they are entrapped into fleshly existence again and again. The Zoroastrian Mazdayak Lanian being Frasp and Yalhedra and M Nid and Snathishem * as taught in the Confession of Faith Formula Yakna Ha 12, the genuine follower of that law has to be free from the constant fight between the two poles Asha and Druha, or Asarai Roshni and Asarai Tarika, for the Zoroastrian religion has the property of throwing away the fight Fraspayeo Kedram. Sincere follower of the Zoroastrian law has also to give up for good the physical instrument of the soul, viz., the bodily existence, for it is the second property of Zoroastrianism to enable the follower to put down the instrument Anidas Nathishem. Hence we deduce the following axioms of practical purity even from the meager extant Zoroastrian Avesta scriptures, viz. I. The seclusion or isolation of menstruous women is originally a Zoroastrian mandate given in the Vanklidad, which belongs to the Naskai Javachidadad. 2. The condition of a menstruous woman during the period that is of drujibg or evil magnetic or auric influence resulting from the discharge of menstrual blood. 3. The aloofness * from all sorts of druhit or evil magnetic influence is the special teaching of the Gathas, Yashts, Vendidad etc. 4. The Zoroastrian principle of Ashoy in aggregate is to be put into practice in everyday life in order to annihilate druhit. V. The law of polarity termed Hamastera in the Avesta, is to be incessantly fought with by transmuting the Asaritariki or materialistic tendency into momentum, the Asarikoshni or spiritual by means of observance of Ashoy principles. 372 10 Axioms re practical piety from Avesta Saripchubes. 6. The term druhit implies a collection of unseen unmicroscopic germs, bacteria, bacilli, or microbes which are very destructive to the pure or Kora magnetic aura. 7. the high level of purity of Kora is very essential for the fulfillment of the goal of his spiritual unfoldment, for without the required point of the subtlety of the aura, the Kirpa cannot be sensitive enough to saturate the Stauda or vibration colors of the Avesta mantra, which serve as the ultimate spiritual nourishment of the urban or soul. 8. The principle of Ashoy implies 72 canons of strict rectitude and purity, physical, mental, moral, and spiritual, by the observance of which all the various species Druhishun of are to be viz., Mithra Druhi, auric contagion arising from falsehood, breach of promise, insincerity, and unscrupulousness, Nasu Druhi, auric contagion arising from any animal body detached from vitality or any dead matter, Ilakar or hair Druhi, auric pollution caused by the hair and nail, detached from the body and also coming in friction with the surrounding atmosphere, Bhuji Druhi, bad magnetic current produced during the menstrual period in the case of females, during seminal discharges of males, and during masturbation, sodomy, adultery, and all other sexual sins, Seni Druhi, the destructive magnetic vibration current accumulation of very bad thoughts continuously dwelt upon, Flashi Drujaya, Gashi Druhi, Pasish Druhi, which are all ignominious, abominable possible extremes of immorality. 9. All the badges and narangs or chants or short formula, are given for the defense of the practitioner thereof against the attacks of Druhi currents in accordance with the laws of Stauda and Mithra or vibrationary colors of word sound and thought force, opinions of senior Arista students re-isolation in menses. 373, x. The Zoroastrian law is the unique religion which preaches the highest point of physical and ultraphysical or magnetic purity necessary for the ultimate object of URU or spiritual unfoldment, and all the ideal Ashoy principles including the isolation and seclusion of menstruous women during that period, inculcated in the Zoroastrian religion, are hazed on the main pivot of Kora * or purity of human aura. Opinions of four learned Parsi dasters and priests are seclusion during menses. The following opinions of some learned Parsi dasters and scholars on the subject of isolation of menstruous women will serve as food for reflection for the inquiring mind. I. Shamsululama Dr. J. J. Modi Ph.D., CIE in his book of Avestan Social Life in the /Vega says seclusion to be observed by women under certain circumstances. The woman of that age had to observe several kinds of isolation under her certain circumstances. She always kept herself at a certain distance from fire, water, barsam, and holy men in her menstruous and obstetric condition. She did not come in contact with her food, water, etc., and food and water were supplied to her from at a distance. With reference to the custom prevalent in the Avestan age of isolating the woman in her menses, and which is upheld by mandates in the Avesta, it is said that it was an old custom among many ancient nations. The learned Dr. Modi in answer to the inquiry on the subject holds further that yes, the custom is enjoined in our religion of keeping apart woman during menstruation reasons, that the woman in her menses is in a kind of illness, which affects physically those that come in contact with her, and indirectly also my spiritually. Personal opinion, I am in favor of their remaining aloof. I remember having read that people not properly observing clean lines and segregation under the circumstances increase leprosy and such other complaints. 2. Shamsululama Dastur Darab Peshhotansanjana B.A. informs as under. The doctrine indicates in clear words that the menstruous women shall dwell in a healthy place, in a room apart from the rooms in common use, 15 paces distant from the fire, 15 paces from the sacred water, 15 paces from the 3/4 cancellation of idols in the chemises of women in menses, Burisma, and 3 paces from the faithful Zoroastrian. For the first 3 days she shall eat bread and milk and live on very light food. The members of the family shall remain 3 paces apart from her, even her own little children. If the lady does not preserve herself from the company of the family members, much injury is done to her, and the house becomes unfit for the dwelling of the faithful Zoroastrian. Whoever hopes for moral and spiritual progress in this earthly life, 3. Daster Dr. Jamis G. M. Jamis Pasha M.A., Ph.D., says. End quote. No woman deliberately committing breach of the religious canons of holiness is allowed to attend at a religious ceremony or to participate therein, unless she is careful to observe isolation during her menses, and follows the mandates of piety. A menstruous woman is forbidden to stay upstairs from time out of mind, as the quarters for such women are to be entirely set apart and reserved only for that purpose. If a menstruous woman moves about on any story of a building, no religious ceremony ought to be performed in that house, and if any such ceremony has been performed in such premises, its efficacy is annulled and such ceremony cannot be looked upon as legitimately performed. End quote. 4. Another Avesta and Pahlavi scholar Irvad Sharir Ga. Trocher writes in his book, end quote, Brief Sketch of the Zoroastrian Religion and Customs, end quote, according to the Vendidat, every Zoroastrian woman during menstruation must also isolate herself. It will be observed that these are very salutary injunctions, and the wisdom and propriety of observing them are recognized by modern medical science. End quote. It is hoped that the writer of Zoroastrian theology will condescend to ponder over the opinions of the above-mentioned 4 senior Avesta students, and see how far he has been led astray while attempting to run diametrically opposite to the self-evident grand teachings of piety and holiness in the so-called later Avesta scriptures. 375 Chapter X. The writer's views re Zoroaster's place in the universe. In the book of Zoroastrian theology, a separate chapter dealing with the position of the prophet Zoroaster would have fulfilled the natural expectation of many a reader. But we find some stray references to this most exalted personage with the most sublime soul in the various chapters of the book. Do not find absurd and nonsensical views of the writer about Zoroaster's place in the universe to so great an extent as about other subjects we have already dealt with in the foregoing pages. But as the writer of Zoroastrian theology regards all other Avesta as post-Zoroastrian except the Gathas, he cannot confidently and boldly assert his views about the position of Zoroaster from these so-called later Avestan writings. Shall therefore devote this chapter to a superficial treatment of Zoroaster's place in the universe, and the degree of spiritual unfoldment attained by him. Very few of the Avesta students have any precise idea of the most exalted and supremest degree of unfoldment of the soul and spiritual powers of the most benign prophet of prophets, Zoroaster Ths Spit Aman. Most of the Avesta students, including the writer of Zoroastrian theology, seem from their writings to believe that Zoroaster was an ordinary man just like themselves, with the difference of a very widely developed intellect of this world prophet. Just as the American Red Indian or the Batavian savage has not the slightest idea of the existence of the intellect and the wonderful results achieved by master intellects, in the same way we who are at present absolutely in the dark as to the existence of the soul, have no idea at all of the latent powers of the soul within us, and the possibility of miracles which can be performed by master souls. To those who understand the mathematical law of infinity, the infinite possibility of the development of the spiritual powers within ourselves, and of the gradual unfoldment of Urvan or soul, is found to be a veritable fact, or rather an immutable active law of nature. Just as there are degrees of physical strength and weakness, of intellectual 376 fences io the T-fake position of Zoroaster in Avesta prowess and inertia, so are there various degrees of spiritual unfoldment and enfoldment. There are the souls of Ahura Mazda, the Amishas and the Yazids, which differ widely in the scale of spiritual capacity. Saints and prophets who have consciously developed their spiritual faculties of responding to the unseen forces at work in nature, possess souls far removed and much higher in degree from and than the souls of the generality of mankind. Geniuses or masterminds differ from savages in point of intellect or brain capacity, so do prophets and saints differ from us in point of soul progress. It would be mere lack of sense on the part of anyone who tries to put a Zulu or some other savage of the world on the level of Darwin, Huxley, or Oliver Lodge or William Crookes, the world's scientists. What should be said then of one who puts the world prophet Zoroaster on a line with an ordinary man? We shall therefore go through some passages from the extant Avestan scriptures which will give us some faint glimpse of the most exalted position enjoyed by Zoroaster in the role of universal spiritual unfoldment. These passages will give us food for reflection on the unlimited possibility of knowledge of all the laws of nature, in accordance with which both the processes of enfoldment and unfoldment are ceaselessly going on in perfect harmony with the laws of Stauda-Yakna, the laws of primary existence. The unique exalted position of Zoroaster, whose soul had well nigh approached Ahura Mazda, whose Pharaohar was most worthy of reverence, and whose Kore or Aura had the highest rate of luminosity, is proved from the Fravardan Yasht, Jamayat Yasht, Ashish Van Yasht and the Gathas, etc., etc., I.C. Zarathustra vispam enidushist vitoaham churatum sha. Bauranchati jaka eshem yazamade, hdtdm hudstimam, and tdm hulkshathradmam, hdtdm rivastemam, hdtdm karinanghastk mmmem, hdtdm yuknyatmam, vamayakmam, hdtdm kshnayatvodmam, hdtdm phrasistotmam, yo nd ish taska yakni aska vamayaska vayakemuthana komtishad hdtdm ashthacha yapva his lightat. Fravardan Yasht 152. Enumeration of the spiritual potencies of Zoroaster. 377 We attune ourselves with Zarathustra the our spiritual master on the spiritual planes, and Ito or spiritual teacher on the physical planes of the entire physical and ultra-physical existence, and the Poyariatkaesh or far advanced in the observance of the law, having the best wisdom among the advancing ones, having the best right power among the advancing ones, having the greatest ray or luster of spiritual insight, having the best Kore or aura, most worthy of autonomy and veneration among the advancing ones, most worthy of propitiation and glorification among the advancing ones, who on account of the best ashoy or holiness has been vouchsafed unto us as the most beloved, worthiest of attunement and adoration for any one among the advancing ones. 2. Yadupang hashahashavanam Zarathustram, amamati danayai, anuktu edanayai, anvarshsidinity, yat f as vispahayang hushist veo ashemashavastima, kshathram hulchchathratima, Riem. Rivastima, Kareno Karinang Hastamo, Varethravastima. Jamayad Yash 79. Which Kian Kore had trailed with holy Zarathustra in accordance with the thought, ord, and deed of the law, which was of the entire physical and ultra-physical existence holiest of the holy, most powerful of the powerful, most lustrous of the lusters of spiritual knowledge, most shining of the auras, most victorious of victories. I fi adulai fravisha yo spidamo Zarathustro, yo poirio mashidko, staoda ashem yatvahishtam, yazada ahu.m xanthacha vakshaka. I tasdam, Urbtsan yazatamashespant. Yenhid porvardiska, yevahi xanthacha vakshayaka ukshmad bo urvardiska. _a. Van Yasht 18 Majid. Thereupon it the first of as declared that he, s.idamazaral who mra, who practiced the staoda of Ashavahutta 1 m himself mur vm maho ad mnceo inatha, spentas, in whose birth and the plants rejoiced, in oslirth and growth the waters and the plants flourished. 378 Zoroaster the One advanced so / Gatha 29:8 and 51:12. 4. Yehi Stnthacha Vakshayaka Urbtsand Bo Urvardiska, Yexnthak Vakshayakjya Tt Jashinad Bo Urvariska, Yehi Xanthaka Vakshayaka Nimravanta Vispau Spento Dudama and Ushtan Nostoathrava Yospite Mo Zarathustro Frano, Yazid Zaothrodlio Steer to Bears Mazaratli Ustro, Idha Opam Vijastidi Vanghwidana Mazdayakniish Vispdish Avi Karshab Nyish Haftu. Pravardan Yash 93, 94. In whose, an amp, lt, birth and advancement the waters and the plants rejoiced, in whose birth and progress the waters and the plants progressed, at whose birth and advancement the entire spenta created creation utter forth its joy. Bliss, that the Ithravan Spidama Zarathustra is born for our sake. Zarathustra will get us attuned by means of libations and spread bearsma. Henceforth shall the Mazdayasna good law go on actively throughout the 7 Keshvars. Aem. JV, mol idd vivtoya ne evos tsndo gushada, Zarathustro spiltamo, hvo ni maj vashti ashdika, Kerkerk throde serdvang heel jodhoi hudum deity vak 9 drahide, Gatha ha 29:8, T4 he who has alone heard my canons and is known to me as such is Spidama Zarathustra. He is willing to promulgate the duties and functions through Mazda for the sake of Asha, and hence I deliver unto him the good power of utterance. 6. Zarathustram Spidamem Yatahudi Ururostat and Amp, GT, Asto. Gatha ha 51:12. Spidama Zarathustra who has been further most advanced as the messenger or prophet. Me. And Amp, LT. Tim radum padidum shavaspaishtam stardum fradathata Ahura Mazda, yathanardum Zarathustram, yem noitrankragn si angro maniash, noit yatavo parakaska, noit yatavo mashi asterisk anam, nadavis pathradavama harkathi upa darazna asterisk vanti. Tir Yasht 44. Zoroaster the most advanced soul in spirituality. 379. Ahura Mazda has fixed the star Tishtraya as the lord and overseer of all other stars just as he has fixed Zarathustra as the lord and overseer of men, whom neither Ahr man, nor genii and fairies, nor human sorcerers, nor all devas collectively can and vanquish dare to kill. 8. Le Zarathustra he spite mahi ida ashaono ashimsha frabashimsha yazamade bauri devohu mamandi, bauri devohu vayoku m, bauri devohu vavarizashe, bauriyahi adorun, bauriyahi radashtai, bauriyahi vastrayafshiyant, bauriyahi frabayadaya pawaryahi frabayadayamne, bauriyahi hang hananai, bauriyahi hang hanashe, gamsha, ashemsha, idolchimcha, Ulch dakitchisra ashem kshathrimcha vispashavohu mazdadata ashachithra. Fravardan Yasht 88. 11. We attune ourselves with the piety and Farohar here of Holy Spidama Zarathustra as the most advanced thinker of good, as the most advanced good speaker, as the most perfect doer of good, as the most advanced priest, warrior, beneficent farmer, as the most advanced acquirer of knowledge, and imparter of knowledge, as the most advanced deserving one of the creation, holiness, the word, response, and power of the word, and the entire Mazda created good holy of origin. Fa. At radum Zarathustro tanvaskit kakado ushtanum, dadadi porvatum manangli asklyavang hush mazde, shiothna ashdi yacha ukdakiakisra ashem kshathrim chwi. Gatha ha 33:14. Zarathustra dedicates the very vitality of his own body as a gift along with the excellence of good mind for the sake of Mazda, as well as response and power of the word and action for the sake of Asha. These 9 references from the extant Vesta texts with their imperfect translations are quite adequate to give to the reader a faint glimpse of the majestic personality of Zoroaster, and his position par excellence as the most exalted soul with the highest spiritual unfoldment. The Gathic idea of the unique position, co no evo sasan and Augusthada Zarathustro spit and mo who alone has listened to the canons of ours, Spidama Zarathustra has been elaborately explained by the other Avestan passages. The Koret or aura of Zarathustra was surpassing that of any 380 Zachostek s will parallel to that of Ahura Mazda. One of the advancing souls. He has reached the zenith of spiritual unfoldment, Uraost, and with all the spiritual powers thus unfolded he was attuned with Ahura Mazda and Amishaspentas, and in fact was in tune with the entire creation. Such a soul was destined to be the viceroy or spiritual representative of Ahura Mazda, Asha Vahishta, or Sraasha. With such a high and unique position Zoroaster was willing only to carry out the will of Ahura Mazda. Thy will be done Utatha ne unghatyatha vazit. May he ha it le so unto us as wills it as said in the Gatha 29:4. Having this central thought in his mind, Zoroaster has given the word cc yathai aim vario, ath and ratush ash and chidhacha as is the will, for the spiritual unfoldment and renovation of the entire universe, of Ahu, i.e. the Lord of the spiritual planes, so is the same will of Ratu, i.e. the prophet or spiritual master on the physical planes, only on account of holiness. Thus word ito from this very frst seen that both and it is Ahu are of one will Ahu i.e. the Lord of the spiritual planes Ahura Mazda, and Badu or Zarathustra the spiritual Grand Master on the physical planes. The conference between Ahura Mazda and Asha in the Gatha HA 29-2, 3 Furfshire proves that Zoroaster was the only soul fitted to bring to the physical planes knowledge spiritual of the laws of nature. Gatha HA 29-6 is specially meant for testifying to the unparalleled exceptional position of Zoroaster in the scale of spiritual evolution or unfoldment, and it runs as under et eveo kata Ahura Mazda viddo vafushnoit evzi ahu vistonada, radisli ashachid hacha, at zi ithwa, fshian teacha vastradish thwarish datadisht. Gatha HN 29-6. Thereupon the omniscient beneficent Ahura Mazda clearly declared that neither Ahu nor Ito for the mere sake of holiness is known to me. Hence the Creator has molded thee indeed as a progress-rendering farmer, FCOBO Aster teacher of soul s majestic march UPTO Garonmana. 381 This section conveys a good deal of mystic meaning. Ahura Mazda in this paragraph openly avers that no other Ahu or Katu perfectly attuned with Ashoy is in his cognizance except Zarathustra. In other words the only Ahu or spiritual master well versed in the divine moral order of the universe, and the Katu only i.e. the preceptor and preacher of the universal laws of unfoldment in the physical world, cognised by Ahura Mazda as entirely fitted for the most arduous majestic task on account of Asha Vahishta Ashasrishta the best and most excellent rectitude and holiness is Spitama Zarathustra. It is for this inner underlying deep RT imp and amp, LT, that Ahura Mazda further declares that Zarathustra has been molded as a progress renders asterisk, FSHNYN teacha, for it is Zarathustra alone who can teach the laws of unfoldment of the soul in order to enable the soul to go along its majestic arch across the Chinvatopi and Ritu or the bridge-like link between the visible and the invisible worlds, through the portal gate of DBD and Rifa and N the opiating. Entrance unto the 6 Keshvars Vaurabhati, Vaurajarishti, Irjahi, Savahi, Fredadafthu, and Vidadfafshu, through the realms of the Adarimino or the unseen active energy tire the prime origin of the physical and ultra-physical states of existence, on towards the Garonmana the abode of song celestial where Ahura Mazda resides. In the same deep sense is Zarathustra styled a spiritual farmer, Vedstradisha / for he is verily the sower of the tree of knowledge of the laws of unfoldment, its preserver, tender, and nourisher, the reaper of its fruit and the giver thereof to the other hungry souls who are immortal aspiring after Ushta or bliss of Garonmna This is the grand undertaking and office of Zarathustra, divinely him entrusted to and being of Fshiyant and for Vastra which no man of whatever intellectual capacity and caliber can ever be expected to carry out to the entire satisfaction of Ahura Mazda. Such a soul the specially chosen Zarathustra of Ahura Mazda can never be put or regarded to be on the same level as that of ordinary mortals like ourselves. No doubt Zoroaster came down to this earth as a man, but at the same time he 382 physical body Zoroaster superior to that of ordinary men. Was quite distinct from ordinary mortals. His physical body has the physical atoms quite different from the atoms of the ordinary mortals. Was known by the appellation Najazime of Lida i.e. the soul or essence of the 3 kingdoms of nature mineral, vegetable, and animal including mankind. The soul of Zarathustra, having attained the highest point of the mount of evolution required the subtlest physical atoms for his physical tenement which could emanate the most luminous Kydn Kora and other higher auras, and which could fully residential pond to the vibrations received from Ahura Mazda, Asha, Vohumanang Hansra. The Nafsimavalida tenement knew no physical death as in the case of ordinary mortals. The atoms of the body of such a soul dissolve themselves into ultra-physical matter at the time of the completion of the soul's great duty here in this world. The 9 constituents of man viz., Tanu, Gaetha, Asda, Kirpa, Tevashi, Ushtana, Urvan, Bayadang, and Fravashi are all harmoniously attuned with one another, and the higher the rate of vibration and stioda of the Urvan, the greater is the subtlety of all physical and ultraphysical constituents. The Urvan of Zoroaster being one of the highest unfolded class of souls, the physical tenement for such a soul must have its atoms very rare and fine in their rate of subtlety. When we remember the three classes into which souls are divided, we shall have a clear idea of the position of the soul of Zoroaster, and hence of the capability of response to higher vibrations on account of the special fineness of his physical and ultra-physical constituents. The first or highest is known by the term 1 Nal, and Najdalitan and Fravashindm . %, those souls who have progressed furthest onto the spiritual existence, who have gone an amp, lt. Center the . Or Ahura Mazda. Nearest the second is termed Poyariotika Escher and Fravashimim . Which includes all the souls that have advanced in holiness and are who are co-workers with Ashavahishta . Premier law abiding . In the law of divine moral order of the universe. The third or the lowest in degree is known by the name Ashayan and Amp, lt. Fravashir and and this class includes all souls who during life on the earth follow strictly the 20 coaster ranks among *, Nav and Najdiskhtai and M class of souls. 383 mandates of Ashoy. The Poyariatka Eshan and M souls have severed connection with this earth for good and are progressing in the 6 Keshwars, while the Ashayan and M souls are saintly souls helping the Asarai Roshni by a stringent adherence to Ashoy principles and prepare themselves for salvation from physical life. All souls that are not pertaining to Ashayan and M are termed Dravat and M or deviated ones, i.e. those who have gone astray from the path of Ashoy rules taught in the Zoroastrian religion. Each of these three main groups of souls have 9 orders according to the degrees of spiritual unfoldment in each of the 27 orders in all. The world prophet Zoroaster, who is you are Uraost or further most advanced in unfoldment, belongs to the 7th order of the Nal and Najdishtantim class of souls. Hence, from the point of view of the degree of spiritual unfoldment, how very unwise it would be to say that Zoroaster was a man like we ourselves, who have deviated from the strict observance of Ashoy principles, who are drowned into the deepest abyss of various druhas, cannot put ourselves within even the last group, what viz. Ashayanam Fravashinfim souls. A high presumption on our part to compare the soul of Zoroaster pertaining to the 7th high order of the highest group Nabanajnishtanam Fravashinam souls with ours who cannot be included even in the lowest order of the lowest grade of Ashayanam Fravashinam souls. Again, from the point of view of the power of understanding or cognizance, we can see the contrast between the understanding power of Zoroaster and that of an ordinary intellectual person. As one of the Nabanajnishtanam souls and of the 7th order in that group, Zoroaster was fortunate to possess the power of understanding uncalled Mivir or heroic consciousness account of which he was commissioned by Ahura Mazda in consultation with Asha, as said in the Gathas, to execute the grand work of preaching the law of Ahura Mazda for the spiritual progress and unfoldment of souls on the earth and of the entire created things. The souls of the 7th, 8th, and 9th orders 384 Zoroaster Sasni are unsurpassed by the highest intellect. Of the Poyariovkishanam Fravashinam have the special under 11 manly termed standing capacity or Asninar consciousness, which only very highly progressed souls like those of Frashayashtra and Jamaspa could possess. The third kind of consciousness is termed Asnikrat or wisdom consciousness 11, which is devuloked in the souls of the Ashayanarn class live a life of Ashoy for the sake of the upliftment of the soul. This Asnikrat is the power of innate wisdom or intuition proper, which can be acquired only by holy souls, as we have learned from Gatha XXXIV, 6. Yo anoita Shemmani and Taya Vyadulra Vohu, as those Iviho do not think of Ashoy keep vohumano or genuine wisdom far from them. 11f And lastly the knowledge acquired by the souls of the lowest order of the Ashayanam class by listening to the daster or religious instructor who possesses asn ikrat is termed gus hos rudkrat or wisdom heard by the heirs. The avistic asn kretu, and jace hos ruda kretu of which the Pahlavi forms are an ikrat 1 and gus hos rudkrat are always found connected with the function of the archangel Vohumanangha and the angel Manthraspenta in the Avesta Sarahayasht, which contain appellations and functions and epithets of all the 33 intelligences. Hence we see that we who do not belong even to the Uashayanam class of souls, can never presume to have even gus hos rudkrat and still less asn ikrad. The secular knowledge received from reading books cannot properly speaking be termed gus hos rudkrat in its strictly technical sense. The highest cultured intellect of a mastermind of a well-versed scientist is nothing compared with the asn ikrat of a soul of the Ashayanam class, and the best developed intellect admits of no comparison at all between the asninar of the Poyarjatka Eshanam class of souls. How then can it with any propriety be said that Zoroaster, who possessed that rare gem of premier understanding asnivir, was a practical thinker of his age like ourselves? Wide gulf between the soul of Zoroaster and that of Ouhs. 385 We have learned from these two very graphic points of view, viz. of the degree or position of the soul and of the understanding that Zarathustra, who has advanced up to the seventh order of the Nahanadiskandm class and who possessed the highest consciousness or power of comprehension of the laws of the universe, called Asnivir, must be looked up to with reverence and adoration as a unique personality on the earth who is unsurpassed. We can have no opinion afc all of the scholarship of men like the writer of Zoroastrian theology who depicts such a venerable personality in terms of the practical genius of Iran. On p15, and the realist, practical, common-sense thinker on p1g, the writer seems to be ignorant of the immense width of the gulf between the soul of Zoroaster standing on the summit of the mountain of unfoldment and the soul of Dravatam or sinners like ourselves who are playing in the darkness of the deep valley of enfoldment. At the same time on p63 the writer says such is the great message of hope that the Prophet of Iran brings to the world of humanity from Ahura Mazda, we are amazed to see the phrase Prophet of Iran used by the writer, and we are at a loss to understand in what connotation the word Prophet is used by him. Similarly on p45 he says there is much disorder in the world, and the situation demands the services of a great mastermind, a genius, a philosopher, nay a prophet. If the writer had only pointed out that Zoroaster tifas beyond the average capacity of a mastermind, that he was a master soul of the highest order, he could have very ably done it, for he says on the same p45 386 miracles of Zoroaster, a fact from his divine delegation. After patient deliberations, in which Vohumana, Asha, Jishtashan, and the other heavenly lords take part, Vohumana the premier counselor, declares that Zarathustra is the only mortal who has heard the divine commands, and he is the one person suited to be sent to the world as the spiritual and temporal lord who could remove the grievances of Jishurian, as quoted from Gatha 29:8. Now this very passage from the Gatha, and not from the so-called later Avesta, proves that the soul of Zoroaster being highest in spiritual unfoldment is given a certificate of his being the messenger of Ahura Mazda by Vohumanangha. Such a soul performed the miracles as given in the other Avesta, and the Pahlavi texts have preserved a good many of the marvels of Zarathustra as in the Pahlavi book of the Dinkard. The writer of Zoroastrian theology, since he regards Zoroaster as a common-sense man like himself, does not seem to believe in the achievement of miracles by Zoroaster. He says on the same p45 we can see in this account, i.e. in the Gatha quoted above, an attempt to convince the disbelievers and heretics of the true mission of the Prophet. The later texts resort to miracles of various sorts to fulfill the same purpose. Those who have not yet come, in Gathic times, to any definite conclusion as to the choice of their faith, and are still hesitating before embracing the new creed, are shown how preparations were made in heaven for Zarathustra's mission, and how with divine sanction and direct approval of the Godhead, the new prophet comes to them for their good. This is one of the worst exhibitions of the doubt and skepticism of the writer of Zoroastrian theology. In spite of two lucid passages from the Gathas H 429-6-8 declaring the unique position and divine delegation of Zoroaster, the writer says that it was only an attempt to convince the disbelievers and heretics of the true mission of the prophet. Here the writer doubts even the authorship of the Gathas, and dreams such ideas to have been invented by some priests of later times to convince the people anyhow. Certainly the miracles of Zoroaster enumerated in the Pahlavi and other Avestan texts offer a prima facie Zoroaster revered as Ayazgto, 387 proof of the highest degree of spiritual development of Zoroaster. What we term miracles are only phenomena based on the laws of nature, but as long as we are ignorant of all the laws working on the ultra-physical and spiritual planes of existence, we find such phenomena to be impossible of achievement by ourselves, and we hence call them by the miracles of C and Amp, LT, miracles. All that are to be met with in the extant scriptures have their exquisite inner explanation, which will be given in print by the grace of we God on some future occasion. Shall here only bear in mind that much of what is said in the marvels of Zoroaster in the Pahlavi Dinkard has been taken from the Avesta source, and the divine certificate referred to therein given to Zoroaster is simply an explanation of the Gatha 29-6-8. We shall now go through all the references to Zoroaster in the book of Zoroastrian theology, and these, as we shall notice, prove the unique position of the world prophet. But in spite of all such references, the writer regards the prophet as a common-sense philosopher, for he is unable to understand the height of spiritual unfoldment attained by Zoroaster. Once, at least, even the prophet Zarathustra is called a Yazida. This is said on p. 97 from Yachna 321. If we understand the meaning of the term Yazida, i.e. one worthy of attunement for the sake of spiritual unfoldment, Zarathustra, who has well nigh approached Ahura Mazda, deserves the title Yazida quite appropriately. The Pahlavi Dinkard regards Zoroaster as equal to Ameshaspens in spiritual potency, and the Ashish Vanyasht emphatically states that Zoroaster achieved the annihilation of the evil spirit, which was not achieved by all the Yazitas. Thus Yachna 321 furnishes a very nice example of Zoroaster's most exalted position in the universe. 2. Mazda asks his prophet to invoke the Ameshaspentas, even though he could not behold them with his eyes. Zarathustra follows Mazda's behests, and he is the first man to invoke them, a spiritual predecessor having been the archangel Srasha. 388 Z010 ASTER, though a man, yet not a man like ourselves. This 3 said from Vendidad 1913 and Ashish Vanyasht 18 on p. 88. 3. On pages 195 to 196 he says, the Gathas and the younger Avestas speak of the prophet's conferences with the Ameshaspens, or archangels, and his communing with them. 4. On p. 22 it is stated that C. Ormuzd confers with them, i.e. the Ameshapens, in regard to creating Zarathustra on earth, and they help the Godhead in this great work, as quoted from the Pinkard. 29-6-8. This is also stated in Gatha/V, when giving his own views on p. 366 the writer says, enthused by a zeal for the theory, they, i.e. the Theosophists, go a step further and allege that Zoroaster himself is an Amahaspand incarnate. This is contrary to the spirit of Zoroastrianism. The sacred books speak of the prophet as the greatest of the mortals, the most brilliant among men, even as the star Tishtar is among the infinite stars, and as the noblest soul whose ideal life is a leaven of righteousness to humanity. He is the highest and the greatest ideal of human perfection, the very embodiment of piety. 3. He gets us give a distinctly visualized image of the personality of Zoroaster. His life is surrounded by a nimbus of miracles in the later period, and most extravagant legends are woven about his personality, but after all that the human language can sing in his praise, he is simply a man and not an archangel incarnate. So was he during life, and so he is after death. In no period of its history does Zoroastrianism apotheosize its prophet. 6. On p. 42 he says that when Vahumana, the Grand Vizier of the heavenly kingdom, approaches Zarathustra and inquires of him what is his most ardent desire, the prophet replies that his inmost yearning is to think of righteousness through the devotional gifts of his homage to fire, as quoted from Gatha 43:9. Zoroaster's unsurpassed communion with Vohumana and Sriasha. 389. We see from these references that the writer is edulous to understand the most remarkable height of the spiritual development of Zoroaster, who must be clearly distinguished from all mankind. He had to come to this Kinerathbani or this physical plane of existence with a physical body of quite a different texture from that of mankind in general, with a kora unsurpassed in purity and brilliancy, with a soul the only one that had reached the highest point of unfoldment. Such a noble personage cannot be described in the most unworthy expressions of man common sense. See simply thinker, etc. In almost all the litanies or daily prayers Zarathustra's name is invoked side by side with that of Ahura Mazda, and no common-nonsense practical thinker of a modern university erudition can ever be allotted such honor of invocation. Holmes, of the spirit implies intellectual caliber par excellence, as in the case of the greatest soul Zarathustra, but intellectual development of an ordinary common-sense thinker does not necessarily imply purity and excellence of the soul within. Unless a soul is proved worthy of the planes of Am3 spans, it cannot enter into communication with the Archangel Yahumana, second only to Ahura Mazda. No Komoyanzen's practical thinker would venture to say that he has communed with the Archangel Yahumano. The power of spiritual response, and the establishment of the charm one of spiritual communication with Sriashi, the greatest of all Yazatas and the Archangel Yahumana, can never be expected of ordinary common-sense philosophers and thinkers. Such unrivaled spiritual conference can be achieved only by a soul of the original superior stamp like that of Zarathustra, who, as we have already seen, belonged to the Nabanajnishtanam class of souls that have nearly reached the goal, i.e. the PLA0 of Ahura Mazda, the Garonmana. The so-called later Avesta and some of the Pahlavi texts have not invented miracles of their own, but they have simply preserved to us some of the rare gems serving as best proof of the unique position of Zoroaster in the universe. It cannot be called scholarship to reject all the ideas that are incomprehensible to the student at a certain time, and to judge all the subjects from the very limited horizon of the intellect. 390. Zoroaster's spiritual vision of Ahura Mazda. Mass collected from all the logies of the West, e.g. philology, sociology, anthropology, etc., which the writer of Zoroastrian theology is so very fond of. 7. On pages 22, 23 we find certain ideas which reveal to the reader the highest spiritual potency of Zoroaster. Lord, the Ahura Mazda is the fountain of holiness, and Zoroaster yearns to bathe in the sanctifying waters of this fountain. He seeks to approach Ahura Mazda with his mind thus illumined by wisdom and his heart ennobled by holiness. Is the approach to the Father in heaven possible? Will the prophet's passionate desire to reach him and be near him and around him and serve him with all his mind and all his heart ever be fulfilled? Will his desire to see the heavenly Father in spirit and converse with him ever be satisfied? Has not to wait long for the fulfillment of this ardent wish he, when his spirit is ablaze with unquenchable devotion, when the ardent longing for Ahura Mazda swallows up every other desire, Vahumana, the embodiment of the good mind, the first in the spiritual hierarchy, comes to him, and the prophet is assured of his success, for it is through Vahumana that he can realize his wish, and through him he can approach the great master. Vahumana, aided by Sriasha, the divine messenger, reveals the sacred word of Mazda unto him, and the prophet, who at last has had the spiritual vision of Ahura Mazda, says that he has beheld him in his eye. If earthly possessions fail him, he is rich in spiritual riches. 8. Similarly on p. 27 we find Zarathustra longs for the moment when, being enlightened and inspired, he may behold Vohumana. The sage has not to wait for the realization of his ardent desire, for Vohumana approaches him with divine knowledge, and asks of him his heart's longing. 9. On p. 38 again the exalted position of Zoroaster is described as under Zarathustra, in exaltation of spirit, pours out his soul to Armadi and speaks of himself as the first and the most devout of men in veneration of her ideals. X. Then on p. 30 under the heading Zarathustra is singled out to communicate the law \v of righteousness to humanity. Says Zarathustra alone heard the commandments Ahura Mazda. 391 This divine law, of Asha, is more immutable than the earth below and the heavens above. Ahura Mazda has established it has flourished, in the world of spirits from all eternity, and the Lord now seeks to implant it in the hearts of Mia. For that reason Zoroaster is chosen as the best and the worthiest person to be the lawgiver to mankind. No one else besides him is considered worthy of this mighty work. Vohumana declares that Zarathustra alone has heard the divine commandments and has undertaken to make them known to mankind. In pious submission to the divine command, Zoroaster undertakes to establish the law of righteousness on earth. All these views the writer has expressed on the authority of the Gathas, which according to his theory have been given by the prophet himself. Learn from these words, which are very clear in themselves, that the soul of Zoroaster, who saw Ahura Mazda, Vohumana, Srasha, Asha, and Armadi with his spiritual eye, enjoyed the unique position, in the entire cosmos, of the prophet of prophets Vakshuri Vakshuran. All the above quoted expressions regarding the most exalted dignity of the spirit ol Zoroaster and his highest spiritual unfoldment are given from the Gathas and not from the so-called later Avesta. The sense of veneration for such an unparalleled soul of Zoroaster is at the same time marred by the careless expression of man, a common sense practical, applied by the writer to this unique soul in the whole cycle of evolution. Lack of consistency in such subjects of profound importance is not a fault which can be easily overlooked by the reader. The subject of the position of Zoroaster is so vast in its extent that it cannot be exhaustively treated here in one wee chapter. Merely try to see superficially, with very few references from the extant Avesta, the unsurpassed greatness of the soul of Zoroaster, who brought the stream of light of the Dana Mazdayasna, in which the Zarathustrian Dana enable all the souls on the earth to put themselves on the path of final unfoldment and universal attunement in the end. Having seen therefore some of the ideas giving prima facie evidence of the unique status magnus of Zoroaster in the entire universe, we shall now try to note the intensity of spiritual 392 Zoroaster * successful campaign with Angra Mainyu. Potency of that soul in his campaign with Angra Mainyu, the evil spirit. It should be borne in mind that when, as described in Gatha 29:1, the pitch of materialistic wave of involution went to the intolerable extreme point so as to overbalance the evolutionary wave or unfoldment process as it were, this greatest soul Zoroaster is entrusted by the charter of Ahura Mazda in consultation with Vohumao and Asha and other archangels, with the capital work of repelling darkness and propagating the spiritual light on earth, of advancing virtue and weeding out vice from the field of spiritual growth of the soul, of transmitting the asaritariki or dark influences into asari roshni or influences of light, of fighting the druj with the heroic strength of Asha, of annihilating the devas or vicious men and destructive thought forces thereof, and opening up the field of advancement for Saoshyants or spiritual benefactors, in short, of negativing the Angra Mainyu and of positiving the Spenta Mainyu. By virtue of the unparalleled greatness of his soul, Vakshuri Vakshuran Zarathustra Spitaman has very triumphantly achieved the mighty task, and many references in the extant meager Avesta also testify to this most successful achievement in the field of spiritual duel. Following are some of the most amazing references to Zoroaster's successful fight with Angra Mainyu and the Devas, / Yo Baurio Chukram Anu Isayadavuchahat Mashidaka, Yo Baurio Stoichist Vathio Stoida Hashem Mist, Devo, Fra Ornitnas Diagno Zaratkush Trish Vidavo Ahura Thes Ho. End quote, Pravardin Yasht 89. End quote, Zarathustra, was the first who overturned the circle of devas and similar men. He was the first who practiced the stoida or color vibration of Hashem and Nazamidakvo for the sake of the entire material existence, and sent forth the Adlira energy of attunement with Ahura and estrangement from Deva in accordance with the two loves Mazdayasna and Zarathush *Triya/I. End quote, Zoroaster bombobts Devas with the word of Ahunet var2, end quote, Yadhetni Usze Yangha, twin. Aravo Zaral Huxhatra /Imahi Rushaspahe Vidavo Ahura Tika Esho, Srudo Aryanavakjaltal ti.ni pa ni Ryo Zarathustra Ahunam Varam Frasratveo Ibareth Vanteo and 7 and Amp, Lt, Huturam Aparam Kras Dihi Frasratidi, turns Amaraji to Akaranavo Risp Deva Zarathustra Tio Apara Ahm and Team Roreoda Apateko Padagiasi, A, Yo Aajishto /O Tanchis Lido, Yo Thwajash Shishto, Yo Isis Fuo, Yo Ashvkrithrajnstmo Ababatnanir and O Daman. Major Horn Yasht or Yakna Ha 912, 13. Thou one loftily born for Porushas a righteous Zarathus Lodra of the house of Porushaspa, estranged from Dogma and DDCD with Ahura. Zaratli Yushtra thou wast the first Ivy Ho chanted most charmingly and with the lest intonation the Ahana Varya 4 in the Iran Vaha. And thou Zarathustra made buried underground all the devas who ere now were moving about in the guise of men on earth, thou who art most powerful, strongest, most agile, most speedy, and most sveisfula triumphant in the 9 creation of both the spirits. 3 Vaknemam amat paradokva patan, menkmam mato faredvoit. Vinam aparakars hyan gynusk jack * maa yal siabia, and amp, lt, m and amp, lt. As Mogan Tishjen and Rio Hazov where Yendava. Uaatacco Ahu of Tatrio of Azamam Zamthnstru /Rast and Ajat Arifwantum Actum Appare, Christi /Se /Razru ui Smi Araji ui Avasat Vice Dokva Ikna Asidia. End quote, Jamiad Yasht 80, 81. The dames disappeared at the Rigam of Zarathustra, me vanished at Ms Mir Krone's sight. The and whale genii allowed withdrew from me I at his cm and desisted from harassing. Moreover the holy Deva, Zarathustra chanted forth the word of Ahana Yar 4 times with intonate Viharavi all the dames unworthy of atonement and unworthy of Propi and Amp, GT, TWN were forced underground. Idi Davida Hoyo duo enero maniash porimarconoit raui ami tnftaH.naaasm alato maseo. Tapiatai ashavishtamane and sl tem, Rikomi hacha angle and ozamat vangho ramu amyofamiatai yos palamo zarathamtro. End quote, Aspish Vang Yash 20. The ill-informed evil spirit full of death of the spirit bawled out thus, all the two could not shatter me again my m, suppressed we against mv. Me he sn mess me but only Zarathush the word of Ahum 5394 meaning of devas, species of devas in the Avesta. Var and amp, gt, a weapon as enormous as a stone slab, he melts me with the best word of Hashem in the same evi as he would melt down metal, my disappearance from this earth does benefit unto me. He who repels me is only Spitama Zarathush. From these passages we learn that the most heinous vibration color graphs of evil thoughts and words and practices were nullified by Zoroaster, who was able to work out the efficacy of the most powerful charms of Yath end quote, and Hashem end quote, Vario end quote, Vohu end quote, only on account of the unsurpassed strength of Ashoy of that greatest soul. Many the word end quote, Deva end quote, in the Avesta has meanings in the different contexts. Generally the word implies all the unseen graphs and forms created by the worst type of black magicians with the practice of their end quote, Agamanthra or evil thought force and end quote, Agamant lyra end quote, or evil charms. The persons who are addicted to these malpractices are also called Hudavas. End quote, there are various classes of end quote, Devas end quote, are given to the practice of various kinds of end quote, Druhit. End quote, those who make use of the excretions of the body such as hair, nail, blood, flesh, etc., and practice the Druid-i-Hikra for their malign objects of sorcery and witchcraft by means of the evil magnetic currents of these dirty things, are known as Manzainyan and Mdivan and in the Avesta, for such devas spread an influence which kills the Vohumithra or good thought energy of people around. Similarly we have in the Goshyasht other types of devas such as the N in the Kayana Vairdaka and Amp, LT, and Amp, GT, Darshinika Srashyashti Varanya devas. The process of these devas of keeping themselves in touch with the most obnoxious kirpa or forms produced by means of the vibrations and colors of their most powerful evil thoughts and evil charms, is known in the Avesta by the name of Devakajana or attunement with the devas. The arduous task of shattering all these unseen formations and graphs of devas was achieved by Zoroaster. The Mantra Spenta and the Pshusho Mantra, the two grades of Avesta Mantra charms, were powerful enough to cancel the Agamantra vibrations of the devas, and allied with these two mantra styotic Mankuftisi of Zoroaster's duel with devas. 395 exalted types of mantra, the Mithra, or thought energy, and Ashoy or holiness of the great soul Zoroaster, were an added force for the great achievement. The fight of Zoroaster with the devas is not an allegorical story, but a scientific fact based on the most abstruse laws of vibration, color, and magnetic electricity. The Usht and Na life force or vitality that sustained the unseen graphs of the devas, was shut out by the styotic effect Hashem of Vohu chanted by Zoroaster with a special permutation of its words, and thereafter the lifeless shell or Kirpa of devas was bombarded by the fiery Styoda Nazamai of Devo and the most powerful Ahu when Styoda Tatha of Amp, LT, Severio unseen the Or Gob and R graph formations of these devas were no longer sustained on account of the exclusion of their Ushtana or vitality. They gave way under the dire effect of the most powerful vibration colors of the Avesta Mantra chanted by Zoroaster, and the lifeless Hariri or germs of these unseen Druhi formation were attracted into the earth by the overpowering magnetic force of Armadi or the earth's magnetism, and when the graphs were thus reduced to zero, the promulgators thereof simultaneously disappeared. Thus the greatest achievement of transmuting Asaritariki into Asariyashna, and the most trying work of fighting successfully the devas, had been carried out only by virtue of the Mithra, Mantra, and Ashoy energy of the greatest soul Zoroaster of the first-rate spiritual weapon potency. Mantra is the metallic as it were, Mithra is the handle thereof, and the energy Ashoy is requisite for wielding the mighty weapon of Mithra and Mantra. As Zoroaster belonged to the Nav and Najvi and Hun and M class of souls, and since he Hashem was Ashavastima or holiest of the holy, there could be no doubt about the invulnerable power of his Ashoy employed against the devas in the great fight. In the same way, if a follower of Zoroastrianism desires to perceive the practical efficacy of Avesta Mantra, he has but to live the life in accordance with the canons of Nithnash Druj i.e. annihilation of Druj, in order to accelerate the intensity of the strength of Ashoy within himself. 396 Haumafai other Kh and strict gunfav ovect going evil spirit. One more reference to Zoroaster's fight with the evil spirit is worth noticing. 5. Padi Amdi obviously at yo spitamo Zarathustro vanacha tas litika, haumika, vacha mazdofra oktamanazaya osti vahishtam, anavacha vandni, anavacha apayastant anazaya yukarat dongho, ai duzda, angra manyo, dathot spento maniash, dathot zarunke karan and efrad athan amish dispent hukshathra hadongho. Vendidad 19:19. Uspitama Zarathustra responded to Angra Mainyu / Ivana or metal tumbler for pounding Hauma, Tashta or metal plate for purifying the Hauma, and Hauma and the Mazda declared word or mantra, these are my best weapons. I must smite thee and I must suppress thee with that word and with those well-prepared weapons. Thou ill-informed Ahura Mazda, these weapons have been created by Spenta Manu in the boundless energy and by the well-created Amishas Spentas of good power. The above quoted paragraph, one of the best Avestic testimonies to the efficacy of rituals, and especially of the Haumas ceremony based on the subtle laws of electricity of which 81 kinds have been taught in the chapter on Ascribed. Zoro. Astor explains that the Zoroastrian rituals are based entirely on the grand laws of vibration, color, thought energy, and magneto-electric currents, and that the same Hauma ceremony which is the foundation of all Yajna ceremony, has been employed by Zoroaster himself against the hideous vibration color graphs of the evil spirit and his dire devas. By virtue of the Ashoy and Mithra power of that great soul within him, Zoroaster was able to notice the practical efficacy of the rituals allied with the Mazda-taught Avesta mantric vibrations against the devas, and the Yajthra or purification-giving priests also can produce the same practical efficacy in proportion to the intensity of Ashoy and Kora power developed as a result of their life leading in strict accordance with the 72 canons of Liashehi Khdv and i.e. fountain source of Asha expounded in the Zoroastrian law, and referred to in Yajna Ha10. Zoroaster's fight with devas Jmal and palpable woe myth. 397 Thus the soul that had already been uraosed on the or zenith of uru or unfoldment, had not to fight any temptations within him, for there could be no possibility of a rise of earthly temptations in a soul like Zoroaster. Zoroaster's fight with the devas is the actual tangible fight waged with the help of the vibrations, colors, and thought energy, and word energy and ritual magnetic energy for the grand purpose of shattering all the undesirable grossest graphs created by the most abominable type of men termed devas under the guidance of the evil spirit, the prince of darkness and materialistic wave. An ordinary common-sense thinker could not have waged a successful fight of vibrations, and the reader would be easily led to the convincing belief from such descriptions of Zoroaster in the extant Avesta that Zoroaster must be a unique soul far surpassing all other souls in the universe. Now the writer of Zoroastrian theology has also referred to this subject, viz., of the effect of Zoroaster's presence upon the Deva. On pages 158, 159 he says under the heading Ahura Mazda grovels before Zarathustra on the advent of Zarathustra, as the true prophet, this soul of righteousness stupefies him, because he sees in the earthly embodiment of Ahura Mazda's will his eternal foe, who will by holy teaching and preaching threaten the overthrow of his infernal empire of wickedness. The prince of darkness, in tempting Zarathustra, promises him the sovereignty of the world, if he will only reject the faith of Mazda. But the prophet replies that he will not renounce the excellent religion either for body or life. Ahura Mazda determines to overthrow such fate. On the part of the prophet to whom he is so opposed, and resolves to wreak vengeance upon him. He clamors for the death of the sage, and lets loose legions of demons to assail him. But the chosen of Ahura Mazda is found to be on impregnable rock, not to be moved. The blessed one scatters his assailants in flight. They rush howling and weeping to the regions of darkness, or hell. Defeated and dismayed, the evil spirit bewails that Zarathustra alone has accomplished what all the Yazatas together were unable to do. In other words, he is the only one who has baffled the devil and his infernal crew. At the beginning of the creation, the recital of Ahana Varya by Mazda put Ahura Mazda to flight, and as a consequence the evil spirit crouches in abject servility to Mazda's prophet, who has hurled him backward into the darkest abyss. 393 Writer's references to Zoroaster's fight with the devas. All these words are quoted on the authority of the Vendidad 19, and Ashish Vang and Jamayad Yashts by the writer, who regards these as later or younger Avesta, not given by the prophet himself. Hence the writer is prone to believe all this talk about Zoroaster's fight with the devas as allegorical or mythological or poetic expressions of some later writers, for he is at a loss to understand, in the absence of the knowledge of the great spiritual powers of Zoroaster and of the laws of vibration, how Zoroaster should have rooted devas. Those who regard all Avesta as neither pre-Zoroastrian nor post-Zoroastrian and who care to acquire a scientific inner explanation of such passages occurring in the Avesta will very easily see from the above quoted words of the writer that the writer of Zoroastrian theology is utterly ignorant of the essential central spirit of Zoroastrianism based on the uru or unfoldment of the soul in conformity with the laws of stauda or vibration colors, and that as a result of sheer ignorance he takes pride in calling Zoroaster a common-sense practical man, philosopher, or thinker. On p. 102 we find other words of the writer to the same effect. Of course the demons are terrified at the birth of Zoroaster, who rooted them at the outset. Not one of them, nor all together, could compass the hallowed sage's death, they vanished overcome at his sight. In fact all those demons that roamed about on the earth in human form sank beneath the earth afc the appearance of the prophet. This is quoted from the Fravardan Yasht 89, Vendidad 19, Jamayad Yasht 80, and Yakna Ha 9. Such ideas appear at first sight to be merely poetical imagery, but when the Avesta is deciphered, all the meanings in such passages become scientifically intelligible to us. Such passages at least testify to the great spiritual potentiality of the soul of Zoroaster in pursuance of the highest summit of the mountain of unfoldment that he has attained. The writer says on p. 129 we take disbelief in the miracles cj marvels of Zoroaster. 399 Ahura Mazda has appointed Tishtraya as the lord of all other stars, even as he has ordained Zarathustra as the spiritual lord of all mankind. Certainly such passages prove that Zoroaster enjoyed the unique position as a prophet in the entire universe. Such passages only explain elaborately the Gathic ideas of Evo Hudi memstndo gushuda and you are Uraost Vakedrahaya and the Fshiyanticha Vastryacha etc., applied to Zoroaster. Students of philology have failed to understand the law of gradations of souls working in nature, and in the absence of a systematic knowledge of Zoroastrian esoteric teachings, they are obliged to speculate upon all subjects in proportion to the strength of their educated book-learned skill. As for example the writer of Zoroastrian theology says on p. 195 Zoroaster is a historical personage in the Gathas. In the later Avesta, he is surrounded by an aureole, and becomes superhuman, but in the Pahlavi works his personality is enshrouded by miracles, and he is transformed into a myth. The fascination of marvels in religion is an unmistakable sign the times. Christian bishops, who, as we shall see in the further stage of our inquiry, carried on inveterate disputes with the Zoroastrian clergy in Persia, based the claim of the greatness of their own religion on miracles. Perhaps in consequence the life story of Zoroaster, as told by the writers of the Pahlavi period, is similarly stamped with the mark of the miraculous. The Gathas and the younger Avesta speak of the prophet's conferences with the Ameshaspans, or archangels, and his communing with them. The Pahlavi texts, as we shall see in the chapter on the Ameshaspans, state that they came to the court of King Gushtasp as the envoys of Ormuzd, to give proof of the divine calling of the prophet. This disbelief of the writer of Zoroastrian theology in the miracles and marvels of the prophet Zoroaster, is purely a result of the skeptic and cynic attitude of the writer in conjunction with too much of speculation. Although we have not got any continuous account of the life of Zarathustra in the extant Avesta texts, we must emphatically say that the Pahlavi Dinkard has preserved much of the original Zoroastrian lore not obtainable from the fragments of the extant Avesta. It is very unjustifiable and unscholarly, on the part of the writer of Zoroastrian theology to say that the miracles described in the Pahlavi texts have been 400 miracles of Zoroaster, a fact stated in more than one Nask, invented by later writers. The Pahlavi Dinkard simply presents to us many things in the $51 Nasks, and thus opens a vast field of investigation into the grand principles of Zoroastrianism for devotional students of Vesta and Pahlavi languages. When we refer to the summary of the Nasks given ante in chapter I, we find that the Varsht Mansar Nasjc or Nask Ayahu contained an introductory chapter on the incidents of the Prophet's birth and on his being appointed the Prophet by Ahura Mazda, and the Spend Nask or the Nask Iangliush was devoted to the biography of Zoroaster, and spoke of the earthly composition of the material body with the Frabahar and the soul of the Prophet, of the nature of his spiritual birth in heaven, and his material birth on earth, of his conference with the deity at 30 years of age, and the occurrences of 7 such conferences in 10 years. This same Spend Nask described the many miracles and marvels attributed to the Prophet, which are collected in the 7th book of the Dinkard. The same Nask gave the history of the evolution, alluded to the conferring of the divine wisdom upon Zarathustra, his vision of the infernal region, the propagation of Zoroaster's knowledge of the divine evolution to the world, and his attraction of mankind to it. The Hatadad Hate Nask or Nask Ichid contained details regarding the demonstration of the assembly of the Amish Aspens. Thus we are able to see that the fact of the miracles of Zoroaster is never a myth, but originally a Zoroastrian fact mentioned in the Nasks. Even the veteran Pahlavi scholar B.W. West testifies to this fact in the SBE volume Slayai. Introduction, which is devoted to the marvels of Zoroastrianism as stated in the 7th and 5th books of the Pahlavi Dinkard and in the selections of Tsadsparam, chap 12 XXIV. With reference to the Pahlavi texts of the miracles of Zoroaster, West says, these 3 narratives appear to be the only connected statements of the Zoroastrian legend that remain extant in Pahlavi, and all 3 seem to be chiefly derived from the Sasanian Pahlavi version of the West's evidence of Estan source of miracles in Pahlavi. 401 Spend Nask, with some probable additions from the Spitradad Nask that the original Pahlavi A version was translated from Avesta text, though many Pahlavi commentaries were intermingled, appears certain. Apart from the numerous quotations from Revelation, Dino, which may be safely assumed to have had an Avesta original, there are many passages in asterisks pursed with glosses, such as the Pahlavi translators habitually used, as well as numerous sentences beginning with a verb, an Avesta peculiarity which generally disappears in an English translation. Regarding the age of this Avesta text, it would be hazardous to speculate without further information than we yet possess. Beyond the frequent occurrence of the names of the chief actors in the traditions, there are not many references to the Zoroastrian legends in the extant Avesta. This is owing to the fact that 3/4 of the Avesta texts including the Nasks specially devoted to these legends have been lost. The chief references to them that still survive in the Avesta are as follows: so far as these references in the Avesta extend, they agree with the Pahlavi versions of the legends, and occasionally state some further particulars. May, therefore, safely conclude that these Pahlavi versions present a fairly complete view of the Zoroastrian legends current in Sasanian times. The reader will be able to learn from these weighty words of the veteran West that Dr. Dalla is not a reliable scholar in the field of fair fruits of Zoroastrian studies. All the so-called miracles of Zoroaster have their proper, reasonable, and scientific explanation for the unbiased student who has ears here. There is nothing regarding the miracles of Zoroaster in the extant Zoroastrian Avesta scriptures and Pahlavi writings, which is supernatural. These miracles must be looked upon as super 402 Ishanal of miracle of feet of Asp Isid, i.e. Black Hobbs. Physical, for they necessitate for their successful performance perfect power of Ashoy or attunement with all the laws of Asha together with complete cognizance of the laws of the 4 planes of the universe, viz., the Ifano. Or the spiritual, the Jern and Ni or the luminary, the Arv and high or the ultra-physical, and the Jessam and Ui or the physical, of which the former 2 termed Ilasti are permanent and everlasting and constant, and the latter 2 termed Nisti are transitory, evanescent and variable. One instance out of the many miracles will serve the reader in good stead. Zoroaster took out all the 4 feet of the Asp Isai or black horse of King Vishtaspa, which were buried into the loins of the horse. It is further said that Zoroaster took them out only by the chanting of some mantra or Avestic formula. This is regarded as a miracle, for this phenomenon cannot be reasonably understood by the educated youth of the present century in its literal sense. This miracle, when explained in its original light, becomes a fact possible and certain of achievement to a student of when psychic science. The subject of 16 chakra or psychic centers in the kirpa of the human constitution is properly understood by the student, he can very easily admit the truth of the fact that Zoroaster developed the 4 chakra or psychic centers of King Gushtasp, connected with the faculties of the brain in order to enable him to see for himself the verities of the revelation or deny Zarathustra. This is a subject requiring a detailed and elaborate explanation which cannot be given here in a book of review. Hope to see a book of all the miracles of Zoroaster unveiled in this light of Kshnum in their original interpretation by the grace of God in the near future. Meanwhile, such abstruse subjects must be patiently studied and investigated, and cynical strictures and ridiculous remarks must be desisted from by the students of bare Avesta philology. What should be said of the inconsistency of the writer of Zoroastrian theology who does not recognize the unparalleled personality of Zoroaster as above the human stage of the spiritual development, and who cannot believe in the performance of miracles by Zoroaster, whom the writer regards as an ordinary common-sense man, when the same writer says on p. 225 writer's inconsistency re Zoroaster's unique position. 403, in fact the Mazdayasnian religion itself is the innate intelligence of Spena Menu on the authority of the Pahlavi Dinkard. 2. On p. 237 that the prophet Zarathustra prayed to them, i.e., Izad *, to grant him the power of spiritual leadership / from the same Pahlavi Dinkard. 3. On p. 177 from the Avesta Yajna Ahura Mazda proclaims to Zarathustra certain rules of righteousness by the practice of which he could pass over the bridge to paradise. 4. On p. 138 on the authority of Abanyash that the boon that Ahura Mazda seeks is that he may win over Zarathustra to think after his religion, to speak after his religion, and to act after his religion. V. On p. 147 he says from the Fravardanyash Ahura Mazda advises Zarathustra to invoke them, the Ashaunam Fravashinam, whenever he finds himself in danger. If Zoroaster received the influx of the essential spirit of Spena Meno, if and Fravashis, he could himself attune and rapport with the Yazids himself and commune with Ahura Mazda as declared in the aforesaid Avesta texts, no student of ordinary right sense and devotional cast of spirit would hesitate to revere and adore him as the unique and most exalted soul in the path of unfoldment among all the souls yearning after the grand goal of spiritual unfoldment. We have to omit many interesting subjects under the Caesaropatatures. Uchneus vitae requisitationio fabchas twaif dorwivficenden and duot, chvoival dremno ftionid as the wife of Zoroaster, nor the 3 names Zarathustra and Verchithra as the sons of Zoroaster, nor Urvadatnara Ftij, Thliridi. Purakisti as the daughters of Zoroaster. These 7 names are found in connection with Zarathustra in 404 no wife sf children of Zoroaster because of Kitvadatha. The extant Avesta especially in the Pravardanyasht and in the Gathas, but they are not mentioned as the names of the wife and children of Zoroaster. In pursuance of the usual mode of speculating upon the study of Avesta philology, most of the Avesta students have given out a conjectural surmise that Zoroaster had a wife and children of the names above mentioned. In the Pahlavi Bundadishan chap XXXII. SBE Volume V, we find an account of the wives and children of Zoroaster which seems to be absurd on the very face of it. The Gatha Vahishta Ishtiha 53 has been interpreted by the translation rememberers as a matrimonial arrangement made by Zoroaster of his daughter Purakisti. If the students of philology once cared to remember that Avesta and Pahlavi writings' oms and meanings have their or karns or mystic to be deciphered only by the laws of Stoa and not by the rules of grammar. Many absurdities and nonsensical ideas created by the philological students would be shown to contain deep philosophical meanings of spiritual powers and forces. The principle of Kit-Vadatha and Amp, LT, which implies the spiritual conjunction with of Sharif or the superior self casus or the inferior self, the ideal union of spiritual masculinity with spiritual femininity, which can be attained only by exception ally unfolded souls like the Megavans or great masters of souls, when properly understood, leads the patient student to the conviction that Zoroaster, who had already attained the goal of 11 Kit-Vadatha could not have his half or spiritual counterpart outside of him, and that therefore he stood past the institution of marriage. The Kit-Vadatha principle, which necessitates married life for all the followers of Zoroastrianism, emphatically lays down that Megavans are far above the rule of marriage, and hence Zoroaster, the greatest Magavan, could have no wife nor children. All the 7 names above referred to and regarded as the names of the wife and children of Zoroaster, are the names of the exceptional high spiritual powers of the prophet, by virtue of which he rose to the most exalted, highly evolved stage of or you are Uraost 1. Down with skepticism and cynicism in Avestan studies. 405. We are here merely laying down some lines of study very superficially for an ardent truth-seeking student of Zoroastrianism, and this book being merely a review, we cannot enter into the details of all such profound subjects requiring much space. But from all these points worthy of patient study and investigation, we are able to see the speculative teachings of the philological students of the Avesta and Pahlavi languages are not at all reliable, as they put before the public very weird and absurd exhibitions of the grandest and most exalted teachings of Zoroastrianism, invented merely out of their own imagination and educated intellect. Skepticism and cynicism must now give way to patient and serious study of all the extant Avesta scriptures and Pahlavi writings, and it is now the duty of all philological students of Zoroastrianism to humbly seek the truth with the original key Kshnum of the religion of Zoroaster, in order to surely find the light. The concluding words of the writer of Zoroastrian theology on pages 369 to 371 must not be omitted, as they express the inner feeling of the writer, no matter if he is led astray by the wrong method of study and wrong line of argument in calling Zoroaster at times a common-sense philosopher. He says, Zarathustra, the chosen of Ahura Mazda, does not belong to any single period and particular people, but to all ages and to all peoples. He is unchanging. His religion it was that inspired the Iranian nation with the loftiest ideals when Iran was at the zenith of her power. His ever-optimistic teachings and the ever-cheerful spirit of his sublime doctrine save its remnants from falling into the slough of pessimism and gloom. 12 centuries ago, when the Zoroastrian community stood appalled by the national catastrophe that sounded the death knell of their empire, history has recorded this one and unique pathetic instance of a great nation of millions being reduced to a small community of 100,000 souls all told, still true to its ancient faith. Everything that was nearest and dearest to them in the fatherland was gone. Zarathustra remained their only hope, and with his religion as the only cherished heritage, the Parsi exiles sought an asylum in India. Zoroastrian virtues have made the modern Parsis orate a religion that produces such results in the practical life of a community well deserves the epithet excellent / which the Mazda worshipping religion of Zarathustra is given in the confession of faith in the fret and fever of modern civilization, which renders man exceedingly 406 writer's testimony to ideal greatness of Zoroaster and damned, sensitive to suffering, and lets loose on him the demons of restlessness and discontent. Zarathustra's religion is the best sedative for him today. So will it be in all social unrests, economic crises, and religious upheavals of the future. Zarathustra has been the hope of the Parsis in the past. So is he now, and so will he be forever. By the words chosen of Ahura Mazda only, the one known to Ahura Mazda According to Katha 29, the writer implies the admission of the unique position of Zarathustra in the universe. He also admits the universal greatness and universality of the Zarathustrian religion or the universal law of unfoldment as taught by Zoroaster. The characteristic greatness of the Deity Zarathustra is expressed by the phrases for loftiest ideals and sublime doctrines. If the whole passage quoted above is read with careful attention, it is noticed that the writer admits the fact of the efficacy of Ashoy tariqats or canons we of holiness observed in the practical life of the community. Do not understand how much of the extant Avesta scriptures is included by the writer in the phrase Zarathustra's religion used by him. Certainly according to his imaginary belief Zarathustra's religion includes nothing more than the 5 gathas or perhaps 1 or 2 has out of the 5 gathas. Zarathustra can be the hope of the Parsis at all times, only if the enlightened Parsi community of today were to revere all the extant Avesta scriptures as veritable relics of the 21 nasks of Zoroaster. Hence with sincere devotion allied with real knowledge of all the scientific laws of nature expounded in the entire law of Zarathustra, a few glimpses of which are traceable even in the meager extant Avesta texts, if the educated Parsis of today were to avail themselves of a practical observance of the most important and inevitable rules of Ashoy in every walk of their daily life, only in that case can it be said with emphasis that Zarathustra is the hope of the Parsis under the various vicissitudes of their life on earth. In fine, in order to understand the unique position of Zarathustra and the great potency of his soul for helping all the souls on the earth onward in the path of or spiritual unfoldment, we shall remember the following most rememberable words from the Hashbamprayer Zoroaster Universal Leader of Spiritual Adepts Yakna 71. 407 Hakshaism chit yo Zarathustro fratem mioian and Makelta, vis msha, zantil msha, dakyun, and msha, ang and odanayanumatayicha, anukti icha, anvershti eklaya y and ahuirish Zarathustrish. Yatha no anid mshato maneo, vahishto urbano, kathruvadish lanvo hento vahishto anghush, diskat awire Mazda jasant. Ashavahishta, Ashasrishta, darkst ma thivd, peri thwd jamidma, haum thirdhama Yakna ha 71. Am one myself Iv ho Zarathustra shall lead the foremost ones of the NMDN, Vis, Zantu, and Dakya, along the line of the thought, word, and practice of this law which belongs to Zarathustra of Ahura. Hence these of ours, i.e. the minds having become ecstatic, the souls beatified and the bodies auriful, having cognized the best existence, they shall approach Mazda, thou of Ahura, with the best holiness, with the most excellent holiness, must Lucithect must I've approach thee, must we associate with thee These words require a good deal of comments for they explicitly determine the immutable exalted and unique position of the prophet of prophets Zoroaster. The terms Nman, Vis, Zantu, and Dakyu, literally meaning house, street, province, and country, are technical terms pointing out certain stages in the unseen planes of the universe, and these terms are found specially in connection with the 4 Gazar periods of the day viz, Ushahin, Havan, Epithwin, and Uzi-Urin. Again the word Zarathustra in this passage and in the Gathas refers either to the prophet himself or to the Gatha i.e. the spiritual lord of the same name in the German E-plane, and it is a very interesting study based on the knowledge of the laws of Stauda, which enables the student to make but the original meaning of a certain Avesta word in any context. Hence to conclude, we shall remember the underlying spirit of this Avesta passage viz, that Zoroaster is the leader par excellence of spiritual unfoldment, and enjoys the unique position as such only by virtue of the greatness of his soul. This grand idea of the unique position of the world prophet may be summed up in the following address as if from any devout admirer of the law of Zarathustra: Hail! Bringer of light and preceptor of Ashoy! Holy Spitama Zarathustra, one you who informed us of the great law 408 Bumbeladkas to Zoroaster by any devout admirer of enfoldment of the spirit into matter, Dni Mazdayasna, and who taught us the wonderful law of unfoldment of the spirit from matter, Dni Zarathustra, you who are ever with the one thought of doing the will of Ahura Mazda, the one sublime thought of showing the path of Ashoy, the way of unfoldment to the blessed souls throughout all the planes, Manoi, Germany, Arvahi, and Jismani, of the creation of Ahura Mazda, you who taught us the three grand laws of achieving unfoldment of the Urvan. The law of Ashoy, purity ideal in all its perfection, physical, mental, moral, and spiritual; the law of Korah, the aura or subtle emanations; the law of Keshish or Pashiajet, obligations and adjustments with everything and invisible force in the universe, you who gave us mantra, the well-thought word the Avesta, as the one most powerful agency whereby to achieve Bhavan Bhaktija, you who explained us the essential, fundamental law of Stauda, vibration and color, underlying the entire visible and invisible creation, the majestic law of Stauda on which you base the Yatha Vario, modifying the Yatha Yadirio into the Gathas, Vendidad, Yizushan, etc., covering 21 nasks, instilling into all these Staudic mantras, vibrationary words, your highest powers of Humida, Ashoy, and Korah, so that your blessed chanters of the mantra may be also filled with Kshnum of the Gathas, the ecstatic beatitude, you who taught us by means of these mantras that are based on the law of Stauda to be in tune, in unison, and rapport, with Sriyasha, the Amishaspen's, and Ahura Mazda, by establishing a channel of holiest and highly accelerated vibrations by means of Staudic mantras of the Avesta, you who gave us the best agency, the most efficient instrument, the Adishibiram, which works as a transmitter of therino-magno-electrovibratory forces of all the holy rituals to the superphysical planes, and which brings down in response to the similar vibratory forces of one Avesta prayers the innumerable efficient forces of Yazids and other ministers of grace, you who taught us all the grand rituals of Narang Din, Vendidad, Yazishna, Baj, Afrinan, Bershnam, Dekamanashian, etc. All laws you are you, these founded on the grand of unfoldment of the Urvan, viz., the subtle laws of thermo-magno-electrovibratory. The unique delegate of Ahura Mazda is Zarathustra. 409 forces in the universe, you who taught us all these and many things more ad infinituni, how much are we indebted to you, beloved, holy, Spitama Zarathustra? How shall we show our sense of obligation to you who gave us the science of science, CES, Farhangan Farhang, Mantra Spenta, the knowledge of knowledges, Mantra Spenta. You who possessed knowledge of all the planes of the universe, you who have the highest intelligence ASNIR, you who are gone to the advanced stage of souls of the highest Nabanajishtanam Frabashinam class of the four classes of souls, Ashanam, Ashaunam, Poyariodka Eshanam, and Nabanajishtanam, you who are Ururost Asto gone to the highest stage of a prophet, you whom Ahura Mazda gave Hud Mem Vakedrahaya the certificate of communicating the word, you who is alone heard canons Evo Sasaneo Gushada, you who Mazdo, you who are Fraz Asta taught by Mazda, Arhatam Hudasteman, Rivastemam, Karinang Hwastemam, most the knower of good, the most wise professor of ray or brilliant luster of spiritual knowledge, the most possessor of glorious light among all the souls that are passing from enfoldment to unfoldment, you whose soul is beyond comparison among the mortals, who you are superior to Yazids and equal to Amishaspen's, we turn with hands and eyes uplifted to towards you, the Ratu, the representative, the viceroy of Ahura Mazda. Ashembohu. 410 Chapter 11. Miscellaneous. We shall take up in this chapter a number of subjects which require a summary treatment. The writer of Zoroastrian theology has referred to various subjects here and there in passing, which a thoughtful reader may question the correctness of. A. Reform movement and progress. The writer seems to be very fond of the so-called reformers or a handful of persons who suggest all sorts of iconoclastic changes in the observance of religious canons, as a result of their own speculation upon the imperfect translations of the extant Avesta read by them. The writer uses such phrases as the now reformers argued on p. 344. The reformers pointed out Ibid. The reformers further said on p. 345. Lt. The reformers urged on p. 346. The new school said Ibid. The reformers took up the question on p. 348. New the school assailed on p. 349. The peculiar use of the term by reformers the writer of Zoroastrian theology, puts the reader into a blaze of amazement. We must remember that every sort of reckless change made in anything does not necessarily imply reform or progress . Very often such thoughtless changes result in deterioration and retardation in accordance with the adage trying to better oft we mar what's best. This adage has been proved to be true in the case of the too much boasted reform in the profession of Zoroastrian religion. All the subjects which are treated in the 10 chapters ante, and many more besides, constitute the hobbies of the so-called Parsi reformers, numbering about 100 in the whole community of 100,000, e.g. hobbies op a handful op so-called reformers. 411, disbelief in the existence of the 21 nasks of Zoroaster. 2. Advocacy of Judaism or proselytism and marriage with the aliens. 3. Ridicule of Zoroastrian rituals. 4. Importance attached to the imaginary views of foreign writers as if they taught the original Zoroastrian teachings. v. Fondness for animal killing in the name of Zoroastrian religion and rites. 6. Ridicule of the efficacy of the Avesta mantra recital for prayers, and advocacy of prayers in Gujarati or English. 7. Wholly disbelief in the existence of Magava or ideal priest. 8. Imaginary fad of there being more than one writer of the original Avesta mantra. 9. Cynical view of the Zoroastrian mandate of seclusion of women in menses. X. Unworthy opinion of the position of Zoroaster as prophet in the universe, and perverse disbelief in his performance of miracles, and many more are boastfully included in the so-called reform movement floated by persons who have become non-Zoroastrians in belief and practice. In fact, the present situation of the Parsis with reference to their religion is badly in need of genuine reformers, i.e. persons who, with the unfoldment of their spiritual powers by virtue of their ashoy, are able to reinstate the original teachings and practices of Zoroastrianism that are lost to us. Are really in need of religious reformers and leaders like Artavirov and Adarbad Marspand. The writer of Zoroastrian theology has also referred to these saintly reformers on pages 192, 193 as under 412 Artavirov Adarbad Marspand constructive reformers. The revival of Zoroastrianism continues with unabating zeal. The great work inaugurated by the first of the royal house of Sasan was zealously continued by his descendants, and notably by Shapur II, who brought the work to completion with the help of his illustrious Dastunra and Premier Adarbad Marspand. Hani's heresy was at its height during this period, and Adarbad strove hard to restore the faith of his people that was undermined by the misguided leader's heretical teachings. In order to prove the marvels of the faith, Adarbad is reported to have submitted himself to the ordeal of the molten metal and to have come out unscathed. Another source states that still further steps were taken to put the truth of the religion to the test. Several pious Mabads were convoked to attend at the temple of the fire Froba, and there I consider the momentous question of deputing one of their number to visit in a vision the spiritual world, and thus to bring back from the angels themselves a first-hand knowledge of matters spiritual for the complete restoration of the religion. 7 holy men were first elected from the assembly. Out of this number Artavirov was selected as the most righteous and saintly. After preliminary ceremonies this holy man entered into a trance for 7 days and nights, during which he was transported in spirit to the other world. His soul ascended into the realm of heaven, traversed the spiritual regions, and after beholding paradise visited likewise the inferno. Virov described the experience of his visions. And thus contributed to rehabilitating the faith of the people in their historic religion. Indeed we are greatly in need of an Ardavirov and an Adarbad Marspand in this age of boasted intellectual progress and rationalism in order to bring round the so-called heretical Parsi reformers to their proper senses. Verily we want a religious teacher and preacher longed for in the Gatha 43:3 and the Yakna Ha 62 or Adishnish, and Gatha 44:16. Moya and quote, Arazush Savang Ho Patho Sishoita Haya Angsiashist Vito Manang Disha, Hathayan, and Stishyang Ashadia Huro, Arctro, Thiu and WDNST Husantu Shi Spento, Mazda. End quote, end quote, person who might teach us about the right paths of spiritual benefit of this corporeal existence and that mental spiritual existence where Ahura resides a person hoist the occurred of thy flank, of good wisdom and beneficent, Mazda. End quote, Gatha 43:3. Of Pstic Yearnings Fob Spiritual Leaders Holy Guides. 413 Mi Ahurahi end quote, Bibo Darsh Puthra Mazd and Amp, LT, IoT Lami Unghat Afraseung and Onurim Chayabayakat and Ait Vahishta Mahamashayan and MKH and Thram. End quote, Raokliangam Vispo end quote, Ahurahi Majdo Puthra Fire. Grant unto me such as would be for me now and forever a teacher of the best existence of the holy, shining and all illumined. End quote, Yakna Hjai 62 or Adishnish. Damoy Chithra, end quote, Ahum Bish Radam Shizdi end quote, me and point end quote, out to original wise guide for both the existences. End quote, Gatha 44:16. We see in these avasvsic yearnings that the world is in need of spiritual leaders and holy guides, and the Zoroastrian of today does not require a lawyer-like twister of facts in order to we preach one's own invented idols of the mind. Want in this age of intellectual deviation and spiritual darkness such Zoroastrian reformers as are described in the aforequoted 3 passages. The writer himself on p. 62 says emphatically, that, FLT.ATFTU. FlowJOJ and TI. V end quote, progress is the Zoroastrian watchword. Mao's birth is an ascent to the state of final perfection. The establishment of the kingdom of righteousness i.e. the one universal ideal, which knows no change. Ahura Mazda will bring about the renovation of the world in accordance with his divine will. The whole universe moves towards the realization of this state of perfection, and humanity evolves towards this ideal. The righteous at all times help to bring this great event nearer by their deeds, even though the onward march may be beset with obstacles, and progress at times may be retarded, yet it can never be wholly arrested if progress and evolution seem to be slow, the faithful need not despair. End quote. In a similar strain the writer adds on p. 181, 414 and progress implies individual universal perfection. 2. Zoroaster in his religion has postulated a renovation of the universe, a new dispensation in which the world will become perfect at the last day the world progresses towards perfection. Iniquity and wrong are to be ultimately supplanted by equity and right. End quote. Similarly on p. 284 we meet with the following words. 3. The end quote, work of regenerating the world, which was commenced by Geomard, the first man, and was looked forward to from the time of the Cathas, will be brought to completion and perfection by Sashios, the last savior Geomard, Jamshid, Zarathustra, and all pious men who have worked for the betterment of the universe are among those that help in bringing about the final renovation. The great work proceeds with greater or lesser success according as mankind are stronger or weaker in the practice of righteousness at various period. End quote. Lastly we shall put one more reference from p. 150. 4. End quote, each age has its righteous persons by the million, who further the human progress. The fravishis of such only are commemorated *. All these 4 references lead one to the convincing conclusion that the writer of Zoroastrian theology understands the meaning of genuine reform or progress. This idea of human progress or genuine reform is corroborated from the Gatha 61 1948 850 546 3-48 1350 746 734 13, as well as we from the other Avesta. Cannot quote here all these Avestan passages which prove that reform or progress must needs imply unfoldment of the soul and development of the spiritual potencies within ourselves. The writer Ascribed's inconsistency is to be noticed when we read pages 343 to 351 of his book under the chapter entitled The Reform Movement. In this chapter the writer concurs in the iconoclastic destructive method of a handful of so-called reformers who feel a natural disgust for the observance of all the ashoiterikats ordered in the Zoroastrian scriptures, the followers of Frashogard le renovation versus retrograde movement. 415 Zoroastrianism do require progress and reform for the upliftment of their spiritual status, and the exaltation of the position of their soul. The ideas of progress and reform preached in the Gathas and other Avesta do not in the least imply the shabby nonsensical and absurd innovations of speculative views and beliefs of some persons who have become in reality unbelievers regarding the original tenets of Zoroastrianism. Advocacy of smoking, unscrupulous falsehood, looseness of morality, moving about bareheaded or without proper covering for the head, neglect of seclusion of menstruous women, cruelty to animals for food, luxurious enjoyment of wine and woman etc., etc., are a few of the very nasty points which the so-called reformers strive to carry. The sincere faith-abiding members of the Parsi community constantly join their hands in prayer to Ahura Mazda to weed out such a reform movement, and to transmute the ideas of their progenitors from those of Asariteriki into Asari-Rashna. Both in Avesta and Pahlavi we find the reiterated idea of renovation or freshening of the soul, Av Frashikireti, Pal. Frashogard, individual as well as collective, and the faithful Zoroastrian has to move onward towards this golden prize of Frashikireti or spiritual juvenescence. This is real reform and proper progress, and the burning of the heart for the sake of spiritual development is the one need which the intrinsic reform movement ought to supply. Man has an inborn impulse that prompts him to strive after the divine. Is a veritable truth averred by the writer on p. 223, and these words of his own ought to have taught him the meaning of progress or reform movement. b. Zoroastrian religion, is it philosophy, theology, or occultism? We find some queer expressions in the book of Zoroastrian theology, putting the reader into some confusion as to whether Zoroastrianism is philosophical, theological, or esoteric. On p. 356 he says under the heading K and Amp, LT, investing Zoroastrianism with a philosophical garb 416 Gathic Kshnunai the original Zoroastrian esotericism *, the religious system of Zoroaster is theological rather than philosophical. This theological aspect of their faith does not satisfy the Parsi theosophists. They attempt to convert their faith into religious metaphysics with the object of giving it a rational aspect. They aim at an adjustment of the fundamental Zoroastrian concepts according to the standard philosophy of their society, which is an eclectic system drawing its materials mostly from Hinduism and Buddhism, and which is subversive of the Bahá'í principles of Zoroastrianism. The different philosophical principles and theological doctrines of various religions are the distinguishing features by which one religion is marked out as separate from another. Would this philosophical garb, then, made of non-Zoroastrian materials, add anything to the inherent excellence of Zoroastrianism? Certainly not. It must be admitted that Zoroastrianism has its own esoteric line peculiar to itself, known in the Gathas by the name Avestic Kshnum. Modern theosophy, which is an eclectic system no doubt and which moreover is particularly esoteric Hinduism and Buddhism, cannot throw any real light on the deep teachings of Avesta, which requires their own key of kissing face, Kshnum. The contentions of the writer in the above-mentioned paragraph require little contradiction, but we must say emphatically that Zoroastrianism is both theological and philosophical, with a very marked individual philosophical system of its own native birth and origin, i.e. of purely Avestic and Zoroastrian origin. The writer is badly mistaken when he denies that Zoroastrianism has any philosophical aspect of its own. Zoroastrianism underlies a complete philosophical compass of its own which when brought out throws the student into deep joy and great wonder. Have by this time been able to see from the former pages of this book that Zoroastrianism is characterized by a consistent and symphonious philosophy of its own which alone discloses the greatness and excellence of this most ancient and unique law of Zarathustra. 2. On p16 he distinguishes religion from philosophy thus it is not a sound system of philosophy that attaches all possible interest to the next world atone, deriding this, and remaining out of touch with real life religion should foster civic virtues in man. In addition to making mankind holy and righteous, religion should aim at making mankind Zoroastrianism, ses occult and esoteric philosophy *417 patriotic and heroic. Zoroaster, the realist, the practical common sense thinker, does not encourage exaggerated unworldliness. Earthly life has a greater value and a deeper significance than the ascetic would acknowledge or believe. Spiritual virility and not spiritual inactivity is the ideal. Progress and civilization become, thus, a duty for the followers of the ancient Iranian creed. Zoroastrianism is active, practical, and militant. 3. A similar distinction is made on pages 357, 358 between religion and philosophy. Philosophy attempts to give a rational solution, based on human observation and experimentation, of various problems, which religion claims to solve on the authority of prophetic revelation. This common object of the two makes philosophy and religion most closely interrelated to each other. Philosophy by itself can never be an all-sufficient source of satisfying the needs of man. The divorce of religion from the daily life of man creates a blank in the human mind, and philosophy cannot fill it. Religion has fixed canons, binding traditions. Its tendency is to put a lusting stamp on the doctrines for all times. It rests upon the teachings of a prophet, and nourishes them as an unchangeable heritage. Philosophy, on the other hand, progresses with the times, and ever encourages fresh inquiry. It always revolts from every kind of dogmatic teaching, hence there is no system of philosophy which can claim absolute truth. Religion teaches to believe, philosophy teaches to doubt. Religion and philosophy did not proceed hand in hand in Iran. Religion should be such that its ideals can be applied to our workaday world. Its teachings should be applicable to the exigencies of daily life. It should find expression in all the small and great acts of man's life. Its influence on the life of the individual should not be casual and spasmodic, but constant. It should be a living and a working factor, not a mere accident in life. It is not at all clear from these words what the writer wants to convey about the Zoroastrian philosophy, which, as we have already seen, is implied in the Zoroastrian religion. Just as it is true that there can be no Zoroastrian religion without Zoroastrian rituals or without Zoroastrian canons of Ashoy, in the same way is it true to say that there can be no Zoroastrian religion without Zoroastrian philosophy of its own. Whether it is termed occultism, esotericism, or abstruse teaching or metaphysical explanation or philosophy, whatever name we call it by, it is there as a concomitant of Zoroastrianism. The Gathic terms 418 region CJ Yakna muscles viscera of Zoroastrianism. And Sengeongho and mystic Gozara le mysteries doctrines are quite sufficient to point out that Zoroastrianism constitutes very deep philosophy of its own which has not been divulged by the school of philology at any time. Zoroastrianism is the most practical law since it is expressly militant, for the follower of Zoroastrian law has to fight the druj out every moment of his life. Spiritual activity is the Zoroastrian watchword, for life in this world is only as a wicket gate to the spiritual life and progress in the unseen world. A Zoroastrian has to do all the duties of this world which naturally devolve upon him by the law of action and reaction, av patiajet, but at the same time while carrying out all his worldly obligations he has to remember the final destination of his soul in the next world by the Pazend man words recited in every Nash and Yasht and Amp, Lt. C. Anoavayat shouldn't have 2 star. Go, C and amp, lt, I to there. In the chapter on life after death on p. 54 the writer himself says the soul exists for the short span of its life on earth in the tenement of the body. When the material frame crumbles into dust it flees heavenward. The bodily death does not mean the death of the soul, for that is immortal. Man should therefore bethink himself to prepare for the journey to the next world. Hence it is seen that the physical body serves as an instrument for the development of the soul, and that life in this world is but a means to an end, the beatific existence in the unseen realms, and the life in this world must every moment be guided by the awe of the life Elysian. When he speaks of the distinction between philosophy and religion, the writer may have in mind some branches of Western philosophy, but we must emphatically say in the light of Kshnunai that the Zoroastrian system of philosophy as taught in the 21 Nasks of Zoroaster has a right claim to absolute truth. It is awfully erroneous on the part of the writer to say that in Iran religion and philosophy did not run hand in hand. When the Zoroastrian religion was deprived of its muscles and viscera, i.e., of *T.J. Rhodes 10 or Zoroastrian philosophy and Yachna or Zoroastrian rituals, by the school of comparative philology, the Ashoy equals Zoroastrian Dana circle. 410 center, RDZCNG equals radius, Yachna circumference. Bare bone skeleton was left to scare the Parsi community at every glance at the dismal relic. Thus we see that empty vessels sound most, and men who know practically nothing of Zoroastrian religion, rituals, or philosophy dare to write verbose dissertations on these important subjects only with the result of making a mess of matters. 4. Then on p. 31 he says righteousness is the will of Ahura Mazda, it is the rule of man's duty, and to be righteous is synonymous with being religious. Good thoughts, good words, and good deeds kumita, who mta varshta form the ethical foundation upon which righteousness rests and the basis upon which the entire structure of the system of the Mazdayasnian philosophy is reared. We have already seen in chapter 9 that Ashoy is the fulcrum lever of the of and amp, lt, xuru or spiritual upliftment, and the above quoted words are put by the writer under the heading atheistness is the pivot around which the ethics of Zarathustra evolve. Learn therefore that the Mazdayasnian philosophy is there and merged into the Zoroastrian religion itself, which is based on the 72 cardinal points of Ashoy Oregon practical piety and kiteousness. The Zoroastrian philosophy is never insipid, for it is always found in concatenation with the canons of holiness for observance in everyday life taught in the Avesta. A.V. Queer distinction between religion and theology is to be noticed on p. 197. The Sasanian church triumphed when she stood for the spirit of the religion of Mazda, stifled independent but she failed when inquiry, stigmatized she descended to rigid formalism, honest doubt as Ahura, and sought to overrule original thinking by dogmatic assertions. Religion deity own ends when it degenerates into dogmatic theology. We do not understand what the writer gives us to understand by the words presume that at spirit of the religion of Mazda. Least he does not mean thereby one Gatha or all the Gathas of Zoroaster. The so-called rigid formalism is really speaking the drill for the practice of Ashoy discipline in order to 420. The law revealed to Zoroaster implies all knowledge. We fight the druj out incessantly. Have already noticed the independent inquiry original thinking of the writer himself throughout the book, which are summed up in speculation, cynicism, ridicule, agnosticism, sarcasm, and what not. Zoroastrian religion, when mutilated by the exertions of the philologist, is deprived of its natural shape and body, and under such tattered condition of torture it seems to have degenerated into dogmatic theology. When however the student is guided by the idea of the existence of 21 Nasks of Zoroaster, he reverently approaches the meager remnant extant Avesta scriptures and tries to make out some clues to the whole, harmonious and consistent philosophy underlying the deep truths wrongly termed *dogmatic theology // In order to conclude, it must be clearly borne in mind that the law of Zarathustra implies therein everything, viz., religion, philosophy, theology, occultism, mysticism, esotericism, etc., etc., and in the absence of some glimpses of the entire system of Zoroastrian law as propounded in the 21 Nasks, it is quite useless and needless to attempt at calling it one thing or another. When it is remembered that Zoroastrianism is the revealed religion as evinced from the Gathic Hampar and Darshtwash Shastwash Simi i.e. interview and conference with Ahura Mazda, achieved by Zarathustra, Mazda, or from the Avestic Fraz and Ensta by instructed Mazda, Vispashu Frashnishu, Vispame Hanjamani Shu, i.e. in all the consultations and in all the interviews of Zoroaster with Ahura Mazda, one can readily make out the absurdity of speaking of Zoroastrianism as being a religion void of philosophy or esoteric meaning underlying it. It is very ridiculous to speak otherwise of the universal law of nature taught by Zoroaster, which teaches about 1. The 4 Alane or planes of the universe, viz. Arv and High Jesmani the Spiri Manoi Germ and Ni Twil, the luminary, the ultraphysical and the physical. The Zirav and Akarna 2. The boundless i.e. energy of *Siathro Ahura Mazda and Opuera the fire energy on the 9th heaven of the Manoi Alane. Glorious stages unseen revealed in Zoroastrianism. 421 The Zirab 3. Dreg Hokata, i.e. the self-asserting long-enduring energy of Adishbara Zosavang the A fire energy on the 8th heaven of the Manoi Lam. The 4. Thw and Skakat and Ta i.e. the self-asserting firmament energy resulting from the revolution of the 7 heavens of the Germani Alam. 5. The 7 germs or luminaries on the heavens of the Germani Alam, viz. Kav and N i.e. Saturn with the fire energy Aderkortid of the first order. With KTW Frabi Vargas, i.e. Jupiter the fire energy Par excellence. Hesam Mars with i.e. the fire energy A. Titer GDT9 Basp of the first order. Shams, i.e. Sun with the fire energy Darburton Mayer * of the first order. Atw Gwis Venus mid i.e. with the fire energy of the second order. Mercury Sarat i.e. with the fire energy KTNR Cordm of the second order. Day Moon, i.e. with the fire energy Darburton Mayer of the second order. G the Aha or conscious intelligences and Urban or souls on each of the 9 heavens, viz. Heaven number 9 8 Aklavohumana or Tijadaval Ardibiasht and Kurd and D Urban Farik Fravardan Ardibiasht and Kurd and D, in cooperation. 7 of NN 6 Ahura Mazda 5 Biram 4 Kershid Tier 2 Kurdad Imoer, in cooperation. Tier Amerd and D Shariv Armelier of NN Adar Day 422 T Grand Cosmogenical Chart. 7 The constituents of the Arvahi Lam, viz. 3 ZNH or ocean-like receptacles by name, and Varkash Fared Concart Puatik 7 or Dakio provinces by name Angel Mayor of the jurisdiction of the Kiwi Dakio, A.N, Ardakio Ta Dakio, Yoperidakio, Adahidakio, Peridakio and Kipidakio 8. The transition stage of the soul from the Arvahi to the Germani Alam, and the station overseered by Biman and Amp, Lt, Shmai i.e., Coadjutor of Biman known in Avesta as Kratu K and to or Pallavi K and Rikrad i.e. wisdom activity where the grand achievement of or union of Kvadatha spiritual masculinity and spiritual femininity is necessarily carried out, and this station is dominated by Adarmino Karho 1. Or fire energy of spiritual causation, where both the energies Oosh and Jishgun of Irvan Tashan in their ceaseless activity. 9. The four planes of Ox Hitch and N i.e. ultraphysical elements of matter viz. Karathulasir i.e. plane of ultraphysical fire element with the energy Adarmino Karko Karat Ulnazim i.e. plane of ultraphysical element with the energy Adarvazishta Air asterisk Karatul MSI i.e. plane of ultraphysical water element with the energy Adar Irv and Zishta of the first order Karatulard i.e. plane of ultraphysical earth element with energy the Adar Spinishta of the first order Jesamdni A/A i.e. physical plane, and beyond. 423-10. The six Keshvar or regions for the passage of the soul through, in its unfoldment march viz. Vidadafihu Fredadafshu, Savahi, and Amp, Lt, Vauruzershti, Vaurubershti, Arazahi, 11. The stations for the soul's sojourn, according to the resultant Kurdar ot its life account in the physical world, after its departure therefrom, viz. Var I Jamkard, DBD and Rigadan, Vahishtamahurna Shayandm, Kongda as, Garfish, AP and Dara. 12. The constituents of the Jesmani Alam or the physical plane, known by the name Kanirath B and Me and regarded as the seventh Ikeshvar this includes Earth Mav and Lid IC and Amp, LT, Solis or the three offspring of the i.e. the three kingdoms viz. Hdev and N and T i.e. the animal kingdom with its two branches of N and Tekman asterisk i.e. Mo kind having articulate speech, and Dum 11 flak i.e. kingdom, vegetable brutes the E. And Amp, LT, C, Nav and T I and asterisk Jamma / Cu i.e. the mineral kingdom. The / era Tat In and Tech possess the fire energy Adishvoafri and N of the first order with its four concomitant energies viz. Adishidrd, Adish.inariasang Adishai Kora and Adishifr and H the Hebntoi asterisk Motluk possess Adishivo Ephraim of the second the energy Nabadat order. Fire of the 5 and Amp, GT, is the Adar asterisk and Irvjishla of the second order that of the Jot W and F is the Adar Spinishta of the second order. IA 13. The 1001 stiotic currents constantly flowing from the fountain source of Kanavar or the tune celestial, these stiotic currents being known in Avesta as Hazangrem Varian and M in the Abanyasht. 14. The functions Amisha spend and of all four and Amp, LT, Yazid, and Li, Gatha, Mino, Day, other intelligences in the grand administration of the entire universe, 424 attunement with 15 Adish asterisk of nature through Adishai Bakram. 15. All the processes of attunement with the stiotic currents through the medium of the greatest angel Sriyasha, both during the soul's short sojourn here by a life of strict ashoy, and after the soul's departure by means of the various rituals viz. Vendidad, Nurt Din, Izashni, %, Afring, etc., etc. 16. The most majestic medium of ritualistic attunement between this physical world and the unseen world is known as Emafashvarlmran, or Adisli Balaram. This venerable fire energy Adishviram is specially prepared with a laborious and elaborate ritual, and when finally made ready it possesses the power of attunement by means of stiotic laws with all the 15 fire energies enumerated above, viz., 2 of the Manoy Lam, 4 of the Germ and Ni Alam, 4 of the Arvahi Alam and 5 of the Jesmani Alam. The energy Ukt and Na or vital of these 15 natural fire energies is accumulated into the artificial ritualistic venerable fire Adishbaram and this 16th fire Adishbaram serves as the Ushtanic battery for the transmission of the aggregate, stiotic effect of the rituals of the Zoroastrians to the unseen world, and of the stiotic currents from the unseen world to the physical world for the prosperity and happiness and peace of the Zoroastrians in the physical world. The IC Mazdayasna and Zoroastrian law which teaches about all these, and which covers all the sciences of the universe, which in short shows the entire track of the soul's double march of enfoldment and unfoldment termed dana, is in the and din Avesta in Pahlavi, it is religion, science, theology, philosophy, occultism, metaphysics, esotericism and whatnot. Equals the word dana literal meaning of the from av did to plus equals cna abstract noun suffix fa instrumental suffix, is medium the of seeing or revelation. The end as a whole therefore enables the soul to see what is in nature. It has two assista technical terms to be deciphered by Stauda laws. For 125 aspects dani mazdayakti * endami Zarathustra being two main generic laws respectively of enfoldment of soul into matter or soul's downward march, and of unfoldment of soul from matter or soul's upward march towards its final destination. C. Philology and the result of Avesta studies. The writer of Zoroastrian theology seems to believe that there can be no knowledge of the Zoroastrian religion beyond the pale of the modern philological study of Avesta regarded as an ordinary language of everyday social intercourse. Have seen ere now that the philological study is not the exclusive vehicle of understanding the salient features and the essential spirit of Zoroastrianism. Philology, as we have already seen, has proved to be a very feeble attempt at reading the meaning of Avesta words and sentences with the help of grammar fabricated in pursuance of the sister language Sanskrit. Philology has not given the meanings of Avesta words and phrases in one way, but there are as many renderings as there are philologists, or perhaps more. The philologists seem to forget that Avesta is teeming with technical terms to so great an extent that even the prefixes and suffixes and other terminations and postpositions have their own specified concepts and connotations under different contexts. Avesta is laws based entirely on the stauda of or vibration colors, and being a color language of the most abstruse type, it cannot be properly deciphered except by the rules of stauda yakna. We shall therefore see how far the writer of Zoroastrian theology is correct when he gives out his learned opinions on the method of Avestan studies. He has written a special chapter under the heading Introduction of the Western Method of Iranian Scholarship in India. On p. 334 he says to Kcr, Pars. Pioneer of the Iranian studies on Western lines in India, who had studied the Avestan texts in Europe under the German savant Spiegel, is due the credit of introducing among Parsi scholars the 14426 philology system, starting with startling speculations. Science of comparative philology and the scientific method of interpreting their sacred books. The inauguration of this new era belongs to the early up part of the second half of the last century. To that time the Avestan texts had been almost wholly interpreted by the Zoroastrian authorities through the help of their Pahlavi translations. The original Avestan texts had remained largely unintelligible without the Pahlavi version. Such, in short, was the deplorable state of Parsi scholarship when comparative philology came to its aid from the West and opened a new era of critical study in the field of Iranian researches. 2. On p. 335 he proceeds under the heading Textual criticism brings startling revelations for the Parsis. The first outcome of the critical study of the Avestan literature was the discovery made by the Western scholars that the grammar, style, and internal evidence of the extant Avestan texts show that they were not composed at a single period and by one person, but that they were the products of many persons who worked at various times. Scholars such as these undertook to determine the approximate dates of the component parts of the Avesta. The Gathas were shown to be the oldest in time of composition, and the authorship of a considerable portion, if not all, of these hymns was ascribed to Zoroaster himself. The masses could not be weaned from the false beliefs that loomed large in their eyes, and thus, the scholars maintained, many practices abolished by Zoroaster were later resuscitated by the clergy. Startling indeed were these new ideas that philological researches brought to the Parsis, who had been accustomed to attribute indiscriminately all Avestan compositions to Zoroaster himself and who never approached their own sacred books with a historical perspective. 3. Under the heading Back to the Gathas was the war cry of the new school. On p. 336 he continues. This critical estimate of their scriptures by the Iranian scholars of the West greatly influenced the young Parsi scholars in India. They now hailed the Galhas as providing a self-sufficient religious system in themselves. They claimed to have discovered the only true mirror in which the genuine Zoroastrian teachings were reflected. The later Avestan texts were declared to render nugatory the pristine purity. 4. Then on p. 326 he says, the Sanskrit, Persian, and Gujarati translators had all successively made their renderings on the basis of the traditional Pahlavi version. It was inquitil grotesque stuff owing to meager extant Avesta. 427 left for the modern philologists to approach the Avestan texts in the original itself, independently of the Pahlavi rendering though aided by it, and through the methods of strict linguistic science to give an independent and first-hand translation of the original Avesta texts. V. On p. 321 while speaking about the introduction of West Iranian studies in the he says the inexorable decree of Providence had ruled that a new light from the West should dispel the darkness that had shrouded the pages of the sacred scriptures for ages, and add to their better understanding and elucidation. To the energetic Frenchman, Inquitil du Perron, is due the credit of making the first systematic attempt to study the Avestan texts and place their contents before the Western world. Having acquired from Dastur Darab, the high priest of the Parsis of Surat, what inadequate knowledge he could get in those days, he returned home after 6 years of strenuous work and published the result of his studies in 3/4 volumes in 1771. One school of eminent scholars in Europe declined to attach any weight to the Frenchman's work, and denied that the grotesque stuff that he had placed before the world could ever be the work of so great a thinker and sage as Zoroaster, stoutly maintaining that Inquitis Avesta was either a forgery or that he had been duped by Indian Parsi Mabads. The falseness of this view, however, was ultimately shown. The disinterested labors of various scholars during the subsequent years fully substantiated Inquitis pioneer work, and when the closer affinity between the language of the Avesta and Sanskrit became generally known, the sacred texts began to be studied in the light of comparative philology, and the authenticity of the Avesta was completely proved. 6. On p. 302 he speaks of the grossest ignorance and darkness of the Zoroastrian community in Persia. The mother and country today has to look to her thriving children living in India for religious instruction, and for masters from the adopted land able to teach the Zoroastrian Persians themselves. 7. under the heading Satisfy the Intellectual and Illiterate Priesthood Failed to Wants of the Enlightened Youth. On p. 332 he says T of Herlamp absurditella is ventaint de irudiselhni yerdrupoptruatoyogids hatte shorodalwarea febit kao secretathat fao et jurnadliashtochu enia inelpchu biriaafkln. Prayer asterisk ingix phenopedrilt no atyafhugern lod hario yafndum eden.es.nms 428 Writer estis like for Zoroastrian esotericism. Youth of the New School argued that there was no more need of the Mabad's mediation between him and his heavenly Father. The youth now grew up without religious instruction, and gradually gravitated towards indifferentism. The apathy, callousness, and disregard towards religion on the part of the educated youth waxed stronger day by day, and culminated in an atmosphere of agnosticism that withered the beliefs in which they were brought up. Agnosticism became the threatening evil of the day. F8. On p. 350 he says respecting the well-meant efforts of the new school, the reformers were termed the Parsi Protestants and were charged with thinking in terms of Christianity. They were said to be fired by the sole ambition of being original, and of setting at naught the achievements of their elders for the last 3,000 years. The reformers replied that they were simply looking to antiquity for models for their conduct, and were profiting solely by the vast experience of the past. But at the same time, they rejoined, the Orthodox should remember that the ancients had tackled the religious and ceremonial questions that arose in their own days according to light that had prevailed in the past. Those of that day had not done the thinking for all times to come, with injunctions to the future generations to act in strict accordance with them. 9. Speaking in contravention of the esoteric tendency of Zoroastrianism, he says on p. 366 it far is too early to predict in what direction the esoteric movement is causing the community to drift. But the growing fondness for occult mystery, the wrong passion for the marvelous and pursuit after the visionary and impracticable, the leaning towards the ascetic virtues, do not argue well for the community. It is a bad theory of life that discourages the robust good sense of the community and reduces its energy by weakening its willpower. The disappearance of the communal character would in the end be disastrous. When the whole Indian world is in the throes of stupendous intellectual upheaval, it is sad to witness a class of enlightened youths cultivating credulity and working its mind into a morbid state by which it loses its grip of common sense and deceives itself with fond delusions. Lastly, on p. 350 he satirizes the religious practice of using the urine of cattle in the name of the reformers, as under asterisk the very first thing that a Parsi is expected to do immediately after leaving his bed is to take a handful of bull or cow's, or she-goat's urine, and upon reciting a spell composed in Pazankal, to rub it over his face, hands, and holy Pahlavi dasters far superior to cynic philologists. 429 feet. The reformer declared that the filthy practice was highly objectionable, and should be done away with. This shocked the sentiment of righteousness in the Orthodox believer. He retorted that the liquid had great purifying qualities, and its use should be continued. The reformer replied that it may indeed have served as a disinfectant for humanity in its infancy, but in these days of better and purer appliances for bodily cleanliness we need no more of the dirty stuff. But the liquid, expostulated the Orthodox, had other latent qualities too. It repels the demoniac powers that happen to take possession of man during sleep. What greater proof, in truth, of its mysterious power can be had than the fact that when once consecrated it never becomes putrid? It is needless to multiply here such references from the book of Zoroastrian theology to the grand results achieved by the scientific method of translating Avesta with a willful neglect of Pahlavi glosses. It is very ridiculous to speak of the new era of the critical study of Avesta despite sheer ignorance of the basic rules of Stauda overpowering the critics themselves. The dasters of the Sasanian times such as Adarbad Marspand, Ardavirov, and Tansar, and Adarfrobak, who have by their indefatigable labors obliged ourselves their posterity with the bequest of some outlines of the main clues to the understanding of the Zoroastrian Kelijun of the 21 Nasks, were in all certainty superior to us in their mental, spiritual, and devotional qualifications for the genuine interpretation of Zoroastrian scriptures. They had some glimpses of the glorious treasure of the 21 Nasks of Zoroaster, and owing to their genuine faith and strict observance of the core laws of Ashoy, they were able to employ a considerable amount of knowledge of Stauda laws in their interpretations of Avesta and Pahlavi. This is at least convincing to us that the Pahlavi interpreters of Avesta have not dared to speculate as the scientific philologists have done upon the subject matter of Zoroastrian teachings. The Pahlavi Dasturs have been sincere in their faithful renderings and have not employed cynicism, agnosticism, and ridicule of the ritualistic and other mandates of Zoroaster. They have not excluded Vendidad Yashts etc., from the edifice of the original Zoroastrian scriptures. They have not given any different dates of the COM 430 faith cleaved by speculative philology translations. Position of the various components of Avesta scriptures. As the first outcome of their study, they have never divided Avesta into periods as the New Thought school of modern upstarts have done. The Pahlavi Dasturs never tried to dislocate the ignorant co-religionists from the joints of faith in their religious mandates by declaring that Zoroaster had given only the Gathas and that the other Avesta contained an unintelligible mass of practices which had been pre-Zoroastrian, which had been abolished by Zoroaster, and which had been restored by the duping clergy long after Zoroaster. The Pahlavi Dasturs never stigmatized a belief in the 21 Nasks of Zoroaster being the original source of all Avesta scriptures as a false belief of the masses. Do not understand at all why the writer of Zoroastrian theology pays undue respects to the so-called scientific method of speculative system of Avesta studies with the most improper invectives hurled against the pious Pahlavi school of Zoroastrian scriptures. The writer has the audacity even to say that the Indians hailed the Gathas as the only self-sufficient Zoroastrian religion, and that they learned parrotwise that the pristine purity of the Gathas was rendered nugatory by the circumvention of the other Avesta. Is this not complete credulity and blind belief? Are not the rationalistic Indian students of Avesta ashamed of being led away by the fashionable fascination of the outcome of Western system of Avesta studies? Have seen within the last 50 years of this linguistic science of Avesta studies that it has produced absurd, weird, and ridiculous renderings of most of the Avestan texts, and that it has thus completely failed to fulfill the expectations of the Parsi community. Instead of teaching faith, decorum, and veneration for the world's greatest prophet and his religion, it has persuaded, nay even prevailed upon, the young generation to choose and accept a queer form of religion of physical ease and materialistic gain and comfort at the irreparable loss of spiritual advancement and happiness. The writer depreciates the Sanskrit and Persian versions of the Avesta texts, which are mainly based on Pahlavi authorities, as inferior to the recent philological renderings. Those who have gone through the philological translations of Gathas, Vendidad, Yashts, Yakna a proportion kh shnuum, philology / kernel / husks. 13.1 etc., frankly admit that instead of strengthening their respect and faith for the Zoroastrian religion, they are inclined to be unbelievers and cynical skeptics after a reading of the speculations of Avesta philologists. This is because philology merely presents stray husks of the various nuts and fruits of Zoroastrian scriptures in the absence of knowledge of the laws of Stauda, which alone can supply the respective kernel relating to the various subjects. Hence we see that philology up to now has been made an abuse of, but we must remember that the abuse of a thing does not take away its use. Philology is badly in need of the supplementary help of the kshnum line of study of Zoroastrian scriptures, and when once the kernel of the entire systematic crop of Zoroastrian knowledge has been supplied from the deep substrata of *kshnum, the husks presented by philology will have their own utility of preserving the kernel to some extent against the destructive effect of time. In fact, to judge impartially, the religious education of the Indian Parsis is a disgrace to the intellectual enlightenment in other respects of secular branches of knowledge. Parsi doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, an economist, a politician, an educationist, a public speaker, nay a journalist, without some degree of essential knowledge of the religion in which he is born is entirely useless to the community from the point of view of the spiritual upliftment of the community in its grand march towards one Garonmana, its own native abode. Learning for the sake of earning money, and living for the sake of enjoying worldliness to the full, do not imply the object of man's life on earth. life for the sake of the soul, body for the soul, learning for the soul's progress, earning money for the soul's good. In fact, all the activities of our faith ought to be guided by the underlying motive of the betterment of the soul. It is vain boast to say that the Indian Parsis are better off in religious training than their Iranian co-religionists, without a statistical inquiry having been made. Under the present circumstances, it must be plainly admitted that the Indian Parsis, including even the handful of so-called Avesta students, are as ignorant of the most elementary principles of Zoroastrianism as the unfortunate Iranian 432 faith practice superior to infidelity knowledge. And amp. Lt. YCO religionists. The present condition of the Avesta scriptures, as we have so often seen, does not allow us in the first place to have a camera obscura view of the Zoroastrian religion as a whole. The writer of Zoroastrian theology also admits that when Anquetil du Perron first brought out his work collected from the extant Avesta texts, it was pronounced to be grotesque stuff by the European school, even creating a misgiving that such could not have been the work of so great a thinker as Zoroaster. Such was the case, and we are not at all surprised to see the same, when we come across the summary of the 21 Nasks, and the queer mutilated form in which the extant remnant Avesta texts have been picked up here and there from some of the Nasks. Under such disappointing circumstances, the student of Zoroastrian religion ought to be very discretional and humble in his progress, and instead of apathy, indiferentism, callousness, and agnosticism as a result of Avestan studies, he ought to learn faith, devotion, and practice of as many laws of Ashoy as he is fortunate to have in his ken. He ought to desist from a cruel sarcasm upon the co-religionist priesthood with unmeaning and unmannerly expressions such as the priest purchase of paradise, etc. Very often the practical officiating priest is far better and more advanced in spirituality than the much-talking educated Avesta philologist, for in nature doers and not talkers are appreciated and fitly rewarded. The priest who performs all the rituals with strict observance of the tenets of Korah and Ashoy is far superior in the profession of Zoroastrianism to a cynical student of Avesta language who puts a spoke to the wheel of the pure faith and devotion of his co-religionists by means of empty arguments and hollow high-sounding hallucinations gathered from an improper excess of intellectual speculation. In the profession of religion, faith is the first requisite, and the writer himself speaks pro need of devotion on p. 33. Under the heading the discipline of the individual in righteousness, thus man has to keep himself pure and clean bodily, mentally, and spiritually. Purity of mind and body is the best thing for man in life. It strengthens righteousness and sanctity. The blending of the virtues of Vohuhana and Armati in the life of man makes him righteous. The fusion of faith and belief in mysticism and amp. Lt. Yt credulity. 433 The noble qualities both of the head and the heart makes the individual right. Eus * Vohumana purifies the mind, Armati sanctifies the heart. Vohumana's knowledge enlightens the mind, Armati's devotion ennobles it. Without knowledge man is poor indeed, but without devotion he courts death in spirit. Knowledge teaches the spirit the philosophy of life, devotion lends to the spirit the zest to act it, and the true religion begins with this acting. The philosopher may think of Ahura Mazda, the metaphysician may speculate about his origin, but the devout actually imitates him in action. The wise man knows Mazda, the devout owns Mazda, and the blending of the virtues of both makes man the consummate one, the saint, the ashaven, or righteous one. Hence it is seen that faith is quite different from credulity. Faith is natural and spontaneous overflow of sincere powerful devotion, credulity is unnatural and imposed from outside simply out of false consideration or respect for great men of learning and education. Occultism and mysticism never lead to credulity. Belief in the existence of soul after the departure from the physical body, its state after death, all the unseen laws of nature at work, the functions of angels and other spiritual unseen intelligences, does not imply credulity. Very few souls who are fortunate enough to have sincere immaculate faith and devotion, souls who are not derailed from the lines of spiritual progress, can be naturally led to believe in mysticism and occult laws of nature. On the contrary, the majority who are derailed from the lines of unfoldment, who live only for the sake of the enjoyment of this world, who laugh out things beyond the power of physical vision, have in the absence of faith to lean upon credulity, and believe what the ostentatious persons have pronounced to be right. The Avesta philologists of India have been deluded by the false sense of shame and feeling of respect for the West, and it is this credulous rationalism of the writer of Zoroastrian theology that has enabled him to produce a work of false delusions imposed upon the Indian philological school by the New Thought Western school of Avesta students. It is as a result of this absurd credulity that he laughs out the basic mandate of physical and ultra-physical purity Jyomaza of applying or bull urine to the body. It is very revolting to see the writer of Zoroastrian theology bringing out his work in the land of the science of electricity and 55,434 efficacy $0 from Jyomaza LT Chalera phi core standpoints magnetism, and at the same time ridiculing outright the Zoroastrian tenets based on the laws of electricity and magnetism. The Jyomaza fresh ordinary or bull's urine is declared to possess a certain amount of purifying magnetic force which has core exquisite effect in rendering the J and amp, LT, person of pure and wholesome. The 16 chakra or ultraphysical centers in Kirpa work the N amp, LT, F also in the animal kingdom, but the men chakra are differently located in as well as in the different genera and species of lower animals. Men's urine is regarded as on or Hayarnasu, account of the 13th center located on the human sexual organ. The functions of all the 16 are varied according to the different texture of each of these. The urine of no other animals is to be employed for the purification of core except that of cow or cow kind. This is because the 12th chakra which has the characteristic property of receiving pure castra or electric current from the reservoir of nature is located on the sexual organs of the Gao species of animals. Hence the use of Gaumaza Gao which or urine of passes out with the pure 12th caustric effect of the chakra located on the sexual organs of that species, is enjoined upon all Zoroastrians. The castra Jyomaza invisible in the begins to vanish with the effect of atmosphere on it, and after an interval of castra 72 hours 18 ilithra or an amp, LT, K the totally and hariri disappears, or microbes begin to germinate and multiply. Thus the Oaomaza begins to rot and emits annoying stench after 3 days, and renders itself useless for application. And Zoroaster with his unsurpassed Iyer has taught an elaborate process of preserving this castra Jyomaza of Jyomaza intact and of thus rendering air-proof, so that no hariri or germs might take rise therein for years and years together. The ceremony known as Narangdin which lasts for several days has to be performed over Jyomaza, while passing through this elaborate ritual, the Jyomaza is made to grab the vibration stiotic effect of Avesta mantra recital, a systematic arranged mixture of Yakna, Visparad, Vendidad, and Gathas according to the stiotic Pahlavi school and philologist 435 of JJ, IZ and AMP, LT, *R S dirty stuff. Rules of permutations and combinations, and the efficacy of Hashem Ahu Avesta mantra especially of and Vohu Yidliya Vario recited at the time of inserting tiny pebbles into the 11 Jyomaza is able to preserve the mag original castra or netic current therein for years together. This Jyomaza of the Narangdin ceremony, or as it is briefly termed narang in popular parlance, is the basis of all Zoroastrian rituals. No navyot or initiation ceremony of a born Zoroastrian child with sudra and kusti, can be legitimately performed without this narang, which the child is made to sip 3 times while undergoing the purificatory ceremony of initiation. Barshnum or higher purificatory ceremony can be performed in the absence of this narang, without barshnun, no ceremony can be performed by anybody. The efficacy of ordinary ujaomaza and of special is very narang wide subject which cannot be treated in details here in passing. But even from these bare outline traces depicted here, the reader will be able to learn that the writer of Zoroastrian theology aims a death blow to all the Zoroastrian rituals and canons of Ashoy when he unceremoniously attacks the Vendidad farm and end of the application of Jaomaza as a filthy practice, and the Jaomaza itself as the dirty stuff. The writer seems further to wantonly satirize the belief in the permanent purity of narang or consecrated Jaomaza by his surprise at the idea of its never becoming putrid when once it is consecrated. Must however remember that according to the laws of castra pounded in the Zoroastrian hauma drink, milk drink, and religion, the spring water narang drink have their own drink, proper efficacy in proportion to the different intensities of fndu and castra in each of these for rendering help to the soul in the march the for or uru unfoldment. Jaomaza having got the cause trick property of purifying the aura or kora a person applying it, has been known by the very significant express Zion in Pahlavi, Pazend, and Persian or golden and amp, lt, of Izar how water. Touching and revolting it would be for a considerate reader to see the painful contrast between the two expressions dirty nal, as stuff Western the outcome of faithless, undevotional glare of philological school of Avesta but ratio study, and 436 destructive dogmas of rash reformers. The of Izar or T, golden water as the natural result of devotional, heartfelt, sincere meditation and practice of the unos tentatious humble students of Pahlavi, Pazend, and Persian school of Avesta study. We see therefore that patient inquiry and scientific research into the field of Zoroastrian studies are badly wanting among the public pseudo-teachers of Zoroastrianism. The Zoroastrian religion is the immutable universal law of nature with its infinite aspects of various laws in its various departments. The religion of Zoroaster is the same throughout all times, for it has been thought out by the unique soul for all times. The reformers who dare to say that some few moral precepts taught in the Gathas constitute the religion of Zoroaster, and that all the elaborate canons of Ashoy and Itualism have been merely unmeaning stuff thought out by the clergy of post-Zoroastrian times, that in this age of education and progress the reformers are far superior to their fathers who veer fools to multiply all these unnecessary prescriptions for everyday life, that the reformers are better able to see what they need most for their own welfare than their predecessors who had nothing to prescribe but unarang and Jaomaza like dirty stuff are to say the least heretics and destructivists of the first rate under the quaint and false guise of the high-sounding and hollow-making name of Avesta students. One man s meat is another s and poison, this adage is quite applicable to the profession of one's religion. Every one, male or female, must know with faith and devotion what is taught in one's own religion, and it is incumbent on every one to follow in practice the tenets of the religion in which one is born. A Zoroastrian ought to observe all the tenets of Ashoy taught in the Zoroastrian religion. All the great religions of the world have their own gradations serving as steps for the evolution of various souls of indefinite orders. The religions have as their basis the or fountain source, and all other religions are based on only 3 khno except the Zoroastrian religion, which has the khno, as its foundation stones. 3. Khno, Monday to all other religions are termed in Avesta, as Mokal, Ashaji Khno, premier characteristic or Zoroastrianism. 437 and which Ashno Khno, Arizoish Khno, have different intensities according to the different grades of each of these religions. Besides these 3 Khno, of supreme intensity, the Zoroastrian religion being the final universal law of unfoldment necessitates a fourth Khno, termed Ashehi Khno, in the Avesta. All these Ji7iao require volumefuls of explanation, and the knowledge of very is cow essential for a student of comparative religions. The 3 Khno above mentioned are again different in degrees of depth according to the germ to which the particular religion belongs. The 5 great religions of the world are inseparably connected with the 5 germ or luminaries. The Zoroastrian law pertains to Bargis 1 or Jupiter. The Hinduism and Buddhism with all its sects belongs to Tarot or Mercury. The Islam Misam Mars, and Hid belongs to or the belongs Mosesism to or Venus, and the Christianity belongs to Kav and or Saturn. Thus too with the exception of the Sgms or the germ sun, and day or the moon, which play an important part in the religions of all the other germ the 5 germ are respectively connected with the 5 great religions of the world as stated above. The Zoroastrian religion, which pertains to the germ with the fire energy Adarphroba par excellence Rebargis acquires a strict adherence to Ashehi cow from its followers. It is a law of nature that moral responsibility increases with moral greatness, and the born follower of Zoroastrianism, having to undergo the final round of incarnation here on earth, obliged to lead the earthly life in strict accordance with all scrupulous details of Ashehi Khuo or 72 principles of Ashoi. Hence the Avesta student of philology, being ignorant cow of the fundamental basis of all religions, and having never dreamt of the extra Ashehi cow of the Zoroastrian law, laughs out the mainsprings of Korah preservation, such as Jeomazah, Narang, and other injunctions of Wsh Nash Iadruj senseless imitation of the life of aliens around us, India, adoption of smoking, removal of cap and head covering by both the sexes, no during menstruation, observance of rules of magnetic purity and seminal discharges, discriminate. 438, 9 Rememberable points re Zoroastrian studies. Animal diet, etc., will ultimately lead the community to its extinction on account of the entire forgetfulness of the Ashehi Khno of the Zoroastrian law. If the writer of Zoroastrian theology had learnt about the Ashehi Aviaf, i.e. fountain source ot piety required in the Zoroastrian life leading, he would not have satirized the most efficacious Coretus infectant by the meaningless phrase dirty stuff. To conclude, therefore, we shall bear in mind the following main points. I. The cry for reform in the Zoroastrian religion implies dangerous and mischievous mutilation of the most excellent religion of Zoroaster, Jt. Dani I Verazishta. 2. Progress in religion does not necessitate whimsical changes in the universal law of Zoroaster in order to render these changes suitable to the worldliness of the so-called progressivists. 3. Zoroastrian law spontaneously and necessarily implies the elective esoteric knowledge of all the unseen laws and forces in nature. 4. Zoroastrian occult science must never be confounded with the eclecticism or what is called modern theosophy. V. The Gathic Kshnum of the Seashians is only key to the proper exposition of the Zoroastrian revealed religion. 6. comparative philology is merely an ineffectual exertion to understand the Zoroastrian religion, the treasures of which can be brought to the surface only by a skilled diver into the depths of this vast ocean of knowledge. 7. Apathy, cynicism, agnosticism, skepticism, indifferentism and atheism, are the only results achieved by the last 50 years of philological study of the Zoroastrian law as evinced from the Book of Zoroastrian Theology. Patient waiting bounden duty of Avesta student. 439, 8. Not hasty and insincere ridicule of the most significant principles of Zoroastrianism, but patient, humble and sincere yearning after the right original knowledge thereof, will enable the student to be the torch-bearer for the ignorant co-religionists groping in the dark. 9. The Vendidat injunction of Jehomaza and such other mandates, are all based on the scientific reasons of their practical utility and efficacy, and in the absence of a knowledge of the most elementary principles of modern science in all its indefinite numbers of branches, it is the bounder, duty of the student of Avesta, if he wants sincerely to serve his community, to wait, for it is very wisely said also serve who only stand and wait. 440 Epilogue. Our attempt to show the original genuine aspect of Zoroastrianism as taught by Zoroaster in a very faint outline, and to bring it to a marked contrast with the modern simple form of Zoroastrianism as required by the writer of Zoroastrian theology, being himself one of the representatives of the philological school of Avesta study, has by the grace of God been more long than was intended. The reader ere now must have acquainted himself with the underlying motive of this book of review. In order to do justice to the writer of Zoroastrian theology LWJ, the reader is requested to go through the book itself or at asterisk and quote, keep it near at hand for a ready reference while read it this book of review. It must be clearly understood that this work have been undertaken with the most selfless and disinterested motive, and if at times the language is found to be very severe by the writer has to tender his heartfelt apology for same, for he has been obliged to expose the unwarranted delusive statements of the writer of Zoroastrian theology out of deep veneration for the most excellent teachings of Zoroastrianism. The writer has desisted from making any personal attacks on the writer of Zoroastrian theology, for the underlying object of this book is not the proof of the superiority of the latter or of the former. The only pure object of any book of review is to place once for all before all the English-reading co-religionists and even alien students of Zoroastrianism in a miniature, some faint likeness of what Zoroastrianism originally is, and to show how it is being painted in false colors by the modern philologist. No doubt it is very difficult, in this age of business bustle and commercial heat, to observe all the tenets of Ashoy in everyday life or to profess Zoroastrianism as it is given by the prophet originally. But the Zoroastrian religion is for all times, and it lies in the hands of the careful and anxious follower of Zoroastrianism to adapt his circumstances to make them converge towards the principles epilogue, 441 of his religion. It is a grave mistake on the part of the Zoroastrians of today who try their best to twist and turn the Zoroastrian principles to suit their favorite physical arrangements of ease and comfort. If we are unable to observe truthfulness owing to our commercial object, of enormous gains in this age, it is not therefore proper to say that Zoroaster has never taught truthfulness, but that some later priests have preached this most impracticable lesson. If we are incapable of self-control, and if under the stress of some untoward circumstances we are caught into the clutches of improper lust, it would not be scholarship for anyone to say that Zoroaster has sanctioned the practice of keeping alien mistresses and has allowed initiation to such aliens and their issue. If we are forced to go bareheaded with our Christian friends for sake of sham etiquette, it does not follow that Zoroaster has not enjoined the necessity of covering the head. If we are fond of flesh viands for food owing to lack of control of the five senses, it is very improper and blasphemous to say that Zoroaster has advocated slaughter of goats and fowls for purposes of our food. If we are graduates of any modern university, it is simply ridiculous to say that we are masters of all branches of knowledge, and that therefore the time-worn teachings of Zoroastrianism must be thrown to the dogs. If we as house lords cannot spare separate rooms on the ground floor as menstruation quarters for our ladies, if we are fond of the company of ladies all the days of our life, it does not imply that Zoroaster has not prescribed seclusion and isolation of woman in her menses. Thus we see that it is very necessary now to draw a clear line of demarcation between what Zoroastrianism is originally, 442 epilogue, and what it is molded into during these 50 years of philology. He is a bad master who teaches to forget the ideal, because the learner is at a certain stage unable to practically realize it. The whole object of our life consists in our incessant attempts to adapt ourselves to the ideal and to ultimately reach the same. It is therefore a duty of all writers and preachers of Zoroastrianism to constantly place before their reader and hearer the ideal teachings of ancient Zoroastrianism, which we are at present fortunate to come by through the help of the Gathic and Gnome. Let us all join hands therefore to acquire this genuine knowledge of the most ancient religion of Zoroaster, and let us all leave some glimpses of this ideal knowledge in black and white for the guidance of posterity. Let pride and prejudice give place to humility and earnestness. Let destructive activity of ignorant religious controversy die out so that the constructive energy of enlightened propaganda may begin to work for the future edifice of a glorious revival once more of all the most beautiful and most charming teachings of the law of Zarathustra. Humbly offering thanks to the source, both immediate and remote, from whence I have received a faint ray of the original Zoroastrian light, I beseech my GCD to send forth this book and to help it carry out its noblest object of spreading some light among the co-religionists of the greatest, best, and most excellent Mazdayasna and Amp, GT, which belongs to Zarathustra of Ahura. Amen.